Oh, sorry. I almost forgot I had the other button on. Once again, what's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. Hope everybody's doing well. Let me see what the weather is looking like. All right, currently 82 degrees, going up to a high of 85. Sunny today. So yeah, wow. This is not bad. And what's the humidity looking like? I'm curious. 72%. It's always humid in New York City. It's how it is. Sunday, tomorrow it's going to be 82. Nice. Monday, 82 with chance of showers. Tuesday, 91. Wednesday, 91. Thursday, 91. Friday, 93 with chance of showers. So yeah. But this is nice, middle of the realm weather for summertime right now. So definitely enjoy these next few days. Hope everybody's doing well. Appreciate you guys as always. And we are, as I usually like to say, lucky and blessed to wake up another day to be here. Hope your loved ones and your family, friends, everybody is doing okay. Health is treating them well. Wish them all the best. And yourself as well. All right. So, Summer League action, guys. It's finally here. We were all waiting for it, starving for Knick content, or Knick basketball, should I say, because we haven't had it in a little while, and it was kind of underwhelming. Wah, 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 wah. I got the morning cup of Joe or Joanne, however you want to call it. Today we went with the coffee that has a French vanilla. No, we went vanilla bean creamer. Oh, wow. Huh? Pinky up. Listen, guys, this is the Summer League. I know what you're thinking. Some of y'all I know are you're not happy. I get it. But it is the Summer League. And if you listen to what I said yesterday on my little walking and talking, the Knicks are going to start off slow. It's what they do every year in the Summer League. There's only one year that they started off fast, and then they fizzled out early. They actually got worse as the Summer League continued, I believe. But every year, usually the Knicks Summer League teams start off slow, and they gain traction and momentum as they get out there and play. They're just that team. I don't know what's that about, but that's who they are. That's who they've been. I don't care what players we got. It's always the same. I don't know. But, there was a lot going on yesterday. And, it's interesting to see some of the comments today and also to look at some of the stuff I saw on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, yesterday, and just looking at perspectives and how people view what they saw. And remember, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Everybody sees things the way they see it. We're just here to talk about it and see if we can, have some different aspects, of opinion to it, provide some different aspects of an opinion to it. And maybe we can have a conversation that enlightens, all of us. Maybe I didn't see something and you saw, or maybe I saw something you guys didn't see, whatever it may be. But there's definitely different ways of looking at what took place yesterday. So let me start off by saying I have a new favorite young Nick. So you guys know things haven't changed. Josh Hart is still my favorite Nick. I wasn't happy with some of his performance in the playoffs, especially versus Indiana. But I'm not going to take away the fact that I love his grit. I love his heart. I love the intangibles and stuff that he brings to the game. And I love what that does for our New York Knicks basketball team. So he's still my guy. I do think that this year he's going to have to learn to be a little bit more serious in regards to his play. And I don't mean serious like he's a clown out there or he goofs around. I mean, just take it to another level. Like whatever he was doing, I got to be even better than that. That's all. So take it even more serious. Deuce McBride is my second favorite player on the Knicks. Nothing has changed. He's still my guy. I still wish him the best. I hope he can have a bounce back year this year offensively. Defensively, I think he got it together, especially in the playoffs. I think we saw the old Deuce that we were used to. So I'm not worried about that. But offensively, I need a bounce back year for Deuce. And especially because I'm one of the people that I feel like Deuce should start. I think Deuce should be the shooting guard. But that's me. Because I just think he'll give that defense that we need to help with the perimeter. It'll definitely help Jalen Brunson. And I think, because he shot 41% from 3 2 years ago, if you want to have a 5-out style offense, I think that's a good way to do it. That's if that's what they want to do. But as far as these young pups go, I have a new favorite player. And my new favorite player for these young pups is Kevin McCullar Jr. And you guys might be like, what, Ron? But, he was wilding yesterday. Them turnovers, missed shots, and just, missed layups. I don't care. I don't care because I like that he was active. Too often we see these young guys and we want them to play, right? But when we want them to play, we expect them to do something. And usually when they come in and they play for the NBA squad, if they get out there, they're not willing to do stuff because whatever, you could say it's Tibbs or whatever it is, but they just don't add much value when they're out there. But you want guys to be active. Yes. Do you want them to go out there and make mistakes? No. But they're young and they're, players that are inexperienced on the NBA level. So they're going to make mistakes, which, not to harp and go back to what Tibbs used to think, but that is the reason why some of these young guys didn't play at certain moments, because we couldn't afford for these young guys to make mistakes, especially in the playoffs. Do we need help? Maybe we did at certain points. But we couldn't afford to have the mistakes. And you guys can see mistakes are going to be made. It doesn't matter if they're playing against the NBA, if they're playing in the G League, or if they're in the Summer League. Mistakes are made. See, the thing about G League action is that nobody highlights the mistakes. Damn near nobody really wants to see G League play because it's, no defense is being played. It is what it is, right? But when you look at the highlights after the game or hear, the Westchester Knicks did this and they won, and then this guy had 30 points and this, and a triple-double, They're not showing you the turnovers or the bad plays and the missed layups and the stuff. They're not showing you that. But that stuff is happening. So the reason why I like this kid is I like his style of play. I like his fundies. You know what I mean? He's got good fundies. If you look at how he plays defense, look at his stance, look how he gets down, look how he gets in front of his guy. Now, there's a lot that happened yesterday. But in regards to Kevin McCullar Jr. specifically, there was points where he got beat on defense, right? But there was also points where he switched and the guy he was guarding scored, but on whoever picked up the switch, right? I also saw there was points where Kevin McCullar was guarding his guy and prevented them from scoring or impeded their shot, impeded their vision. There was different things that were happening. And then you want to go back to the offensive side. Was he jacking up the shots? Yes, he was. But I don't mind that because this is what the Summer League is about. And these guys know that they're auditioning for a possible spot. It's not even sure that they're going to get a spot, but this is their chance. Once the season starts, these guys ain't going to play. This is their only chance to really. There's a lot of pressure that these young guys got on them, considering the fact that most of them didn't play last year under Tibbs. So you got to understand there's a lot going on for all of them. I mean, all of them. But I like the fact that Kevin McCullar Jr. was very active. I like the fact that he wasn't scared to shoot the ball. I don't know, if I agree with some of his shot selection. No, but I like the fact that he was trying. He was trying to be active. He was trying to force the issue to get himself going and put some points on the board. Because I don't know if you guys saw yesterday, but we sucked with regards to shooting. Our shooting was terrible. And we were down the whole game. So somebody's got to do something. So I like the fact that he was active. And the last thing I want to say in regards to him before I move on is that let's not forget, guys, and I've been defending him everywhere in my group chats and on X. Kevin McCullar Jr. scored 18 points per game in his last year in college. He got injured. He had knee surgery, which was at the tail end of his last year of college. And he couldn't play basketball throughout that whole time. Even when he was drafted with the Knicks, he still couldn't play into maybe the first 2 or 3 months of the season. So you're talking about a young man that really hasn't been able to play a lot of basketball lately. Yes, when he came back, was he in the G League? Yes. But as I told you guys before, the G League is like, it's playing like the difference between the G League and the Summer League, because it's similar players, is that the Summer League, you see a lot more, good players like the young rookies or whatever. There's a lot more talent, and you get second year players that play in the Summer League, sometimes even third year players. So the competition level is better in the Summer League than it is in the G League. And you only have maybe 4 to 5 games to make a statement and an impact. So these guys try a lot harder. You know what I mean? It's just a better level of competition in the Summer League than it is in the G League. So if you want to say he got to play in the G League, he had a couple triple-double games, all that, that's fine. But I already told you guys, I just think the defense in the G League is suspect. So when you talk about really gaining something and learning how to play on the NBA level, the G League only gives you so much. So we still didn't know exactly what Kevin McCullar can do versus higher level competition. Yesterday was his first shot, really, when you think about it, because he played for the Knicks last year only in 4 games, and he averaged 7 minutes in those 4 games. And you also know that when he played in those games, I mean, he took 1, 2, 3 shots maybe in the 4 games that he played. Like, he's got to fit into the system. He's not coming in to get buckets. He's coming in to just do whatever we need him to do. So with all that being said, I look at him even a little more different than the other guys, because the other guys played in the G League from the beginning when it started. and they got to sit on the bench and practice with the guys. He couldn't do any of that. He still had to be on the shelf for 2-3 months. So I'm just saying you got to be a little patient and bear with the young man. I like the way his activity was the whole game. I think you'll be surprised because I already feel like the next game tomorrow, if he plays, because they might switch it up, I think you're going to see a much better representation. I think he's going to look a lot more comfortable out there. And then people are going to start saying, well, okay, maybe he wasn't as bad as I thought. It's the summer league. Got to give guys a little chance. Got to give them time. So that's all I wanted to say with regards to McCullar. I think you got to give him a little bit more leeway than the other guys because Kolek was healthy. Huck Porty was healthy early. And we know he got hurt later, but that was towards the end of the season. Dadiet was healthy to start the season. Yes, then he got an ankle injury. But these guys have been able to play while McCullar was on the shelf sitting. So I'm just saying, you got to give him a little bit more grace than some of these other guys because he wasn't able to play as much basketball as them. All right, let's move on. Now, that being said, Pacome Dadiet looked great yesterday. Now, I think I saw somebody in the chat say he was scared to shoot. I think he let it fly, man. I think he just was trying to find better shots. And I'm okay with that too, because the only thing is I don't want Dadiet to just jack up a shot as soon as he gets the ball. You know what I mean? Just because he finally gets the ball. I want him to take good shots. I think yesterday he did a good job of that. Could he have shot more? Maybe, but it is what it is. It's only one game. He was still our best scorer though, and our most efficient scorer. So that's a good sign. I actually was very pleased with what I saw from Dadiet. I thought his defense was coming along. He still needs to be a little bit more aggressive on defense, but I think that's going to come in time. He needs reps. He needs to be out there playing in order to understand people's tendencies and how to guard people. He got that great block. So that was dope. Dadiet looked good. That was like one of those where you say, damn, now I see why we drafted him. You know what I mean? That's the potential. So I had no problem with what I saw from Dadiet. I thought he looked fantastic. Tyler Kolek. Tyler Kolek struggled yesterday. But even though he struggled, he was still very effective, guys. He was still very effective. I mean, he didn't shoot the ball well, and the only thing that worries me with regards to that is I feel like Tyler Kolek is a pretty good shooter. I'm not saying he's a great shooter. I feel like he's a pretty good shooter, and I feel like his confidence is not at the same level it was in his shot when he first started with the Knicks last year. When he first started coming in from training camp to the first month of the season or so, and then his stint with the G League, the beginning, he was shooting great. Then all of a sudden, sitting on the bench and not being in the G League and just, not getting a lot of opportunity to come out there. When he did get in the games, you could see, there was just level of confidence that lacked from his shot. Tyler Kolek one thing that Tyler Kolek needs to do, and this is just the bottom line. He is not going to be a good defender, guys. I don't care what we say, what we hope for. Can he be a scrappy defender? Maybe. Can he swipe the ball from players and get them, get steals? Yes, he can do stuff like that. And maybe draw charges like Brunson or similar, you know what I mean? That's it, guys. He's not going to be a great defender. It just is what it is. You could see it in him. The ability is just different. But in order for him to have a successful NBA career, he has got to let it fly. He's got to be confident. He's got to get some buckets. He's got to get sneaky buckets. He doesn't have to be a 30-point scorer, a 20-point scorer. He's got to be somebody who can get you 15 if you give him the ball. You know what I mean? Like if we say we need Kolek to score today, he's got to be able to get us 15. You know what I mean? And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. but he's got to be that guy. He can't be a guy who's not going to shoot well, because you can't not play defense and then not score at all. Like, it's good to be a facilitator, but you have to be a threat as well, because guys who just facilitate, that's just not enough. You got to bring a little bit more to the table. Kolek needs to get his confidence back in his shot. He needs to be able to put up some points in order to basically make a case for him playing. Because if he can't do that, then I don't know if he's ever going to be able to play with the Knicks. And that's just me calling it as I see it, because, going into this year, we already broke down the roster. There's 9 guys already that we have that are going to play without Kolek. We're looking maybe to have a 10th. And on some situations, I think Mike Brown would be comfortable playing 11. I'm not talking every game, but like once, there are going to be certain matchups in a certain style, the way the Knicks play in a certain game, or the other team maybe is running and gunning and we got to go with them. There might be a time where he plays 11 here and there. Can I say that Kolek deserves to be the 10th in the rotation? I can't. Can I say that he even deserves to be the 11th? Not yet. Not until he can do a little bit more offensively. He's got to be able to score. I like him. I like Kolek. It's not like I don't. He's one of my players that I want to really get busy. And I said before, like, I would rather keep him on this team and see what he can do than trade him somewhere else and let him blossom over there. But he's got to get confidence back in his shot. He's got to be able to score some buckets. So we'll see. But as far as other things go, look, I know guys, and then I'm not saying just this chat. I saw on X people complaining about his turnovers and it. As much as we've seen, whatever we've seen of Tyler Kolek, he don't turn over the ball like that, guys. So to see him turn over the ball in one game and think that because of that he's not improving, no. What Kolek does well, Kolek does well. I'm not worried about what he did yesterday. Everybody's going to have bad games where they turn over the ball. Halliburton's had bad turnover games, like everybody you could name. I've watched who's David Smith's guy, Rayford Trey off Young, whatever the hell. He's had almost 10 turnovers in a game once. I think it was 8 or 9. It happens. Sometimes you just make bad passes. You're trying to do too much. All of these guys are pressing. All of them are pressing to try to make an impact. You know that there's no spots really available. You're trying to earn a spot, like open up a spot, and you got everybody watching. Mike Brown, your new coach, is sitting there looking at you. You're trying to make an impression. Things happen, guys. Things happen. So I won't go too crazy about it. Now, if Kolek plays all of these summer league games and every game he's having turnovers the way we just saw in yesterday's game, then you can say, okay, well, now there's a problem. But I don't think you're going to see that. He's going to make a turnover here or there because he's a facilitator that takes chances. But what we saw yesterday is an anomaly. I don't expect that to happen. And the rest of the guys, we'll talk about them as the show goes along. There was some interesting stuff. But I'll save it. Like I said, it's tough to really say too much about these because this is the first summer league game, and I knew they were going to be rusty. But I think they're going to be a lot better tomorrow. It just stinks that every summer league, technically the Knicks lost their first game. They might already be out of it. That's how crazy the summer league is. So, and like I said, I don't care about them winning a championship. I just want them to play as many games as possible. 5-6 games would be great. But now they're not guaranteed that. They might be able to play 4. And if they're going to play 4. But if they win maybe the next 3, they'll earn 1 more game. So if they can get 5, I'll be happy with that. All right. Let me see what the chat is saying. First off, shout out to everybody who's tuned in. Appreciate you all. Shout out to those on X. Please share out with your fellow peoples on X. Let them know we rocking right now. Shout out to those on YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. We got about 77 or so people watching. Please smash the like button. And if you don't know, now you know. Appreciate you guys. So let's get right into it. Let me see what the chat is looking like. Shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? Good to see you. Say good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. Shout out to David Smith in the building. What up, David? Said getting Bradley Beal on the vet minimum would be flat out awesome. He should start at the 2 guard, moving Josh Hart to the bench. This would form the unstoppable 3-headed monster. So I hear you. And I've been on the fence about Beal. I mean, he's definitely still can play, and he would definitely help this team. The only problem with Bradley Beal is Bradley Beal right now, for some teams, not all teams. First off, there's teams he doesn't want to go to because, he wants to play for a championship. And then there's some teams that are not quite sure that they want Bradley Beal because they want to have flexibility with him. So Bradley Beal, if you guys remember the last few years of Carmelo Anthony's career, Bradley Beal is in that spot right now where some teams want to have the ability to bring Bradley Beal off the bench if need be. And Bradley Beal is still views himself as a starter. And that's nothing wrong with that. He averaged 17 points last year. I think he should still feel he's a starter. There's nothing wrong with that. But teams want him to be flexible. And I think the Knicks want him to be flexible. So I don't know if the Knicks are really that high on bringing Bradley Beal here. Like I said, I think he's in that Carmelo Anthony zone and the funny thing is Carmelo Anthony, I love the guy, but he was saying at the time that he never said that he needed to be a starter. Some things don't need to be said. They can tell by how you move around, how you talk, how you interact with people, what you say to coaches. They can tell where your mind is at and how you view your game. So they're not going to put you in that situation because they know you're not going to be happy. And if you're not happy, you're not productive. On the flip side, though, Bradley Beal has said he wants to be a starter. He still views himself as a starter. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying the Knicks in particular want somebody that can be flexible. And it looks like the Clippers really want Bradley Beal, which I understand that makes a lot of sense. And so if he does, if everything does go through, I think he probably wind up on the Clippers. We'll see. David Smith also says if the Knicks can't get Beal, then Marcus Smart is the next best option. I was calling for the Knicks to trade for Marcus Smart a year ago, last offseason. Knicks have been interested in Smart since last offseason. That's true. I mean, I guess so too. I once again, I don't mind the Marcus Smart thing because I think a healthy Marcus Smart helps this team. I don't know how healthy he is, but I'm assuming he's probably healthy by now. I think he helps the team. It stinks because that means Tyler Kolek is never going to play unless people get hurt. It also stinks because really Marcus Smart is Deuce, but the better version of him. I mean, he's a little older now, but still, he is what we thought Deuce was going to become in this league. So how does that affect a guy like Deuce? But hey, it's all about winning a championship and putting out the best roster you can. Out of all the players that are still available, Marcus Smart may be undersized, but I still think a healthy Marcus Smart is a good addition. He's not like super athletic now. He's older. He's obviously doesn't have the great height. He's not a fantastic shooter. He does have moments where he can get hot. We saw he put up like 30 points on the Knicks with the Wizards last season. I mean, this past season at some point. But yeah, he is what it is. You know what to expect from him. Now, I will say this though. Once again, going back to a healthy Marcus Smart, the guy last time he was really truly healthy I mean truly healthy, like he was good, was with Memphis, and he was averaging two steals a game. Like 2 steals a game from a guy like Marcus Smart to go along with what McCall gives you, to go along with what OG gives you throughout. That's very disruptive, man. That's nice. And we know the other thing about Marcus Smart, he can guard 1 through 4. Some people may say he can't really guard power forwards, Ron. Actually, he can. Can he do it at a high level consistently for a whole game? No. But on switches and stuff like that, he has done it in the past. That's the reason why a small guard won Defensive Player of the Year. There's a reason. Now, he is older, but he still has the ability to be somewhat on that level. Not quite that level, but somewhat on that level. And he has all the experience. He knows how to guard everybody in the league. So that would be my case for Marcus Smart. I still think that the Knicks need another knockdown shooter, but if they're not going to go that route, then Marcus Smart probably is the best alternative. Get somebody who can come in and be savvy, can play defense, can teach Deuce how to play better on defense, and teach him some of the tricks that he's learned. Yeah, I don't mind that. Shout out to JJ in the middle. What up, JJ? So I hope all the fans begging for Kolek to play watched the game yesterday. He doesn't look like an NBA player. Slow, and whenever he's pressured, he doesn't have the quickness or handles to beat it. Once again, that kind of, I'm not saying you're wrong, but like I said, it kind of goes back to what I've been saying as far as pressing, trying to do a lot, and being comfortable in situations. You got to have the reps in order to be comfortable. And we've never noticed Kolek to not be able to break presses, not be able to move the ball, not be able to make good passes. He makes some tricky passes sometimes, but it was still good. They got where they needed to go, and sometimes he might get some deflections here and there, but for the most part, he made good calls. Yesterday, I think it's a aberration. I don't think yesterday is an indicator as to what we should expect. But the proof will be tomorrow. If he plays similar minutes tomorrow, we'll see if I'm right. But I hear what you're saying. JJ also said he could barely get the ball over half court yesterday. Should be better than most of these guys at Summer League, but he doesn't look the part. It's one game, but he's shaky player, risky passes. Yes, but he's always thrown those type of passes. He's just thrown them with a little better precision, and the guys he's playing with know what to expect. Remember, this is the first Summer League game with a whole bunch of guys that he's playing with. If you want to say who's familiar with his passes, Huck Porty, Dadiet. Am I looking at those are the only 2 guys that really he played with? Last Summer League, these other guys weren't even here. So you got to think about that too. Guys got to be, when you deal with a guy who makes passes the way Kolek makes, or any other guy who makes passes that way, you got to know what to expect. You got to know where to be. You got to understand. I always got to be thinking that he's looking at me. Because then everything looks bad. It's like, did you guys ever watch Jason Williams, White Chocolate, play? You know how many bad passes he made in his NBA career? He made a lot of good ones, but that's because his team was ready for them. They knew. But what about the ones when his team wasn't ready? When he first started with them? All the crazy attempts he was trying to... Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm not saying Tyler Kolek is that. But he does make some passes that you scratch your head at, like, I wouldn't normally make that pass, but he does it. So, guys, it's all about chemistry and understanding. I got to keep my head up and always be looking because he's looking at me. JJ also said there's a reason we signed Clarkson and Yabusele. These kids aren't ready. I will say there is a reason we signed Clarkson and Yabusele, and that is because we are trying to win a championship, and we need guys who can just come in and play right now. That is fair. That is true. 100%. Ivory 10. What up, Ivory? He said, wholly underwhelming, Batman. Kolek still not looking ready, and McCullar looking like he simply isn't a pro. See, I disagree with that, but I already told you why. I think, like I said, McCullar, we need to give him a little bit more leeway because he just hasn't played enough basketball the way the other guys have. And, you know, he's just still getting comfortable. So we'll see. Yeah. Ivory also says, at what point is this team going to value real shooting guards who can handle the ball, get to the rim, and pass? I mean, I think the Knicks value that. I just think the Knicks are handicapped because they didn't have a lot of money. This team is what it is, and they just don't have a lot of money to go get those type of guys, and unless they trade. And yeah, I think that's just where we're at. I think that's just where we're at, man. Next year, I mean, if things don't listen, the Knicks have a lot of pressure on them. You got all of these summer league guys with all this pressure trying to just see if they can earn some type of spot on the team that's not available, right? You got the players that really underperformed and underwhelmed in the Indiana playoff series and are trying to get back to you know, better basketball play, you know, this season and going forward. You got a new coach that is jumping in and is expected to be better than Tibbs with the Knicks, that is. And you got an organization that has said we are about winning championships in an Eastern Conference that is wide open. There is a lot of pressure on everybody this year. This, unfortunately, is NBA Finals or bust for the New York Knicks. With all the question marks this year, and with the East being wide open, and you know, there's only two teams that really look like on paper they should have a nice road. Like Cleveland and the New York Knicks should be 1 and 2 in this league, in the Eastern Conference. And if they're not, both of them will have failed seasons because it's wide open for them. So yeah, yeah, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure. Ivory 10 says the Knicks have not solved their biggest issue, which was a secondary ball handler. I don't believe that's Clarkson. You're right. I agree with you on that. They have not got themselves a secondary ball handler. True. And maybe that's another reason why Marcus Smart is someone that they want to bring in. And I'm not saying he's the greatest facilitator, but he's decent. He's okay. You know what I mean? I think you feel a little bit more comfortable with the ball in his hands than Deuce. And that's not, I mean, I'm calling a spade a spade. At this point, when the Knicks are trying to win a championship and trying to be a higher level team, I just got to call it the way I see it. I like Deuce. And Deuce has the ability to do certain things. Excuse me, but he doesn't do those things consistently. Ball handling, facilitating, consistently, he doesn't do that. He's more of a 2-guard and off guard. And I think we just, at this point, after being in the league 4 or 5 years, you just got to learn what you're best at and what your role should be. Yeah. JJ said the only one that looked decent yesterday was Dadiet, but when he misses a jumper, he misses badly. No, he did miss badly on some jumpers. Yeah. It's rhythm and timing. These guys all need it, man. They all need it. And confidence, man. All confidence. All right. Jay from PR is in the building. What up, Jay? Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Excuse me. Shout out to Chris Connors in the building. What up, Chris? Appreciate you. Building Blocks is here. What up, Building Blocks? Says these guys stunk it up, cut half the trade cut half and trade everyone that remains. Yeah, Walter Blackman said Kolek didn't have his best game, even though it's a summer league game. Yeah, no, it's true. Hey, man, listen. Like I said, I've seen a lot of summer league. I'm sure a lot of you have seen a lot of summer league. You just got to remember. It's not hard. It's not easy to remember. But you got to remember. Remember summer league with other Knick players. Sometimes that first game ain't all it's cracked up to be. You know what I mean? RJ Barrett struggled in his first game. And then he started cooking in those next few games. Obi struggled that I think was the first year of summer league, and then the second year he cooked. Right, Obi was he finished, was it top 10 in summer league performance that second year? I'm just saying, guys, it's summer league, man. I don't know. D-Rex is in the building. What up, D-Rex? He said, let me on the panel today. I'm on the damage control duty, Ron. Okay, I hear you. Double D's in the building. What up, Double D? My 2 cents is in the building. Says, salute, Ron. Everyone here for the overreactions. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been starving to see some NBA or Knick basketball, should I say. And it just didn't turn out the way we wanted to. I think we'd be okay with the losses because, these games don't mean much, but it's just we would want them to be able to play better. And I get it. But I do think that we might be overreacting a little bit. This is the summer league, and guys need a minute to really get going. D-Rex says, Dink, Pate, or Dadiet? I'm going Dadiet, bro. I'm going Dadiet. I liked what I saw from Dadiet, bro. Dadiet, I saw somebody which I thought was a little disrespectful. Somebody called him Chris Copeland on X. I'm like, nah, I think Dadiet's got a little bit more game than Chris Copeland. I think Dadiet is an interesting player. I think the only thing that Dadiet needs is reps and continued confidence, because he can do some stuff out there, man. He can do some stuff. He can get to the rim. He's got good handle. He can shoot the ball when he gets the reps and gets the rhythm going. And defensively, I think he can be, once he gets locked in and understands where his lanes are, where he can be comfortable, where he can move around on the court. Dadiet is all right, man. I think Dadiet might be the one. But I just need to see consistency from him. He's very inconsistent, but I don't know if that has to do with the fact that he couldn't play enough with the Knicks and he got hurt with the ankle injury. And so that took away from, whatever strides he made. I don't know. Dadiet is an open book, and he's still only 19 years old, right? Or maybe he's 20 now. But either way, he's a young guy. So he's a good one to watch grow and develop, and his youth is on his side. So we'll see. Shout out to Darlene Bryant. Let's go, Darlene. Said it was a horrible game. They had too many turnovers. I hope they play better the next game. Yeah, I agree. But one thing I do say that I noticed, Detroit shot lights out. Like, they shot great. They had 18 assists, I believe, or 19. Knicks had 23 assists. So they were moving the ball and believing in each other. We just couldn't shoot. And think about that. We shot terrible, and we had 23 assists. The little things, man. I got to look at the little things. A team that shot so poorly from the perimeter had 23 assists. Interesting. It's interesting. Coach Sire in the building. What up, Coach? How are you? Good to see you, and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Okay, JJ47K in the building. What up, JJ? Says salute, Ron. Good to see you. That's true. Shout out to Building Blocks. He said Kolek and Halliburton are about the same age. Kolek needs to get right this season. He doesn't have a lot of time to show and prove. Unfortunately, that is the case. And I think that if he doesn't do a little bit more in these summer league games and do more in the offseason in practice against this big club, Kolek, I think, will definitely get traded. Because there's no room right now. He's already not even in the 9-man rotation. And if we're looking to, like I said, I talked about it earlier, if we're talking about the 10-man rotation, compared to all the other guys and the needs that the Knicks need, he doesn't warrant being the 10th man. So I don't know. I just, sometimes you get a player that just, it doesn't work for what you need. And that's just, it is what it is. I'm hoping for better. I'm hoping he balls out and does some stuff and really puts the screws. Like, Kolek needs to be better at what he does well. Like, and really just make it tough for the coaches. Like, listen, Kolek, I mean, when you look at it, just think about this, guys. Kolek did not look great yesterday. His outside shot didn't look good. He had a couple of layups and floaters or whatever, so that was okay, but his outside shot did not look good. He turned over the ball way too much, but he finished with 6 rebounds and 8 assists. Think about that. So think about what would happen if he actually had it going, right? Those 8 assists, do they turn into like 12 or 13 assists? You know what I mean? Minus those 5 or 6 turnovers, 5 turnovers I think he had. He's got to have one of those games. He's got to have games like that and show out, right? 10 assists easy. Get to 11, 12 maybe. That's what he needs to do to kind of put the bug in the rest of the coach's staff's ears. Like, hey, that type of facilitating you can't get everywhere. That's what he needs to do. And it wouldn't hurt to knock down a couple outside shots. So we'll see. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports in the building. Appreciate you, my guy. Said, what up, Ron and family? Good to see you, my guy. And thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Yeah, I don't have many D-Rex, but it is what it is. 66 Kimball in the building. What up, 66? Say, can you see Bridges benefiting more now that Mike Brown is here? Yes. Yes, I definitely can, because the style of play that Mike Brown wants to institute with the ball movement and getting everybody good looks and finding a good shot is definitely going to help him. Also, the fact that he wants to play fast and take guys out because he wants to have guys that can continue to play fast is going to benefit everybody on the team, let alone Bridges, because they just won't be playing 40 minutes a game. Now, I'm not saying don't expect them to ever play 40 minutes a game. It might happen here or there, or definitely who knows what's going to happen once we get back to the playoffs. But that's not the goal and the style that Mike Brown is trying to institute. And, also, knock on wood, if we deal with injuries, that could force the issue too. But it's definitely going to be a different style. Shout out to Wolverines 1986 in the building. What up, Wolverines? He says, hey, what's good, all? Summer League disappointing as expected, not very high on the. It's only one game. Remember what I just said. Obi Toppin went from struggling in this first Summer League action, putting up decent numbers, but not doing anything. You saw the highlights when they talk about Summer League guys. Nobody was talking about Obi Toppin that first year. Second year, he was top 10 in Summer League scoring. And he was making highlight reels. I'll never forget, he had that play on the wing from the 3-point line. He crossed over, did a spin move and up and under. I was like, oh, Obi. Just confidence in time. Building Block says McCullar will look decent in Mike Brown's up-tempo system. And that's the thing. The other thing I liked, I honestly wish that I want the Knicks to be able to add another guy, but I would not be mad if we had the light skin duo playing with the 10th and 11th spots. Like if we just added McCullar and Dadiet to the lineup and had them in there playing that light skin action to the rim was fire. I'm telling you, fire. I liked it. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I think I just like the energy that they bring, the both of them together. And with confidence, you'll see that these kids will get better and they will help this team. But they need reps and confidence. That don't happen overnight. So as much as we want to see that they're ready, they're never going to show they're ready until they can play out there consistently. One game, JJ. One game. Just go back to the reason why you wanted Kolek to play in the first place. What did you see from Tyler Kolek that made you say, you know, he needs to play and come off the bench and facilitate? Just go back to that. You know, how can you can't take away what he did in the G League and what we saw him do in the big club. Remember that preseason game where the Knicks played their whole bench and we won and Kolek did a great job facilitating? Like, you can't just take all that and throw it away because he had one terrible summer league game in which he had 6 rebounds and 8 assists, even though he had 5 turnovers and he didn't shoot well. Just saying. He's always doing something. That's good. And that's in a bad game. Shout out to Fritz Alcindor Jr., Mr. NBA Economy Show himself in the building. What up? Appreciate you. Good to see you. Oh, shoot. I almost forgot. I should have sent someone a message. I just remembered right now. Look at that. On the spot. Live action. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Let me send them something right now. I'm sending this link just in case my guy wants to be able to pop in at some point later in the show. Don't mind me, guys. Just thinking about it. Oh, there we go. Okay, done. All right. So Coach Sire says I expected them to do way better. I agree. My 2 cents says keeping it 100. Huck Dadiet still most likely to break into the rotation. Yeah, I didn't really want to talk about Huck Porty yet until maybe if other people want to join. I liked what I saw from Huck Porty as well. Yeah, but I think with Huck Porty, he just just sharing time and sharing space. He was just trying to get comfortable out there. But he was also out there with Diawara and with Najee, and then Lucas Skuka came in. So I just think Huck Porty just, there was a lot of bodies around him, but he looked fine to me. I liked what I saw from him. But anyway, so keeping it 100, Huck Dadiet still mostly likely to break into the rotation. Dadiet still just 19, and Diawara length and size. Give him some time in the G, and let's see what we've got. I hear you, my 2 cents. D-Rex says, Ron Holland shot under 30% from 3 last summer league. Knicks would have traded his butt this season. Lessons to be learned. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still summer league. Even with what I saw from Ron Holland, it's still summer league. I know he was on fire. He looked good. He was letting it fly. It's still summer league. I watched what's his name from Utah put up 31 last night. I forgot his name now. He's wait, did I keep everything? Look at me. I'm good. Kyle Flipowski had 32 and 6 yesterday. Like, what? But here's another thing. Kyle Flipowski. Gotta say, he last year's summer league, not so much. This year, this dude's dropping 32-6. Confidence goes a long way. Thank you, Building Blocks. He said, Ron Glossary. Fundies means fundamentals. Thank you. I get my fundies from Keith Hernandez. If anybody watches Met baseball, Keith loves the fundies. Shout out to Dripmore in the building. What up, Dripmore? Preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community in the building. Let's go. Shout out to Lena Franklin in the building. What up, Lena? What up, family? I know we lost last night, but it's okay. We got one more game to go. That's right. Facts, Lena. Let's go. Good to see you, Lena. Long Island Sound in the building. AA, play the kids so they can be real come playoff time. Well, you know, one game, guys. It's still Summer League. Shout out to HRM. What's going on, my guy? Appreciate you. Margaret Edwards is in the building. What up? She says, hi, Ron, in the chat. Let's go, Margaret. Good to see you. Sha Powers in the building. What up, Sha? One half of Knicks Real Talk in the building. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Go show them some love if you haven't already, my peoples. Keith Turner's in the building. What's good at Ron? What up, Keith? Good to see you, my guy. Tori B's in the building. She says, Ron, let's go, Tori. All right, now I can throw that link out there. It's about that time. She also says, what's up, good people? Bagga Jones in the building. What up, Bagga? See, we are playing with house money. The East is way wide open. We can give guys more grace and opportunities now. No need to panic. I agree. Sang Freud in the building said, good morning, Ron. We live and die with the work put in our by our point guard. That's very true. But hopefully that changes a little bit this year with Mike Brown's system and the willingness to, play as a team. Oh, and that's another thing about Mike Brown, guys. And this is why this hire is good for the team. We need to start playing as a team. We've got too many individuals on this team. Nothing wrong with it. They've been solid. They've been great. They are going to be the best in this league for many years to come. We need to play team basketball. Oklahoma City won the championship. They play team basketball. Indiana Pacers made it to the finals. They beat us. They play team basketball. Doesn't matter who you got on the squad. Doesn't matter if you got stars on the squad. You have to play team basketball. If you want to win a championship, you got to play team basketball. The NBA has changed so much over the years. Team basketball is really important these days. Even back in the day, Michael Jordan could do everything he wanted on the court. He couldn't win by himself. Believe me, he tried. He needed Scottie Pippen. And above all else, he needed the rest of these guys to buy in to help him out in order to win. You got to play team basketball. All right. Cardiac Knicks is in the building. What up, Cardiac? Salute, Ron and SKF chat. Good to see you, my guy. Double A is here. Salute to you, Double A. Jersey Shore 74. Ron, put the pipe down, please. About what? When you say something like this, you got to give me some context. I got to know exactly what I said to make you think that I'm doing this.
Let's see if I know the ledge.
Chris Conner says Tyler just needs to watch his turnovers and he has to get more aggressive. Khalid Pasha says our young guys are but. Let's call a spade a spade. Only NBA talent we got on this summer league roster is Pacome, and maybe McCullar Jr is going to be a career third string PG. I mean, I hope you're wrong. I think there's still more in Kolek, and I think this is the thing that I hate to say, but it's very real, guys. Kolek is never gonna be TJ McConnell. He isn't, okay? They're not the same type of player, right? TJ McConnell's a really good mid-range shooter. Really good. Really good. But he's also a really good defender. He's not the same type of facilitator that Kolek is, but hey, it is what it is. But you take Tyler Kolek off of this New York Knicks team and send him somewhere, I don't know, like OKC, and watch that kid develop. And then you guys are all going to be kicking yourselves. Like, what the hell is wrong with these New York Knicks? Because when you put somebody in the right system with the right opportunity, with a chance to play and learn how to be the best at their position, you will be surprised at what happens. Now, I'm not saying that can't happen for the Knicks. It can happen, but right now, there just is no spot for Kolek to really break through, and that's a problem. And you don't think that affects this young man's confidence, knowing that, hey, last year I played under Tibbs. I know he doesn't play his rookies, but it's okay. Next year, I think I'll do enough and I'll get my time. Then they fire Tibbs. Now you're all like, oh man, wow, Tibbs is gone. So it's a new coach who likes to play more players. This might be my shot. And then you look at the roster. Oh, they brought in Yabusele. They brought in Clarkson. With all these other guys, all of them are playing. So now they got 9. Then they're talking about adding another veteran. So that could be 10. You automatically like, I'm going to be on the bench a whole nother year. That's deflating, guys. I don't know how y'all think about it, but I'll be in my head like, what I got to do? I'm not the best defender. I can't take this dude's minutes. That's the problem that Tyler Kolek feels. Now, somebody else who could play defense might be like, okay, I just got to ball out and see if I can, yank somebody's minutes. Tyler Kolek can't say that. He can't go out there and be like, I'm gonna be better at defense than any of these dudes. That's tough. Just saying, just throwing that out there. That's tough. All right. Let me just breeze through the rest of this. I got guys backstage waiting. Nostalgic Nick in the building. What up? Appreciate you. Says salute Ron G. Don't worry, I'm just breezing through. M Gene is in the building. What up? He says, yo. What up, M Gene? Okay. Oh, look at this. Ivory 10 says smart is done. I don't know, man. I think I thought he might be done too, Ivory, until I looked at his trajectory and I realized before he got hurt with Memphis, he was averaging 2.1 steals per game, and he was putting up around 10 points with the time he was playing. Being a second, maybe a fourth option or whatever the hell. It's not bad. And he's only 31. I thought he was older. He's only 31. So I don't know, Ivory. Robert Woodard is in the building. Yo, Knicks family, much love. What up? What's good, Robert Woodard? Good to see you. Shoquan is in the building. Marcus Smart shot 39% from 3. He can shoot. He's all right. He has he has his moments, but he gets hot. I will say that. Marcus Smart can get hot sometimes. Can't expect it every game, but it doesn't matter. He's not being brought here to score. He can add some points if he's out there, but he's not being brought here to score. D Buckets is in the building. Salute, Ron. I am good with Smart, Boucher, and Brogdon. My first choice is still Coffee. I like Coffee too. No, seriously though. Coffee's all okay player. I like him. He's young. He's got good size, and he shoots pretty well. And that's what you're saying as well. He has size. He can shoot the 3 and is young. Gives us more positional versatility. I agree. You know what? The Boucher thing, I might be out on Boucher, guys. I was heavy on Boucher. I was like, I like this kid. But I was doing a little Toronto research and very inconsistent. Not everybody's happy with Boucher over there. He has one or two good games, and then he takes a couple games off. So I don't know about him. HRM says Marjan definitely getting cut. You might be right, man. It's a shame. It's a shame, but you might be right. I don't know. We'll see what they do. Well, listen, the summer league is all about, you know, showing your worth. Maybe he has some good summer league games. That yesterday was just, you know, the first. Let's see what he can do. I do like his story. I like his work ethic. I saw his video of his training. You know, I like the young man. We'll see. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute everyone. Kolek is too small. Please, no more short. You know, Kolek is 6'4", Animal Lex. He's taller than Brunson. Ivory says, I don't care how old Smart is. Dude is OD done. Okay. Ron making excuses for Kolek. This kid ain't ready. He's almost 25 years old. I can see if Kolek was 19 to 20. Now, he's an older guy. There's no excuse for him not to look good against 19-year-olds. Yeah, but don't you look good in anything when you actually get to play? Like, what if Kolek, because technically Kolek is still a rookie, right? What if Kolek played 30 or 40 games last year for the Knicks, right? And played 15 minutes. You don't think coming into this summer league he'd be cooking these young dudes? You guys make me go make me do a deep dive. Bring up RJ Barrett's first summer league year. All right, let me keep going. Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Salute Ron in the chat, SKF family, Knicks Nation. What's going on, Knicks Nation? Good to see you, my guy. Ruben Nunez in the building. Sad we have no homegrown talent. Hey, calm down, y'all. We can't, another thing I want to say, we can't get so crazy on our homegrown talent. Y'all were just complaining. I'm not saying you. Y'all were just complaining that Tibbs don't play these young guys, you know, especially rookies. We know first-year players don't. How do we know what our talent is when they didn't really play? How do we know? This is the second year. Come on, y'all. I mean, I get it, but come on, man. I don't want to say that. Like, can we give them a break? This is a tough crowd. Today is a tough crowd.
If I know the ledge.
We definitely out the window. Okay. All right. Let me breeze through. Sorry. Knicks will be 2026 champs in the building. What up? Shout out to Building Blocks. He said that Jacob Toppin latch with another team. I don't know where Jacob Toppin is right now. I think he is somewhere, though. I heard somebody mention him, so I think he's somewhere, but I don't know. Noel Villegas in the building said Noe from Willie B. Oh, Noe. What up, my guy? Yo, man. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. And, you know, RIP to our guy, man. You know, when you grow up in a neighborhood, you know, there's certain people you grow up with, young guys that, you know, you've had a good time. I went to school with him, you know, and we grew up and we've always had fun. We played sports and we just had a good time, like no bad issues. I never had beef, no issues with this guy ever since we were young. And every time I see him, always shows me love. And, you know, we could chop it up and talk about whatever. We don't even know what each other's lives is like. And we could just have a conversation and have fun. And one of our guys passed away a couple days ago from the neighborhood. So shout out to Ricky, man. RIP, bro. But yeah, I know you know Noe. So appreciate you, my guy. Let me see. Okay. All right, guys. I know you guys have been waiting. I appreciate you. Deron Wayne is in the building, a member of the SKF Army. He said, good afternoon. What up, Deron? Good to see you. Lonnie Meeks is here. The Pistons have the book on Kolek. They maintain the passing lanes. They did do a good. Let me tell you one more thing, guys. Thank you for bringing that up, Lonnie Meeks. These young Pistons in this summer league were playing like they were the big Pistons. Did you see how they were playing defense the first two quarters? I was like, what? Is this their job? I think that's, and shout out to the Pistons organization from top down. They said, look, this is how we play. This is how we expect y'all to play too. They was playing some tight defense the first half. I was like, okay. That's another thing you got to look at, guys. Don't excuse the matchups. Tomorrow, Knicks going to play a different team. They may not be playing that type of defense that the Pistons was playing, and Knicks might have a little bit more window to get some shots off. Tomorrow's game could be totally different. I think it will actually, but I'm just saying that because I'm not no fortune teller. Shout out to Luke Skywalker Visions. Deuce is the only player that we have that can guard the point, but he's not a point guard. Come on, son. I agree. Roberto Torres in the building said Diawara needs to make the team. He's better than Najee, McCullar, Tate, and Beauchamp. Yeah, listen, I like what I saw from Diawara, but I don't know, bro. We just got to wait and see. He didn't have a chance to really do much yesterday's game. Tomorrow's another day. Diawara got some skills. I like what I saw from Diawara. So I would think that he's going to show improve at some point. Make this very difficult on these young Knicks over there. They're going to have to fight. And listen, I still I'm still impressed with what I saw from Luka Skuka in those highlights. I don't know about yesterday. He didn't really get a chance to do much, but that Luka kid, let's see. All right. Okay. I'm at the bottom here. MIG's in the building. Kolek looks like he regressed. Let's see tomorrow. After tomorrow, if Kolek looks the same like he looked yesterday, I'll agree with all of you guys. But if he comes back and looks like the Kolek that you all were saying could ball, then we'll have a different conversation on Monday night show. Shout out to JM3. Salute Ron and Kolek. Never been it. Oh, wow. Sheesh. Well, no, I don't think you've ever liked Kolek. So I'll keep it, I keep it funky with you because I know that's how you've been. So that's all right. Okay. Randu's in the building, a member of the SKF Army. What up, Randu? Says salute Ron into the chat. All right, guys. I think that's pretty much it. Boogie Down BX is in the building. Salute. Interesting. Fritz says Cole Anthony isn't efficient, but his motor is something we need. I've been thinking about him, and maybe you're right. Because the reason why I don't like him is because he's not efficient. But maybe. I mean, as a bench player to help that engine go, run up and down the court with Josh Hart and whoever else, maybe they might need him. And he is lightning in a bottle. Like, he is definitely somebody who's a microwave scorer. He's just not consistently. You can't call him Vinny the microwave because he doesn't do it often. But when he does get hot, Cole Anthony could cook you. This is true. Oh, man. That's tough, Animal X. He says 6'4" is short. I need our guards to be 6'6" and up. All right. I hear you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Shout out to Kerry Cox in the building. What up, Kerry? Good to see you, my guy. Okay. All right. Finally done. All right. Let me bring my guys up here and get this show cracking. Where are we? We're going to go with the 4-man. What's up, fellas?
Greetings, everybody. Sha, what up, brother? Been a minute. Fritz Jr., Dork.
Hey, how's it going?
Greetings, everyone. Hey, fellas, look. It's one game. And, we're kicking Kolek to the curb already, man. and to me, he showed enough in the G League. We're going to disregard the G League as nothing, but remember the Thompson twins, the guys that are showing out in Houston and Detroit, the Thompson twins, they showed out in the G League. That's where they got their start. That's where they got their rep. So don't disregard the G League as nothing. And Kolek showed that he can play. And realistically, we're talking about maybe 10 to 12 minutes, depending on how long you want Jalen Brunson to sit down on the bench. So bringing somebody in, you have to take that for consideration. Are they going to be happy playing limited minutes? Are they going to be happy because it's limited minutes? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong. Like we're talking about bringing in this guy Cole Anthony. Whatever Anthony can give us, we can get and in spades from Clarkson. We can't disregard Clarkson as a player, especially a bench player, efficient bench player. That's what he does. That's how he's made his living.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, he's a Deuce upgrade. He's a bigger, taller Deuce. And Deuce showed me a lot of people are talking about Deuce starting. That's a disaster, man. Did you really watch the playoffs and see how Deuce was bullied by Beasley and Schroeder and these guys? I mean, we can't go with a double 6'1" backcourt. That's crazy. But as far as that final spot, Ron, I don't know why nobody's talking about Dion Wright. I mean, the guy showed when Brunson and Deuce were down, he showed he could handle the ball. And like I said, we're looking at 10 to 12 available minutes. And at least we know one thing we're going to get from this guy, because that's the thing. You're not going to get everything from every player. Sometimes we get carried away with that. Oh, this guy can't do this. This guy can't do that. We got to think about what he can do. What is it that he can do? You know what I mean? So a guy like Wright to fill that final position, he's got the height. He's a good defender. So you're going to get defense from him. You're going to get a veteran presence from him, right? You're going to get a complaint from him because he's been there, done that, right? Familiarity with the players on the team. So I think that would be a perfect match versus bringing somebody in with expectations that, they want to show out, because I'm sure they're going to want to show out. They want to get minutes. They want to play. And I don't think there's any. So that's why I wouldn't sweat the summer league. I just look at the summer league as an opportunity and the first opportunity in a long time that we can say that if one of these young players does show out, they do have a real opportunity to play, where in past days they wouldn't. But other than that, there's no spots really open in a rotation, other than, like I said, that one backup ball handler. There's no minutes to be had. You look at the front court, the wings. We got OG Bridges. Giselle. Is that his name? Pronounce it right. We got Mitch. We got Cat. So our front court is stacked. Our guards are stacked. So really, the only thing in the rotation that's missing is 10 to 12 minutes. And I would really consider Wright. I don't know about you guys.
Right. Listen, if the Knicks can't, because there's no guarantee, right? They're looking at all these guys. They may not get none of these guys. Because it's up to them to want to sign with us. And I do think that if the Knicks strike out and don't get any of these guys that they've been targeting, I do think they're going to revisit Shamet or Wright. And it's just going to be about who fits what they're lacking. I think right now, looking at who they brought in, Wright makes more sense because you just brought in two more offensive players for the most part. So Wright seems like the pick. I probably would go Shamet because I still think the Knicks need somebody who can knock down the three at a high level. But that's me. But yeah, I could see them going that way if they don't get one of these other guys. And I don't know which one they want.
I think we got somebody that'll hit the threes at high level if we use him right. That's Cat.
Yeah, but Cat's a big man. It's not like you can't say I'm gonna bring Cat off the bench and put him on the wing and just have him there to shoot. He's got to play his role. I mean, I think we need somebody in addition to him.
But don't forget, OG can shoot the three ball, Ryan. Bridges can shoot the three ball. Brunson can shoot the three ball. I mean, we got good. The only thing we got to get away from, and I think Brown is going to bring that, is away from that constantly going ISO. Constantly waiting for Jalen to break the ball down or, wait. You seen what happened in the Detroit series. How many seconds come off the shot clock before they even cross half court?
No, I hear what you're saying, Double A, but all of those guys that you mentioned outside of Cat was the best three-point shooter on the team, shot around 41%. Everybody else regressed shooting from three last season. Brunson
needed DiVincenzo.
and Macau.
Yeah, even
When I say somebody who can knock it down, I mean somebody like, I will give Shamet credit. Shamet probably shot around 44, 45% the second half of the season.
This also brings up like a recency bias kind of thing, because there was a stretch of the season, a big stretch where he was literally shooting like 22% from three.
I know. No, that's what I'm saying. So he probably shot around 44, 45% because he brought up his 3-point shooting to around 40, 41.
But he really, like, the thing is, it depends when you take the sample, because you can take a shooter type guy and say, oh, well, he shot well here. Obviously, in the playoffs and the season, it's better, but he was trash for most of the season.
Right, but he's also coming back from a dislocated shoulder
injury. Yeah.
So I think I wouldn't be mad at Shamet. That's the reason why I kind of want it. I know he doesn't do much. People aren't high on him.
Then who's going to handle the rock when Jalen's resting, though, right?
Well, I mean, that's going to be a question. That is going to be a question. We still may not answer that.
So why go into the season with a question when we can get a solution, a 100% solution? I mean, we going after the championship. So we got to go into the season saying, this is our team.
Bro, if I'm going to be real, can I, like, if I'm going to just Dadiet in the last game, I feel like I've consistently seen better defense from him than from McCullar. Like, more physical and more aggressive, and he went to the rim more. So I don't know. I think there's enough there. People are thinking these guys need to be superstars, like what Ron Holland did, you know? Again, I bring up the point, Ron Holland last summer league shot like 22% from three. And if he was on the Knicks, he would have already been traded by now. You would have seen that one summer league, he's trash, out of here. Let's get another washed up 30-year-old. Let's go dumpster diving again for a rental 30-year-old guy, you know? You do have to be a little bit patient. I'm going to be 100% honest, though. Kolek was epically trash yesterday. It was terrible. His shot selection specifically was so bad. He was taking all these long-range threes for no reason, which is not his game. I feel like that he tried to prove something, and he played outside of his own game. He was like, oh, people want to see me play good defense. People want to see me, like, score a lot. And I feel like it was very linear. I also don't like the coach. Jordan Brink, I feel like, is a downgrade from Dice Yoshimoto. Because if I compare to last year's summer league, and also just between the Knicks and the Pistons in this game, they were not, like, this is the worst I've seen them be coached. I feel like there was no offense strategy whatsoever. And also Ron Holland, yes, he's a higher pick, but he played 81 games with the Pistons. This is the downside. This is the lagging indicator of Tibbs. Like, people think there's no cost. The bench played the least minutes of any bench in 19 years. So there is a downside. Now you're seeing it that Ron Holland, who, yes, he's a good player, he's a higher pick, yada, yada, he's played 100 times as many minutes as these guys with the actual team. And, of course, the Pistons defend better because the guy who's playing with the team is going to defend like the team. You know what I mean? It's not like a complete aberration from, like, let's say, Knicks and Westchester. So, yeah, Ron Holland's good. But I would say, for one thing, Tyler Kolek has probably never played, like, a really gritty NBA defense, which, let's be fair, was also a struggle for the real Knicks, too. Not like the real Knicks didn't struggle against the same as Pistons defense, you know, that this guy's playing, you know, and they called a lot of turnovers. Even Jalen Brunson had his bad games for the Pistons, if we're keeping it real on the turnover front. Everyone did. Pacers too, but that's another one. But I'm just saying, like, if they come out tomorrow and they're whack again, fine. Everyone's right, I agree. I don't even know, what are they playing, Brooklyn? Brooklyn's not a bad team.
I think it's Brooklyn, yeah.
Brooklyn has some hoopers. They have a lot of those new Israeli guys on there, the tall ones. But no, I'm just saying, like, if they come out tomorrow and they're whack, fine. But I would say for me last night, Dadiet and Hukporti look fine. And I would also
no, it's Boston. Sorry,
Boston. So yeah, I'd also like to see more Dink Pate. And I feel like, look, they lacked in scoring, right? So Jaden Campbell is shooting like damn near 50% from three. Got 0 minutes yesterday. And Boali Bales, who also shoots like 45% from three, got 3 minutes. So like when they were really struggling for shooting, you know, and then also there were just a lot of wasteful threes. Like, I feel like we're not talking about, obviously they want to show that they can shoot the three, but like, you're ultimately going to play better if you win the game. You know what I mean? Just by winning basketball is more the thing, you know, at least in my mind. But I think Dadiet played well enough, bro, 10 minutes like that. McCall is not defending someone well. Throw Dadiet out there. Maybe he's a little more athletic, more physical. You know, oh, McCall's not hitting his threes. Dadiet goes out, he hits 1, 2, 3 to energize you a little. The guy, he's young. The age doesn't matter. He's already been a professional. He has more professional experience than Kolek and McCullar. So you have to give him a little bit of credit for that. He's not a European kid of 19 is not like a college rookie. So, yeah, also that being said, Kevin McCullar, rough for me, and I think Marjon Beauchamp is like playing himself out of the NBA. People could say he played well and scored well. Game low, a plus minus of -24, which is like a big outlier compared to anyone else. Right? You could say plus minus doesn't matter, but when he's the only one that's above -20, yikes a little, But yeah, I would like to see more Lucas Kuka and Dink Pate. I think the lineups could have been more. I think Tyler Kolek kind of played a while there. He probably did get a little winded. I think he played like the whole first quarter, whatever. Not that it's a big deal, but
and not to cut you off, but there was a point where the Knicks rotated and took everybody out the game, and Kolek was still in there, and I was kind of like, wow, he's playing a lot consistently.
And I was like, yo, this guy Jordan Brink, he really is a Tibbs acolyte, bro. And not even that, but a lot of guys didn't get minutes, like I said, and the Pistons defense wears you down. So 27 minutes of the Pistons knocking you around, and they were really targeting him. He really struggled. It was tough, but it was an aberration. The guy had 70 assists to 18 turnovers before. Like he had one of the best assists. He had a better assist turnover ratio than Tyrese Halliburton over a bigger stretch of real NBA games. So
and you got to understand, for these guys, Dork, it was like the first significant minutes in an organized game in how many months, a year maybe, that they've on a court and get to play. More than garbage time minutes, so, one game. And we're already saying this guy can't do this. He can't do that. That Tibbs mentality, man, I guess it's going to take time to wash away, man. It gets bigger. And I'm all for, if a guy proves he ain't nothing, he ain't worth it, he ain't worth it. But my whole thing is, let's get it over with. Let's not wander. We've traded too many players away and given too many players away without really knowing what they are, what they can do, how can they contribute, just based on the fact that maybe they can't excel at one thing. They're not a superstar.
I agree. Obi Toppin, Isaiah Hartenstein, so many of these guys. Not to say Isaiah Hartenstein was traded for that reason, but he was overlooked in the Knicks organization as a G League player for such a long time. So it's the same story over and over again. One of these guys is going to be, something one day. Obi Toppin hooping in the finals, which we would have been very grateful if we were in the finals and Obi Toppin gave us that performance, to be honest. I mean, even the hater Knicks fans at that point, if you do it for the Knicks, whatever. But one of these guys is going to be good. But for sure they struggled. But to me, there's a lot of reasons behind it, and you can't look at that one game and say now they're trash. I'd say if the Knicks, the OKC basic core won the G League championship, I believe in 2022 or something. Chet Holmgren, all those guys. And most of the people that we've seen at high levels, like Pascal Siakam, Hartenstein, were also G League champions before winning. So if people say it doesn't matter, whatever. But if we would have had the OKC core, bro, we would have traded them all in one offseason. We would have traded for Giannis, KD, and LeBron and won nothing. That's what we would have done. We would have seen them play one bad game. That's it. Out of here. Chad Holmgren, out of here. SGA, out of here. We always do it with everyone, and we're so hard on these young guys that, they've had the hardest time to develop objectively of any players in the NBA. Pacome Dadiet had for how good, decent we say he looks, he had the least minutes by far of any first-round pick last year. PJ Tucker got 5 times as many minutes as him in the last stretch of games. He played 11 minutes at the end of the season when we were locked up, the seed and everything. And PJ Tucker gets 50 minutes and he gets 11. Which, come on, guys, throw the kid a bone. So yes, I'm not defending Kolek. Played the worst game I've ever seen him play. I'll be serious. It was dookie. Every aspect was bad. I'm
on it a little. I don't know if it's kind of different. I don't think Kolek is going to get any minutes this year. I think including the veteran guy that we do pick up, I think we already got 9-10 guys already. I think they're going to be fine with the second unit of Deuce McBride, Clarkson, and Josh Hart maintaining the point guards, running those 3 guys over point guards together. I think the 2 other guys in the lineup is going to probably be Yakaselli and Harporti. I think that's the 10-man rotation right there. So I don't think it's nobody else. You know what I mean? Unless it's a big signing or something bigger than Deuce or Clarkson or Josh Hart. Because if you're not bigger than Josh Hart, you're definitely not. If you're not bigger than Deuce McBride, then you're not getting in. You're not getting no minutes in front of Clarkson. That's what they brung him here for. You definitely ain't getting no minutes from Josh Hart. He's playing a solid 26, 27 minutes this year. You know, maybe you might shave some ends from Deuce McBride, but for who? You know what I mean? And the biggest thing that I see that's going to probably maybe fight for some minutes and what rotation would be is Pacome fighting for minutes against Josh Hart. That's the biggest thing that I see this year, you know what I mean? Because we need a small forward in the second unit, a small forward that could shoot, that could defend, and could grab rebounds. You know what I mean? Only thing that lacks Josh Hart from that is his height, but everything else, he got the heart for it. So if he can come up this year and shoot better three-point percentage with not being so many minutes on the court, who's playing over any of those guys?
And not playing power forward, remember. He's going to be playing small forward this year, which will be a bonus. And you're right, Shaw. But you're right about, I agree with you 100% about the rotation, what you just said. But in reality, if for backup, we can't go with that without having somebody that can pick up the ball if Brunson goes down for a couple of games or whatever. Neither one of those guys you mentioned can carry the ball, can start at point guard and, lead this team if Brunson goes down. So that's why I say it's important to get somebody like Wright, who's a veteran, who'll be okay with playing limited minutes in the beginning. He'll give you something. He'll give you defense. He'll give you, a veteran presence. And, he's not going to cost you nothing. And he's familiar with the team. But I think that we need that. I don't know about you guys, but I think we need that.
I don't think you're wrong, Double A. I think we do need it. I think that is something, and you're right, because, listen, Brunson did get hurt for 15 games. Anything can happen, and you need to have something that comes off the bench that is competent. I already said I love Deuce, but he's not a point guard. Okay, so as much as you can throw him in that mix as much as you want, doesn't mean that it's going to be something that works best for the team. Now, maybe under Mike Brown, they can find a better way to use him, but I still don't see it. Anyway, get D-Rex.
I wanted to say, I think we have to get out of this mindset of thinking about it, just like a linear rotation of then this person goes after that person. I think you need to understand that you need to have optionality. OKC and the Pacers are able to win in different ways, especially OKC. So maybe some of these guys also don't match up well against the Pacers, but I think the Hawks, the Rockets, one of these other young athletic teams, granted the Pistons, they need some work for sure, but you could see them flash in a matchup where our starters struggle, and you need to have options like that to win in the current NBA. You just do. So obviously I'm not defending most of their performances yesterday, but to have different options that enable you to have a better matchup spread against all the styles of play in the league is valuable. And also they're cheap, so you can't beat that.
No, I mean, I think you're right, and I think that Mike Brown might be more willing. My whole thing, I've always said about Tibbs is I need Tibbs to try to be flexible, and especially when the matchup is not warranting what you got going out there. Maybe Mike Brown says when I play a team like Houston, if our game plan and is not working the way we want and we're getting, handled by their players, maybe then I can go to the bench and say, let me get Dadiet in there. Let me give these guys a different look, a little bit more athletic, a little bit more, I hope Mike Brown is like that. We don't know, but I hope he is, because when it's necessary.
But when you're paying OG Anunoby $40 million.
Well, no, OG wouldn't go anywhere though.
And you're paying Bridges.
He wouldn't go anywhere either.
You're paying Cat and you're paying Brunson. Guess what? They're gonna play.
This guy's Pacome though. This guy's Pacome.
They're gonna be on the court.
He's Pacome.
That's just four. That's just four in the rotation. I'm talking about the other guys. I would. That's when you say.
But look at the guys they brought in. Gisele, right?
Yabusele, yep.
And I think they made a mistake with him with his contract, because the same thing that happened with Hartenstein could happen with him. I agree with Dork. They underestimated Hartenstein. They should have signed him longer term. They should have valued him from the beginning, but they figured, they bet it wrong, so they couldn't sign him. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't sign him. But they did the same thing with this other guy. They gave him a 2-year with a player option, and now if he falls out, we ain't gonna be able to keep him. So,
that's how it is, Double A. Like that, I know Fritz is going to speak about it, but I mean, first off, he wasn't feeling appreciated from Philadelphia. So what the Knicks did give him, he wanted to be here. And even if we did give him a 2-year deal and now they restructured it to give him a little less than the full mid-level, it is something that was done that he was willing to do because he wants to be in New York and be on the team.
I know, but why give him a player option?
Because that's what he wanted.
I mean, that obviously that's what he wanted.
That's what he wanted, Fritz.
That's what he wanted. As far as the Hartenstein part of the deal, Hartenstein got offered more than we offered. Like, he wanted to come to New York for 2 years, and then he could put the fate in his hands. But he hadn't proven himself as a starter. He got his 2 years. He proved himself. Then he got his money. People don't want to sign up long term for cheap money. So, yeah, 2 years.
At that
point,
he was almost out of the league. At that point, he was trying to go back to the Clippers on a bargain. Do you remember that? He was trying to go back to Clippers on the cheap, and he ended up signing over Knicks. So at that point, like I said, we should have signed him to a favorable contract where we would have had team control versus player control.
We weren't his highest offer. We weren't his highest offer.
No.
Oh,
wow. So how he?
Yeah, it was he chose to come here, right?
So
he chose to come to New York, right, Fritz?
Yeah, he chose it.
He chose it.
It's New York. It's just I mean, some people actually want to be in New York, and don't forget.
Right, that's it. That's it.
I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't want to get into his personal, but you know, he is. I don't know if they're married now, but I mean, he was dating a super. I mean, she's a supermodel, so you know, New York, not bad. So,
anyways, he was bounced now.
Yeah, no, but I my heartstrings, my heartstrings. Okay, right. But all right, so that, you know, that is what it is. But let me just say this real quick, because I got 2 more things to say about this, because I think this is interesting. Not about this. This is about Kolek. First off, let me just show this, and I'm only showing this because I really wanted to show something else, but I can't find it. So look at that. The steal. Look at that pass from McCullar to Kolek. Did you guys seeing the thread in the needle? Look at this pass.
He did have some nice hustle plays.
Look at that pass.
He started playing.
That's not an easy pass. I'm just saying.
Another guy that hasn't played, you know, in a long time.
I just wanted to show that real quick. Really, what I wanted to do was show McCullar's highlights throughout the game, but not because of whether I wanted to be able to show his misses too, but I wanted to show you what he was doing, his activeness, and to see that is a welcome sight to have a young guy being as active, not necessarily as great with the shot selection, but it's the activeness that we can build off of. You know, all you got to do is kind of remember, we also, and this is something I was going to say before, who is the guy that we hired? Remember the Knicks were talking about we need a developmental staff? Who did we hire? I don't know if we've addressed that yet, but that's something to think about, guys. We have not really addressed that developmental person. I don't know who that would be. But the other thing I wanted to say about Tyler Kolek, and this is interesting. So I looked at ESPN to bring up Tyler Kolek's stats, and look at how fugazi this is, guys. Ugh, what is going on? What the hell is this? Look at what they got for Tyler Kolek's stats. Let me see if I can blow this up for those who may not be able to see it as well as I am disgusted. Look at that. 2024-25 season, 41 games played, 7.2 minutes. This whole stat line is fugazi. Tyler Kolek didn't play no 41 games. What are we talking about here? What is this?
He might have played 2 or 3.
Yeah, like 41 games. What is this? This is nuts.
Last season, you mean?
That was including the G League.
Yeah, well, this is
no, he actually played more games than people remember. It's just that
he didn't play 41. That's
41?
nuts.
Probably not. Well, don't they mean made an appearance? That's like even 1 minute counts, right?
Yeah, that's nuts though. Like I can't look at stats like this. This is crazy.
Because you got to remember, Tibbs didn't even play him during garbage time.
Like, yeah, with sometimes, yeah, he played a lot of people, and Kolek still sat on the bench. But yeah, this is nuts. What is this? Come on, guys, we got to do better. That's crazy. Anyway, so Tyler Kolek in the G League, because this is like a 0.2, averaged 18 points, 4.5 rebounds, 10 assists, and 3.5 turnovers, and 2 steals. It's the G League, so you know how I feel about the G League.
Yeah, but it's been many games. Like one time, see the highlight right there in the corner, highlights like that where doing a regular game where he did stuff like stole a ball and fed Shamet for a 3-pointer. Assists. Remember the game he was having when Brunson and Deuce were out? And Wright and him were playing the point guard minutes.
He had like 9 assists in 9 minutes.
9 assists in 9 minutes, no turnovers, 7 assists. Remember, guys, he's not going to be asked to play 48 minutes. It's for like whatever few minutes Brunson is going to be sitting down.
Listen, I agree with you. And yesterday's game, even though it was horrible, he finished with 10.6 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. And that was a terrible game.
Yeah,
that's probably the worst Kolek game you'll ever see. Which is
it really was. I'm just saying, like, it's not like you can't say the guy is not doing nothing. He didn't do enough, and there was a lot of issues, but he had 6 rebounds. That's
6
good.
rebounds, 8 assists. Yeah, it's the only good stats.
Yeah. I think tomorrow's game will be very interesting to see how he's used and how it looks. But,
I like for us to talk about how Hakaporti played. I like
and I think he played well. You know what I really liked, bro, is he did an intentional foul on one of those guys that was like really cooking the Knicks. I think Denkis. What's his name? Danish Jenkins.
Yeah, that's him.
He deliberately like.
Yeah, he got some dog in him.
No, he's like, yeah, you're cooking up.
He got some dog in him.
Oh, the last thing I wanted to say about Kolek, and I think this is the funniest part about it. We're talking all this stuff about his development, how he looked in that game, but he's not going to play, guys. So, like, I don't care how good he looked. He could ball out and have 30 tomorrow. He's not playing. That sucks, but it's the truth. Just want to throw that out there.
You never know.
You do never know. I mean, if he has 30, Mike Brown might say, I got to figure out some way to use this kid.
If the rest of summer league he cooks, who knows? But, it's a big burden.
And if they mess up and sign another forward or a center or somebody that can't handle the ball at point, then he might play, because when Brunson does go down.
We said that last year, by the way, and both Deuce and JB ended up going out, and we needed to play them.
Yeah, but that was Tibbs. So that's different. I'm just saying
that even under Tibbs, the universe.
yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Okay, so back to Hakaporti. Hakaporti actually, like I said, I think Hakaporti played great yesterday. I have no fault in what I saw from Hakaporti. What do you guys think? What do you think, Fritz?
NBA player. No reason why I can't get 5-10 minutes, or if Mitch is struggling, Cat's in foul trouble. I feel like in a disorganized offense, which it definitely was yesterday, like that's harder for him. He can't like take over the offense, but when other people are scoring, then he can also add to that and bounce off that. He also rebounded well. When people say he doesn't rebound, like he got some very tough physical rebounds.
Yeah, he had some he had 5 rebounds, but they were good rebounds. But like I said, I just think yesterday was just him feeling out where he's supposed to be. Because these guys kind of Najee looked big out there. Like Najee looked big. I was like, wow, Najee's big.
I will say also Hakaporti had 2 blocks, which doesn't seem like much, but nobody on the Knicks blocks. Nobody in the starting 5, nobody else gets blocked. They're one of the lowest blocking teams.
Yeah, shout out to my nephew in the building. Said Kolek still needs development. Yeah, I hear you.
So what this Fritz thing? You asked it, Fritz.
Yes, Fritz. What's your thoughts, my brother?
On Hakaporti?
Yeah.
He looked active, which was good. There were some cringe-worthy plays, but he made some good plays as well. I overall, with the players I saw, the lineups really mattered because we played totally different. Once Dink Pate, hit the floor, the team kind of got into its rhythm. So maybe game 2 we start seeing a little bit more Dink Pate, and we'll start seeing people do what they naturally do. Yeah, because that's when you saw McCullar start to feel more natural, where he kind of
just what it's worth. Even though he didn't shoot well, he was a plus minus positive every time he was on the floor this game.
Yeah.
I also contribute the slow start and everything to not having the coach earlier, because we haven't had enough time to really maybe had a couple of practice games or something like that. Maybe 1 or 2 shoot arounds. Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm going to be coaching y'all in summer league. Yeah, go run some things over here. Let's run some layup lines, and okay, let's get to the free throw line. All right, it wasn't no real set plays and nothing. And if we want to really be technical about it, it's only 2 guys that played, 3 guys in this and on the team from last year. Kolek, Hagapurdy, and Pacome, right? Everybody else is brand new, so no cohesion.
Dadiet barely played.
Right, no cohesion. Nobody really knew each other, where they're going to run and cut on the back plays. But with the players that played together, you see the perfect pass from Tyler Kolek to Hagapurdy. That's a perfect pass that they connected to on there. Another pass that Tyler Kolek passed to Pacome, where he shot the 3-pointer. He didn't make it, but he got the pass where he was wide open. So things like that he knew each other. So this is a brand new team. Everyone wants to. I seen on Twitter, he's horrible and all that stuff. You know these guys. You know what I mean? Let's see what happened to him. He put a new headband on now. You know what I mean? He look a little bit more he look a little bit more chunky now.
Get the headband out of here.
Let's see what happens. I don't know.
The headband, unlucky, bro. Get that off your head.
Yeah.
No, but you're right, Sha. It takes time, man. You're playing with guys that you don't normally play with.
Yeah, like a pickup game almost.
Mismatch, And you could tell he pressed yesterday. He was trying to win.
I'm going to say Daichi Yoshimoto was a straight upgrade over Jordan Brink. I am not impressed with Jordan Brink so far at all. Some of it has to fall on the coach, bro. But them coming out of the gate so disorganized looking, you can't completely discount the coach there.
I think
they were not the better coach team. They were not.
I think you're going away from the fact that Detroit defense was.
Also people say, nobody plays defense in the summer league. Nobody plays defense in the G League. Maybe not in the G League, but they was playing some damn good defense the other game, bro.
No. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody plays defense in the G League. So that's
I'm saying, okay, sure, yes, maybe, but
nobody plays defense in the G League. But the summer league is different. Summer league, these are guys that are looking to make the club, and they're going to go out there and do. And I like Detroit has a culture. They're building a culture, and they know they got to go out. You want to get on the team.
And it was New York, baby. Let's be clear, man. It's New York. When people play New York teams, I don't care if it's in summer league, if it's in the G League, if it's regular season game, everybody gets up for the New York Knicks. We are destined. We are destined.
Shout out to Dennis Jenkins.
Let's see what happens. I think we're destined.
You know what?
Everything.
Dennis Jenkins was the Sandro Mamashvili of the evening.
One thing that I did notice yesterday too, excuse me, before the game started, they said it was sold out. And not all of the summer league games were sold out.
You know what I'm saying? It's New York, baby.
Yeah, it's true that there was something to that game, but whatever. Anyway.
Yes, as Edwin Inc. said in the chat, bro, of course they play like the culture made this point earlier, but he got 1,000 times as many minutes. He played 81 games. He played against the Knicks in the regular season. So there's a benefit. There's a benefit when you do that.
Yeah. No, it's true. Listen, shoot, I was going to say something about, Dink Pate. Dink Pate surprised me yesterday too, because listen, did he do anything spectacular on the offensive end? No, not really. But I like this dude. He grabbed 6 rebounds. He was super active. Like Dink Pate is just one of those dudes. I like to call him like a guy I play with in the street. Just he's gonna come to play. He just does whatever you need. Yeah. So far, so it's one game. But he had
a 3, by the way, and he didn't go outside of. He didn't shoot 100 threes. He shot 2. 6 rebounds, 3 assists. Well, that's not bad. I'll take that.
No. Listen,
in 14 minutes, I'll take that.
Well, we're going to need a replacement for Josh Hart next season. So,
one
thing, a different skill set, but
none of these
a player like Dink Pate though, 6'8", like point guard. does not grow on trees, bro. Athletic, which we lack badly, and you'll talk about signing Marcus Smart, these 34-year-old guys, bro. We have no athletes really.
We don't.
That's why we're doing this right now.
We don't. Listen,
So
we can't
discount the value of some of these younger guys.
We just don't have a lot of that, and we don't have a lot of roster spots available. Even if the Knicks do what Double A is saying, if they bring back DeLon Wright, that's 10 right there. And that's not even including Huck Porty. Huck Porty's on the outside. And I don't care what any of these guys are doing. Huck Porty probably has earned a spot over anybody else because of the need for his height to be able to back up.
And to me, he won that backup center position last season.
He played well in the NBA. What more do you just need?
Yeah, before he got hurt, he was the backup center for us last
season.
He had some really good moments. He had that. I don't want to bring up the negative again, but you guys, that Cleveland game was not good. But he had some really good moments. So I definitely think that Huck Porty is the type of guy that he just needs to be comfortable. Because he's a guy who can play.
And he's getting pushed, Ron.
Yeah.
He's getting pushed because, he sees there's some hungry guys wanting his spot.
Yep.
And this is the thing where Bridges and OG and these guys, the one thing, Dort, Pacome and these guys can look forward to if I keep, initiative to keep working hard, man, is if Brown will not play favorites. If you're not doing the job,
I'm encouraged, bro. He sat Kobe. If he'll sit Kobe, then he'll sit Jalen Brunson dumbass down.
No, he'll sit everybody if need be. But the more important thing is that I want to point out is that if this is what he wants to do, if he really does want to play fast, he is going, because if I'm a coach and I'm trying to play fast, I'm going to use as many people as I need to continue to keep the fast play going. All right, you played 5-6 minutes at high level. All right, sit down, get some rest. Next guy up. I don't care who it is. If I got to put McCullar in there, I want you to keep pushing the pace and let's keep playing. How are you going to play fast if you don't got guys that can run? You got to move up. Now, I'm a little worried about that. I ain't going to lie to you, because the Knicks have not played fast in like 5 years. Under Tibbs, they never played fast.
I also want to bring up a certain statistic. Hold on, what is it?
But fast doesn't necessarily have to mean lightning quick.
No. Yeah, I know.
It's like get off the ball fast.
Yeah,
I mean, get off that ISO tip. We were basically an ISO heavy team.
Hold on, so give me 1 second.
Like, get off the rock fast.
Right. What's up, D-Rex?
So Tyler Kolek, points per possession in transition, plus 19 per 100 transition plays, 98th percentile via hitting class. So in limited minutes, he was an elite driver of transition offense. Now, I'm not saying that Tyler Kolek, based on how he played yesterday, deserves minutes. He doesn't. But good transition offense, Tyler Kolek can do. He's already shown us in the NBA. I also think Dink Pate had a little bit of that last night, but he wasn't efficient. But
he's going to have his moment. Look, Tyler, as much as I'm saying Tyler Kolek is not going to play, if Mike Brown wants to push the pace, right? He's going to have a moment in practice to show what he can do. And if guys can't execute or orchestrate in the way that he wants them to,
yes, they fall off.
Yeah,
I trust that he'll give them, they actually practice apparently now. I trust that just he'll see someone playing good and he'll be like, okay, I can understand that the basketball tool that this person is, I can find a way to use.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. But listen, the offseason is just beginning. There's so much more stuff to happen. We just got to see how it all plays out. And the other thing too is maybe Mike Brown says, hey, I want to play faster, but I can't play fast like I did with Sacramento because the personnel is a little different. I can't expect Cat to run up and down the court.
Bro, if you're trying to play fast in the NBA, it is not with the Knicks' current starting five.
Yeah. That's why it's a little tough. That part is a little tough. I ain't gonna lie.
But like I said, we can play fast, like get off the ball fast.
Right. And we can get into our offensive sets a lot quicker. No dribble. No, bring the ball up, advance it, roll it up the court. None of that. Right. We could play differently.
It's good to have two different tempos to test an opponent with. That they can, they're good at the starting unit matchup. Well, now there's this other matchup you have to account for. It's multifaceted.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So let me ask you this, Shah. What did you think about? Now I know it was limited. We didn't get to really see a lot of him, but he did have 7 points, and that's another thing that was impressive. He had 7 points and 7 rebounds in limited uses. What you think about Muhammad Diawara?
He was fine.
He's our sign this year, right? 51st pick. He's the one who's coming up.
Yeah,
we're gonna add him with one of the veterans and bring him on to the league. I don't think he's going to the G League. I think the 3 guys that I see, maybe. I mean, it's between him and, in my opinion, it's between him and McCullar. You know what I mean? To make the roster. You know what I mean? One of them, and I'm not even sure. I'm glad that Fritz is on here because I've been searching for this information, and I finally found out that Mershon cannot actually he cannot make the team unless someone else that's signed to the team is dropped, like Tyler or Hakapurdy. But how is he still eligible to go to the G League to sign a two-way? I'm not sure.
You can't because he's beyond his
the years, right? So this is his last horizon for Beauchamp. If he don't make the team, he's out of here. So that's another one that's off the list. We see Baba. I don't think he's going to be on the list.
Not going to make the team.
You know what I mean? I don't think I do like one of the guys in there, Lance Ware. Lance Ware. He's a big center, 7 foot guy, but I don't think he's going to make the team. So it's really going to narrow itself down to 3 guys to make on the G League list and 1 guy to make it to the regular team with a veteran. So we're only looking at 4 more guys, and it's only really and that's only to make a 14-man roster, right? Am I correct, Fritz? That's 14. That's not even talking about a 15-man. The 2 players we're at 12 now, right? And 2 more players will make it 14 to start the season, but we still have an open roster position.
I did want to say something. I'm glad Fritz is here to fact check me. Is it not possible to, like, let's say, replace the 2-way that Anton Watson is on with Dink Pate? Like, let's say we think Dink Pate is better than Anton Watson. Can't you, like?
Yeah, they all free. I can answer that. It's open roster. Everybody free.
I'm sorry, Fritz could have said that.
But I don't think Watson could be a 2-way.
Oh, you can't.
I think he used up his years. Let me see.
Well, in my opinion, I'm just saying, like, if the choice is Anton Watson or Dink Pate, I think that's a straight upgrade on Dink Pate from what I've seen already. Like, granted, he could, peter out or something, but type of player like that doesn't grow on trees.
No, I think you're right. I think while Fritz is checking that out, I think Dink Pate, if he continue, but he has to continue. If he continues to do it throughout the summer league, the Knicks might say, man, they might have no choice, but like we got to figure out how to keep this guy on the squad somehow.
You know what? I saw multiple people from other teams like Jazz and Pistons people being like, yo, I can't believe the Knicks got Dink Pate. And I'm like, damn, the Knicks usually don't get players like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, other people's like, oh, I wish we had him.
He's very raw, but he's got a lot of ability that you could tap into.
I saw a little the Amen Thompson, Sword Thompson athletic defense type thing in there. I'm like, we definitely need some of that. Thank you.
Yeah.
But actually, Watson could be a 2-way. Actually.
Oh, Watson could be a 2-way. Okay.
He could be a 2-way.
Watch out for Ware, the guy from for Nova, who they signed, a 7-footer.
I like Ware, and I think he's from Villanova.
Yeah,
he's got a high motor, block shots, run the floor. So if you're talking about a center to get up and down the court. I mean, I don't see why you can't have a thing where your starters play a certain way and your bench play a certain way.
That's not only it's like a weird thing. It's the way to win. If the whole team plays the same, then it's easier to fight. There's no mix-up. There's no, what do I have to adapt to?
Well, no, I mean, listen, and shout out to him. You guys may not want to hear this, but that did happen under Tibbs.
Yeah, it did actually.
Was it the second year? Yeah, the second year under Tibbs. Remember, we talked about this. The bench was better than the starters at times.
That's like the Obi Toppin one.
Faster than them. That's when they had Obi and Quickly, and
that was a good Knicks bench, wasn't it?
Yeah. It is what it is. We'll see.
So like Shah said, if you look at the second unit, you got Clarkson running with Deuce and Hart, okay, and now you got Yaseli who can get up and down the court, and you got Hakaporti. If you start Mitch, right? So that's a fast team.
I have 2 other things I wanted to say. Sorry, Fritz can go. My bad.
No, I still don't see Mitch as the starter. I just can't. He just doesn't give you anything.
Do you
if
think
it's not Duncan,
do you think they start I mean I know how to put it Labisleby?
Yabusele?
Just say Yabu. Everyone
Yabu. Yeah, let me
popping that name up, boy. Hi,
man, I brutalized that one.
Yeah,
I think Yabusele is going to get 20. I think he's going to get 25, 30 minutes a game somehow. Either he's like 6 man or he's getting 30 minutes somehow.
This is gonna be crazy to watch this year. It's a lot of players it's a lot of players in the second unit that can easily get 20 minutes. And this is so easy to I mean, I don't want to say Mitch, but you can really mix and match this team when you could put a Huckapurdy. I mean, you could put a Huckapurdy in and take out Mitch and take out Cat. Put Huckapurdy in with OG and McHale with Brunson and Clarkson. And run. I mean, it's so many ways that this team is going to be so many ways that they're going to be able to utilize this team.
That's what you want, bro.
And we don't. That's what we hoping for.
When you have all the different tools,
we hoping for.
You can't think about it so rigidly. It's mix and match, and this one with that one, and what's this do, and what does these two players do? Like, there's a million different ways you can play that way, and it makes the team better.
You can't be cutter canner.
No. Yeah.
Cookie clutter, they call it.
Yeah, I have questions about all of these different starting lineups. There's different things that I'm concerned about everywhere. I mean, yes, you could put Yabusele. He's more of a true power forward in there, but some have said that his defense.
But if they're not going to consider Kolek, they're still in need. If Brunson goes down for any extended period of time, a ball handler that can start.
I mean, I do want to say, also to these guys' points, Jordan Clarkson and Yabusele are not perfect players. I'm sure Jordan Clarkson will have bad games this season, and I guarantee you'll get more grace probably for that messed up game that counts more than the bad Kolek game we just saw. Which is not to excuse it; it is bad, but the people that they're playing for playing time against are not perfect players either. They all also have flaws. Which is not to say that Jordan Clarkson is probably not going to get you more points, but more assists, probably not. Probably not. And we'll see. People have said he gets cold, almost like a campaign. He's better than campaign for sure, but still a risk. And Yabusele is certainly not an elite defender by any means either.
Yeah, but you can't doubt Clarkson, man. He's been doing this for 10, 12 years, bro.
You say that, but okay, you know what? Famous last words, because when he does have an inevitable bad game of the season, I'm going to come back to this.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that.
Well, you can come back
and
you know what? That'd be silly because Jalen Brunson will have a bad game.
Yeah. No,
so everybody's going to judge somebody.
But we're operating off of one sample size now to kill these guys, which, of course, they're young. I'm not, again, Kolek, worst game.
I look at the career, bro. I look at the career. He's a proven player. That's what I'm saying. Clarkson is a proven player.
But I will say Clarkson is definitely going to have bad games. As a former better, long time ago, like this past season, as a former better, he definitely will lose me some money. If that was what was going to happen. But Clarkson doesn't always have it going.
The last 2 years, he hasn't had really good shooting.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. Yeah. That's why I took him out of I got my naughty list that I'll never pick a Clarkson, never pick a James Harden. But anyway, that's besides the point. Anyway, all right. So let me get to the Stream Element stuff. Shout out to Stream Elements. Thank you, man. You know what it is. Thanks for subscribing. Love to be loved. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the enemy in the bill that said Knicks got punched in the mouth from jump. Couldn't recover. That's fair. Thank you for the generous super chat, Paris Duggar. So our second round pick is the only intriguing player I see. Think Pink got to get a fair shot. We need aggressive, athletic young guys going forward with the size. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you put yourself in a situation where you look for what is better fit for what you're lacking on the roster than what makes more what it's not about. Okay, what makes more basketball sense for the roster above talent
by conventional wisdom,
right? Because technically right now, no matter what we just talked about, or no matter what is happening, Pacome Dadiet looked pretty damn good yesterday. He played well on defense. He had that big block. He looked good offensively.
He was athletic.
He hasn't played organized ball, man.
And he has the least minutes of all of them. That's what the least minutes of any pick.
Yeah, he looked pretty damn good, but understanding that you lack athleticism, and a guy like Dink Pate is special with regards to that. That could definitely catapult the team. It could boost the team. Moments where it energizes the team and the fans.
Talk about the opposite of Jalen Brunson, bro. You can't find a more opposite point guard than that.
And remember, guys, we're not just talking about this season.
Right.
Okay?
No, we're talking going forward.
We're hoping going forward. And we're talking about, the Knicks are not going to be able to sustain paying Hart $20 million plus to be
very true.
Player.
Very true.
Okay, forward. We're going to need guys to fit in and fill these spots. So we groom these guys. It might not be this year that they contribute, but man, don't throw them away. Develop them. This is what we've been hoping for, right?
Even if you don't like them, even if you think they're actively bad, you must play them to develop value to trade, or you won't get any return on the value. You have no choice. Even if you don't like them, you think they're actively bad players, if you trade them now without playing them more, you're losing money, basically.
Yeah.
You're getting yourself a smaller pool of worse players to trade them for.
That's what I'm saying. We've given up our number one picks, our top picks for nothing, man. That's been our history. So hopefully that'll change. Dork is right. Let's build value in our players. So, you get something for them.
And honestly, bro, like I really haven't seen many people say like, oh, Dadiet stunk yesterday, whatever. And you have to think in the context, bro. Disorganized offense, all this, the mid-range game is pretty solid from the kid. That's not something everybody has. And the cutting, the very smart cutting, like there's a lot to like in this player here. I guarantee you also, like it happened in the NBA, by the way, that like, oh, he's a rookie, he's 19 years old, who cares? He sneaks in for a sneaky cut, and like people don't take him seriously like that. It helps his skill set, I think,
But didn't he play with Wemby?
He played with all the French pros. He played against Risache in the German league.
And they said those leagues, man, they're tough. They're tough leads.
Listen, France produces good basketball players today. There's no debate about that.
Yeah.
You can't really argue.
No doubt.
There's a lot. It can't be an outlier, or it happens in a vacuum. When it's so many good French players, bro, suddenly there's something to it. You have to admit,
Yeah, no, that's true. David Smith says, why Mike Brown fired so many times? Why hasn't he had much success without LeBron? I mean, listen, it's not easy to win in the NBA, and also to take advantage of going to different teams and bringing different rosters to the problem.
He just won Coach of the Year with Sacramento Kings without LeBron.
I was just about to say that, Double A. He did just win Coach of the Year with Sacramento in 2022, 2023. So it's not like he hasn't had success. He's also, as he said in his press conference, he's been to the NBA Finals 6 times.
You Yankee fans, you guys would appreciate this, and maybe you Met fans will know history because Joe Torre played for the Mets. Anyway, Joe Torre, when the Yankees hired Joe Torre, I was like, what the heck are they doing? Is this craziness? Because Joe Torre was fired. I mean, from different teams. He was manager, but the Yankees hired him. And this guy turned around, and he was the one that all they needed really was to organize. We have talent. We have unbelievable talent. If anybody would have told me our starting 4 of our starters would be Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, OG, and Mikal Bridges, I'd have called you a liar, right? How are we going to assemble this team? How are we going to make all these trades? Remember who was our team 2 years ago, right? Remember our team, who our starters were, We had Julius Randle, we had RJ Barrett, we were following around with this different. But look at the team we have now. So what I'm saying is Brown has experience at handling, putting it together. You can tell the difference between him and Tibbs right away, that he's willing to bring in help to help him and listen to the help into making his team the best team that it could be. That's a big thing. When you can count on and lean on your assistant coaches, actually give them responsibility I would look at the Knicks bench sometimes during a game last year. It was like, man, these assistant coaches are like falling asleep, man.
Like
nothing to
gargoyles,
do.
man, statues.
You know what I mean? But now, you got to feel excited about this situation, man. And Brown wasn't my choice for coach, but he's ours now. So I got his back.
Yeah. Let's just see. Let's give him a chance to see what he can do with one of the best rosters he's ever had. Shout out.
Say that. The assistant coaching bench really matters a lot, I think.
Oh, well, it's definitely going to matter with Mike Brown. Shout out to Joseph Ross, who says would have liked to have seen Baba more. I think you will see him, maybe not so much in these first couple games, but towards the fourth game or maybe the fifth game, I think you might see Baba get more playing time, because that's what usually happens in the summer league. You get that first go around, first 3 games, you get what is the favorite players, and then they start to switch it up. So I would love to see Baba. I mean, I tell you, man, it's just nice to see these young guys get an opportunity to be showcased. As I said, more often than not, none of these guys are going to get a real shot to be with the big club. But you just will hope that they showcase themselves enough to be on somebody's bench, especially a guy like Baba, who is going to be 31 if he's not 31 already. NBA life is almost over for him. So, that stinks, but that's just how it works. But I would love for him to make somebody's squad, because the kid has some interesting talent. He may not be someone that you could pencil in as a starter, but as a bench player that could help with what a team, I think he could do something.
What position does he play?
He's like a point guard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one bada boom, please.
No. The bada boom thing is killing me. But I like Tokyo Drift. Tokyo Drift is cool.
Just one nice clip so we can all holler, and I'll be very happy.
D-Rex said Paris facts. Dink Pate is a keeper if the Knicks are smart at all. I could agree with that. We'll see. That's let me see here. Oh, I got another super chat from Paris. All right. You know what it is. Follow-up. Style of play doesn't matter with Young. What matters is being able to consistently pressure on defense, the boards, the good hands, and the high motor. That's something that I definitely, think the Knicks need a little bit more of. I think we got to see how much of a difference it made when Josh Hart first came to this team. Seeing somebody who actually had a motor, who would dive on the ground, make some, hustle plays. We were lacking that. But now that he's here, we need a little bit more of that from somewhere else. So it definitely would be nice to have a little bit more.
Well, you don't think we get that from OG and Bridges? We should get that from them.
No.
Sometimes, not when it comes to rebounding.
It's different. It's different. And definitely not when it comes to rebounding. But that's just not their game. I'm not mad at them. They play, their game is what it is. We definitely need I think we need more of it just coming off the bench, to be honest. That's why I'm happy that Josh Hart will be coming off the bench, because I think that's where we need it. The bench has to be, in order for this Knicks team to go far, I think the bench unit just has to score some points, but they got to be scrappy. You gotta do something so that when the team you're playing is like, man, we got to deal with the Knicks. They got all these guys that can put up shots and score big points. All right, it's okay. When the bench comes in, maybe we can get a little breather. No, you got to be able to do something.
You can't take the night off.
No, exactly. That's what you need to be scrappy and put something on them that they're like, damn it, I don't even know if I want to see the bench right now. It's different. They don't score as much, but they're in our face. That's what we need. We need.
Something else that we need. We need Karl Anthony Towns to play like he played like in the first half of last season, where he was getting 20 rebounds in a game. He was playing like a center, a big man. He was rebounding a lot. And
now we may not see that anymore, not because of his effort, but because of the usage. Because on the depending what Mike Brown does, he just may not be playing enough minutes to even give you 20 rebounds. So we'll see what happens. But I like what you're saying, because that style, that aggressiveness on the boards, how he was playing in the paint, he was like taking it to the hole. That would be nice.
And the point that Dorcasaurus made, that's why I think we need to play a big man alongside Towns in the starting lineup. Basically, because if you use Towns to stretch the floor, we're going to be left with hoping Bridges and Anunoby get the rebound. So we need a strong guy in there that even if his job is to rebound, and I think Mitch can give us that. I mean,
also
and rim defense.
Beyond that we have a decent sample size, not huge, but of Huck Porty and Cat playing together, and the numbers are very good of that duo. They played really well together.
Yeah,
I think and we'll see. I don't want to speak for Mike Brown because we have to see it first before we can know. Like, we all know how Tibbs plays guys and what he would do, so we can easily say this is what Tibbs is going to do. We don't know yet with Mike Brown, but I can assume that he will be more worried about playing the proper matchups to get success rather than names. Like, I don't need to have this guy playing this many minutes because we're paying him this amount of money.
Right. Apparently there was some rookie that actually did end up becoming a 19-year-old rookie, if I recall, on the Kings that did end up getting a decent amount of playing time, like part of their co-rotation. I don't remember his name, Keegan something. What was his name on the Sacramento Kings that Mike Brown did end up utilizing a lot that I think first year that he was there?
Keegan Murray. He had a good rookie year. Exactly, he probably got him fired, but for not playing him. Yeah.
Anyways, he did give him at least a real run at some point in the season. I know he had a good rookie year under him, so there's some encouraging signs there. All I'm saying is, bro, look, like JB, McCall, OG looking a little gassed. They're getting, circles run around them by Chicago or some other team. Throw Dadiet out there 5-10 minutes. They can't just leave him open. They can't just leave him open. I
also think the Kings made a mistake because they traded the Red Mamba. I think that was a mistake, but it is what it is. You guys might be like, who the hell is the Red Mamba?
Yeah, who the hell is the Red
Mamba? What's his name? Begins with a K.
It does.
Kevin
Huerter. That's right. Yeah, I think I liked Kevin Huerter's game, especially for how Sacramento. And I think what they did was they felt they could trade him to give Keegan Murray those minutes, and but I don't know.
Didn't he go to Boston?
He's on the Bulls now.
The Bulls.
Oh, he's on the Bulls. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But whatever. It is what it is. I mean, I wouldn't that's the type of guy I wouldn't mind having on the Knicks. But
that's the kind of person they need. Like, they need a move. Like, I don't think we're done. I don't think we're done for the summer. But
no.
We'll see.
We'll see. Shout out to William Grant. Salute, my guy. Appreciate you.
I don't think so either. I think we're in a glut. We have a couple of players. If we package them together, can probably get a couple more players where we can make the lineups a little more easier to bear, if you want to say it like that. And there's also that big acquisition out there from it's still out there. Giannis still out there. The Greek freak's still out there, baby.
I'm cool on Giannis, man.
Yeah, but he ain't going nowhere, man.
Yeah, he's
you know what I'm saying?
He's too coy with his talk. I don't like coy dudes. You want to get traded, you want to get traded. What you
Stop beating around the bush, right?
Come on, man. Yeah, they're trying to get move from Milwaukee to the Knicks, but
other than Giannis, man, what other trade we really want to make that would make change the difference of this team, other than Giannis?
Someone who can shoot. Like someone who's not 6'2" who can shoot.
But who?
Someone
who's available?
Someone who's like 6'7", someone 6'6", 6'7". Can't. I just don't think.
I wanted to trade Bridges to Utah for Kessler and the other guy, Markkanen.
That would be nice if we get Markkanen, but probably not.
Yeah, Utah doesn't want what we have.
Well,
Utah doesn't want to spend any more money,
right?
But supposedly they're not tanking no more. So they,
no, he's still there.
No, they're tanking.
I want Rui Hachimura for McCullar Bridges. Let's do that.
Rui Hachimura for Macau?
For Macau? No, man.
I like Rui.
Better than Rui, bro.
He's not, but you save cap space.
That's hate.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, if I'm trading McCall for
throw Connect in there.
Okay, if I'm trading McCall for a more of a standard
shooter
player, I want this guy. That's what I want. Give me him.
Derek White.
Bring him here. We talking.
We ain't getting no Derek White.
I didn't say we could. I'm just saying that's who I would want.
in the style, right? In the style.
Yeah.
Of Derek
No,
White.
because Derek White is special, bro. A guy who can shoot and he plays D. Not like that. That dude is a sniper.
He ain't a tall guy, but I like that boy from Brooklyn, Thomas.
Oh, Cam.
I like Cam Thomas.
The Cam don't play no defense though, but yeah.
If you blowing out the other team, man, you know.
It don't. Oh, that's a good point. And that's another thing I wanted to say, guys. Another thing I was thinking about too as we were talking. The style of play that the Knicks play is really going to dictate a lot of what you see out there too. Because if we're going to play a more up-tempo type of game and we're going to try to score more points and really put the screws to different teams, certain things that we are lacking is not going to be as important as they were before, depending on the style of play. You're not going to, I mean, do we need to play defense? Yes, but you're not going to worry so much about stopping the opponent when you're outscoring them easily. Like it all depends on what they actually do and how they're playing. We'll see.
Yeah. There's different types of defense. Like there's some people who are straight up stoppers, and then there's certain guys who could just get in the passing lanes. Like being in passing lanes may be just enough, and just being an average defender may be good enough if you're playing that fast. Like it may not.
OG
is
good at that. OG is good at that, getting in passing lanes. So is Mikal, you know. So I think the style of play we played last year was put them at a disadvantage. You know, we're playing rim priority defense. You know, we're in a 3-point league.
I mean,
put them out of position a lot. You know, for defense.
I was going to say, I think that's what the Pistons did well against the Knicks in the summer league, and the Knicks didn't do well back to them. Like they got a lot of passes off that probably should have had more, resistance. I thought.
I mean, I don't know. Like, there's who knows what move the Knicks can make? Is there an under the radar type move that doesn't seem big, but it would work out really good for the team?
How about the elephant in the room? Who would want LeBron James on this team?
Not me. Oh wait, let me remove myself from this conversation because me and LeBron don't mix.
Oh, if I can have LeBron for free. If I can have LeBron for free, absolutely.
Yeah, on that mid-level exception, sure, right?
Are you think they can buy him out?
Whatever that veteran minimum, what is that? The veteran minimum? What any of these guys I'm talking about? The Bradley Bills, all these guys that we think that are guys that, and that's another thing that I don't understand. If you get bought out off your contract, and now you're telling me that you could go to another team and get another contract for 3 years, $150 million, and you just got bought out?
Yeah,
isn't that something wrong with that or something like that?
Well, no, you can't really do that.
Right. You can only sign for maybe the maximum of what you didn't get paid out, right?
I don't know if there's any limitation. I don't see if there's any limitation.
You can get paid more, but ultimately, the other team will have to pay the other team the amount, the difference.
So they would have to pay the difference.
I think they usually pays like the difference.
All right, okay.
It's kind of weird. It depends on the contract. It depends on the contract. But
do they subtract it like from your balance? Say you were making $40 million a year, and you were
a lot of times they're not going to offer you, like, if you had a 2-year contract, they don't get one big check. Like since he had like if Bradley Beal had 2 years at $20 million, he still gets paid every 2 weeks, like he was still there. You know what I mean? So like,
he's still getting paid like he's on the books. Then that's what
he's still getting paid like he's on the books. So like, somebody else is not gonna pay you 30 that you now that you're off that.
Right.
A lot of times, yeah. So yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Teams are gonna want a deal.
Yeah. So for 2 years, like, yeah, he's gonna get a cheap deal. Like nobody's gonna be paying him more than $5 million or vet minimum. Like nobody's going about that.
At least for that first year.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, because it would be the same thing. It would be the same thing like what who's my example? Kelly Oubre. The Kelly Oubre went to Philadelphia after making $14 million the previous season and signed over there for I think $2 million or less than $2 million, whatever. It was something around there. And then the next year they gave him a contract where he could make more money. But as Fritz was saying, yeah, if you're already on, like somebody like who's the perfect example will be Dame Dollars, right? Because we already know he's owed $20 million for the next few years. So if he decides to play basketball this year, like sign with a team or just sit out, the following year when he can sign a free agent deal, according to what Fritz is saying, like they would have to factor the money that he's already supposed to be getting, I guess, with the old team into the contract, so that it somehow he's not getting $20 million two different places.
Right. That's what I was trying to. All right. Thank you. Okay. That clears it up for me because that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking all these guys that get ready to get bought out. Only contracts you really can get is these little non-taxable contracts, these small market contracts, these contracts that are only vet minimums and all that stuff, so you don't get dinged twice. So all right, so that makes sense to me then, because I'm like, if that's the case, if he get bought out, why he can't go over here and get paid $15 million for 2 years for the remaining amount of money that he would have got from the other team? But it makes sense that he has to go pay the other team back first.
Yeah, but like,
so he can get the money.
Yeah, everybody pretty much spent their money. Everybody, I think only like Brooklyn has money left.
Yeah,
so, I there's no money to be gotten from anybody. So like they're just looking for minimums and looking for the right situation. That's just basically it.
Yeah, I mean that's we'll see what happens. I mean, we're talking about all this, but there's still guys out there, and we don't know what they're gonna do, what the Knicks will do with this last veteran contract. I mean, it still could be Ben Simmons, guys. We never know. We don't know. Don't know. You never know.
He's a ball handler.
He's something. He is something. It's a shame, man. It's a shame.
I just think Deion Wright would be like the best choice.
No, I hear you.
Just because it won't take nothing. We won't have to give up nothing for him, and you know what I mean. He's just familiar with the team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about Ben Simmons, Fritz? I don't think I had a chance to talk to you about him at all.
Like I've been a person who's been pushing it just for the defensive like versatility. Usually right now, like when you want to have a defensive lineup, you have McCall and OG in there, and McCall gets the smaller player, and OG gets the bigger player. Now, if you add Ben Simmons to the equation, you have options. Maybe I don't want McCall on that one guy. Ben Simmons can play from 1 to 5. So if you're just someone you don't want McCall on, that's who you put Ben Simmons on. Or OG plays better on one other player. You switch OG and Ben Simmons. So it just makes it a whole lot more versatile. And he also creates a lot of open 3-pointers. I'm not disillusioned. I'm not the person who's gonna say, "Oh, he's gonna come here and he's gonna become his old self." No, he's someone you could play 10, 15 minutes, and he makes probably McCall's job easier, makes OG's job easier on defense.
And like you said, we're not expecting him to play 38 minutes or score 20 points a game.
I like Simmons as well. I like Simmons as well, but even with Simmons, I don't even see him getting those minutes that we're talking about right now. And then because who is he getting minutes over? Is he getting minutes over Josh Hart? Is he getting minutes over Clarkson? Or is he getting minutes over Deuce?
Remember, now this is a clean slate. Another thing now that we got away from this Tom Thibodeau favorite Tibbs, I'm a Tibbs guy type thing. You know, I think all chips are down. I think, like Aaron said, Brown is going to play a lineup that he's on a hot seat. He got to win. So in that case, he's going to play he's going to play who he's going to think is going to help him win.
Right.
And I don't think the name got to be Hart or
game
whoever.
adjustment. Okay.
Like the thing about Mike Brown, and I'll let you go, Fritz. I don't want to cut you off. The thing about Mike Brown is, from what I've seen, what I know of him, is that he is going to continue to play what works. But for whatever reason, when something don't work, he will tinker with it. It's not that he's going to go away from it totally, but he'll change something up. So we'll see. Go ahead, Fritz.
Yeah. One thing like Ben Simmons does really well is defend like small guys. So like you had a matchup like Cade, and nobody could stop Cade for nothing. Like that's where you put Ben Simmons. Like I'm gonna put Ben Simmons on Cade, and on offense, I'm gonna have somebody else bring the ball up and initiate offense. Like, you know what I mean? Can I slow this player down? Because you put a 6'10" guy on someone who's 6'5", like Ben Simmons, absolutely. Because we've seen him, like he locked RJ down. He locked Brunson up at times too. So like, if you need to slow somebody down for 5 minutes, if you need to buy 5 minutes, that's someone you can put in the game.
Now that makes sense. Damn it. I don't know. Somebody probably watched this on the replay game. Like, what the hell just happened to Ron? I just freaked out for a second. My wife got one of them face masks on and scared the hell out of me. Like, what is? Anyway, yeah. So I think that all right. So let me ask you guys this. Do you think that? So, to this kind of goes to Double A's thing. Double A's more very concerned about ball handling and who can pick up the pace for the Knicks, especially if Brunson is down or even coming off the bench, right? But if Mike Brown's style is not now, because I keep saying fast, but I don't want it to be misconstrued like it's all about playing fast. It's not just
7 seconds or less.
Yeah, it's not just moving, it's also motion, right? And moving the ball. So if you move the ball a lot, does it really matter if you don't have the best floor general facilitator out there? Because if the ball's constantly moving, if it's not sticking, you will come playoff time. You look at the series against Detroit. That killed us, man. I mean, by the time Brunson got the ball over the half court line, 9 seconds was off the shot clock. So we were at a disadvantage right away. And he can't do that all game long. So you need somebody that can take that pressure off him and take some of that responsibility. That's a good point. What do you think about that, Fritz?
Yeah, second ball handler is important. Me personally, I don't mind taking a little risk. Taking a little risk at that 2-guard spot. So I wouldn't mind putting a young player at that position who just won't have a priority. Like we're not running plays for you, but we need you to take some of the ball handling responsibilities.
Yeah, that's fair. What about you, Shah? What do you think about that?
I kind of think if there's not a major move being done, I think this is pretty much what the team is going to be. I don't think there's going to be much of a move because there's no money to be made unless there is a trade to be done. I just don't think it's that much more money to be done. If they give Ben Simmons I don't think they're going to get Ben Simmons. I think Ben Simmons is going to demand too much minutes. You know what I mean?
More money.
Yeah, probably that too. So I don't think they're going to get him. I mean, unless he wants to come here, I don't think we're going to get Bale and all these other guys out there. I think it's going to be something simple. If it's not DeLon Wright, then it's probably going to be Shamuth and pick up one of these young guys, Muhammad, and let's roll. You know what I mean? Because I don't think they will bring somebody else here to disrupt the second unit for what we already got now, even though it's not nothing there. But you do have you made a move to get Clarkson over here, and you got Deuce. That's a staple here. And now Josh Hart is coming from a starting role back to the bench, where he electrified everybody when he was coming off the bench 2 years ago. Not so much last year in spurts, but I think he got a little worn down towards the season got to the end. So I don't think who you're gonna bring here that's gonna be better than those guys. You're not gonna bring a power forward in here to go over Yabusele, Yabo, because you just bring him here. You want to see what he can do. We already know what he is. He's a veteran. Maybe a center, if they're looking for a center, maybe because of Hakapurdy, because of the meniscus, was it the meniscus? I think it was the meniscus that he tore. Maybe they might want to have a backup for him, even though we do have a backup in Mitch and Cat and Yabusele. And Yabo, but maybe they want another man for him. But aside from that, man, I think the lineup is set for where it is right now. We get a veteran guy that's going to sit the bench, and if somebody get hurt or something like that, then we might need him for about 4 or 5 games, and let the young boy come in here. He'll play in the G League, but he'll be more on the bench, and maybe in garbage time we could put him and Kolek and Pacome out there all together. I believe this year that the team will excel by the third quarter, that they will have maybe. If the way it's projected, these guys could be up by 17 to 19 points going into the third quarter. And from the halftime, I think we will see some of these younger guys that we talk about, Kolek and all this stuff, because by the end of the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter, maybe we'll have a lead of 20-something points or 18 to 22 points where we can let these guys go in there and burn some minutes and do some stuff like that to see where they're at. Like, we get the fire starters in there, the defensive second unit in there, and then the bench players can come in there and sporadically take the last 9 to 12 minutes at the end of the game.
That sounds like a plan. So I could agree with that. Do you think that that maybe the other thing too is, as Knicks fans, we got to get used to, and I'm not saying reinventing the wheel, but do we have to get used to maybe the Knicks playing a different style? Different basketball than we used to. You know what I mean? Like guys, like what we expect from Jalen Brunson to be a little different. Like I kind of think Jalen Brunson's overall offense is going to take a back seat a little bit. I think the points, him averaging 26 points, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think
it's going to be so ball heavy.
Yeah,
ISO with him.
Yeah, I believe he's going to be more so around 22 points, but I think his assists will be. I think he'll be double assist this year. I think he'll average 9 to 11 assists this year, because I think if in the rotations they running more fluent rotations or getting the ball up court quicker, shooting the ball a little bit more faster, shooting a little bit more 3-point shots, so the passes are going to make a difference to get it to the open shots. And if you hit the pass with a man that's open that can knock down the shot you just mentioned, Bridges 40%, OG 40%, Cat 40%, Brunson 40%. Only person in the starting unit that's not a 40% 3-point shooter is Mitchell Robinson, but he should be that primarily the one that's grabbing all the rebounds for us when we shooting these high volumes of 3-point shots. One of the things I thought last season in the playoffs, is Cat didn't shoot enough 3-pointers for me. I wanted Cat to shoot 8, 10, 12 3-pointers, and because of his percentages. His percentages told me that he needed to shoot more than 5 a game. He needed to shoot 8 or better to make up the scoring and stuff like that. So I think that'll be more evident this year.
But the problem was when he went out to shoot, then we didn't have nobody rebounding. Shaw. That was a problem. Until Mitch came back, we didn't have anybody
That's what
rebounding.
we're gonna have that problem this year too. Then because I think Cat's gonna shoot about 10. I think he's gonna shoot about 10 a game, easy.
That's why I think they need to start a traditional power forward or start Mitch. They need somebody that's gonna rebound.
I mean, I think the lineup is, I think it's going to be Mitch. I think because of the way they're going to set up in the dunking position. Because now with Mike Brown, I believe that he's going to have these guys pushing the pace towards the basket. I think they're going to be more bully ball type of mentality, and I think that they'll be looking for Mitch off of the cut. If you space Mitch is not Josh Hart. In the sense of if Mitch is in the dunking position, you're going to put a body on Mitch. You're not going to leave Mitch alone. You know what I mean? Not like if you got not like if you have Josh Hart on the 3-point percentage, you're going to leave him out there, and then you're going to double team off of everybody else. You're going to switch, double. You know what I mean? So that makes a difference. And I think if we start driving the ball a little bit, you'll see more players double team Cat or double team Brunson where Mitchell Robinson can get now 8 to 10, 12 points a game, you know what I mean? With about 8 to 10, 12 rebounds a game.
Just by being in the dunker spot.
Right, just by being in the dunker spot. You know what I mean?
Remember, he's one of, if not the best offensive rebounder in the game.
Yes. So, if he could get some cohorts like him and RJ had going to the basket when RJ would look for him, like if Mikal can get that corroborate with him going to the basket, Mitch will easily have a double-double this year. Easy double-double. Not even no big 10 and 10. And I mean, his average may be 9 points and 11 rebounds or something like that. I'm with that.
Another player who's good with lobs, don't underestimate, is Jalen. Jalen is good at that. I've seen him give up some pretty decent lobs.
Yeah, he just, for whatever reason, just doesn't throw them a lot.
Yeah,
but he can. So, and I wanted to say to Shah, unfortunately, the only thing that I would say that has changed of what you said, and maybe it can change back in the right direction, is the 3-point shooting. I mean, I did mention before that did take a downturn. I mean, Jalen Brunson was shooting 40% from 3 last year. This year he shot 38. OG was shooting 40% last year. This year he shot 37. McCall was shooting 39% last year, or 38.5, and then he was shooting 40% from the corner. This year he shot 35. So the 3-point, I'm just saying, like when people say the 3-point shooting is just not as good as it was, it's not bad, it's just not as good as it was. Just wanted to throw that out there. But we still could be okay. And I think that, we'll be fine. And especially if we move the ball better, create better offensive opportunities, keep guys fresh, I definitely think you can see the Knicks make up for whatever they're lacking in offense and kind of get away from the whole idea that you got to play 5 out. You just have to play smart basketball and put your team in good positions to score baskets. The easier, the better. I think we got a little caught up in the 5 out thing. And that's part of the reason why the Knicks went away from it. And Tom Thibodeau kind of went back into the general way of running the Knicks offense. We saw 2 months of some really interesting basketball, some blowouts, some 140-point games. But then Tom Thibodeau saw that his defense was struggling. And the more we kept doing it, it was struggling more and more. And then he said, what am I going to do now? And that's why we switched up. It wasn't no injuries. We were fairly healthy most of the year. It was just he started to notice that his style of play, his style of defense was not being as effective as it was before. And that's the reason why under Tom Thibodeau, I don't expect any team to really play fast. It's got to be slower paced. He needs to set up his offenses. There's got to be, change of possessions type stuff to slow things down so he can get in his defense. But
I saw.
It has to happen. What's good, Jay Chosen in the building? What's popping, my people, and blessings? Good to see you, my guy. And shout out to Rasul. Yes. Shout out to Rasul Thomas as well. Appreciate you. So Was there anything else that you expected from the summer league that maybe didn't happen that you want to see in tomorrow's game?
What are you talking about, Willis?
I don't know. I don't know.
No. Because like I said, it was one game, man. You know what I mean? The first game of these guys all playing together. Period. The first game of these guys in this position. You know what I mean? And I expect better games from everybody. The next game, Sunday, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
tomorrow.
they play tomorrow. I expect a better game from them. And it's no pressure, man. I think the one guy, and I've seen it in his game that's playing like, he's playing for something is Hakaporti. Because, he's got a couple of big guys that they brought in who can push for minutes. And he can justify maybe Brown starting Mitch because he's got a backup in Hakaporti, right? Because if he feels like he doesn't have a sufficient backup, if he starts Mitch and Cat, then he's not going to play Mitch and Cat together, right? So knowing he has a good backup center will give him options, So I like Hakaporti. I thought, like I said, he won the backup center role last year under Tibbs, which is not easy to do for a rookie. And before he got hurt, he was a backup center, and I think he can do it this year. Unless one of these other guys just blows him out of the water.
That's fair. I could agree with that. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thanks for the generous super chat. He said, haha, y'all talking Little League. Brunson will be the same. The others can't beat top of the line players like JB. Passes don't mean guys can score, LOL. Yeah, but different style of play and different usage and motion offense does make a big difference.
But Ron, you gotta look at it this way though, Ron. A lot of times a better ran offense, a more efficient offense will produce more high percentage shots.
Facts.
So you don't need 20 shots to score 20 points.
Right. So basically you're responding to Parrish.
Right.
I can say that too, because if you look at the statistics from last year, Cat games sometimes didn't shoot 20 shots, but on a lot of the games that he only shot 15 shots, his average was about 26 points, I think it was, something like that. He was phenomenal. I think it was 26 points. He was phenomenal on taking under 20 shots a game. So that's what they want to shoot. They want him to shoot 10, 12. They want the percentage. We want McCullar to have last minutes on the court with him having a better percentage from shooting it from the break. You know what I mean? That's what we want. We don't want McCullar to shoot. I mean, not from the break. We want him to shoot it in the 3-point section. And I think what Mike Brown will do is set it up, but don't shoot it from the break. Go all the way down, shoot it from the corner, or shoot it from the break. Don't shoot it from the top. Your percentage is trash.
It's trash.
Right. Shoot. Put you in your positions where you can score better. And I think that's what Mike Brown's forte is. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, because a lot of times it's underrated. People look at a guy, oh, he's a 20-point a game scorer, but they don't look at see his shot percentage, how many shots he takes a game. You take 20 shots, you should score 20 points. So putting guys in a better position to score and taking more efficient shots, you can average the same with less shots. What up, Jay Chose?
What up? Good morning. Yes, I said good morning. Good morning.
What's up?
What's happening?
Piece
of Shop, piece of Double A, man. Piece of Ron, piece of Queen Darlene. I seen you, piece.
We here chopping it up, brother.
Chopping it up. That's the story.
So the one thing I want to say before get Jay's take on what we're talking about, but so I don't think that what you saw from Jalen Brunson is what you can necessarily expect. Jalen Brunson is going to do what the team needs. When Jalen Brunson was first brought here, he was averaging 24 points a game because we had another dynamic scorer in Julius Randle, right? And so they work together to figure out how they can play off of each other. 2023-24, Randle got hurt in January, and there was no other dynamic scorer. So Jalen Brunson averaged 28 points per game because he had to. And then we had so many injuries, he was forced to keep scoring. This year, we brought in Cat, we brought in McCall, and Jalen scored 26 points per game. But the problem is, another reason why Jalen Brunson scored 26 points is because he was also playing 35 minutes and needed to be a scoring threat because the bench didn't provide anything. When certain things happen differently in the game to game, you're going to notice that Jalen Brunson doesn't have to carry the load as much as you would. That's why I don't expect him to keep scoring as many points, because I expect this Knicks team to be better at putting points up as a unit. So he don't have to constantly score all the points because other guys will help out this time. I think McCall will be better. I think he'll have less inconsistent games.
Facts.
Yeah, Buselli's going to add points. I think Jordan Clarkson is going to finally give us something off the bench. So I think they're not going to need him to put up as many points, and I think he'll take less shots, and he'll still be efficient. He'll still score. It'll be back to what we saw from Jalen Brunson before. He took this time around, he was averaging around 18 and a half shots from the field to score those 26 points. 2 years ago, when he was averaging 24, he was about 17 shots. Mm-hmm. So I just think that it's going to blend in and fall in line the way it's supposed to. Now, if something happens, that's different. But the way it's supposed to is that guys are going to contribute this time around, so he won't have to do as much.
Right, and if he needs to jump in there and give you a 40-point game that night, we all know he can well do that at any given night out there. But the percentages is what we want better from the team. I think with Mike Brown playing a team defense last year, not so much structure around defense. Of course, we have to have defense, but I think this team is going to be really reiterated on offensive preference this year because of what we had last year. Now, if we could get 11 points from Yabu and 11 points from Clarkson, that's already more points than we had all last year. 22 points. If we get 11 points from one of those guys, that's better. I think our average in the bench was like 8 points last year. So if we could get anything close to that, I think we'd be in good standing. So last year we averaged about 100 points a game. If we get 20 points from our bench,
basically,
right? If we get 20 points from our bench a night, man, we rolling with rush right now.
Right. And you know what? I'm going to say this, man. I expect that it's going to be completely different because the fact of the matter is that I can remember clearly, even with Shaw and stuff saying, all right, if he could get 5 from this guy and 5 from this guy and 5 from that guy and 5, that's not what we're supposed to be looking for from the bench. We want one guy who's going to come in and give you 12, 14. Another guy, like he said, 11 or 11. I'm taking that no matter what, because that's what we were getting out of 3 people. We were getting, because basically they were only using 2 or 3 people. We were getting 11 points. Right? We weren't even getting 22 points. We're getting 11. We kept saying if he played an 8-9 roster, then we were to get 20 extra points. Our 100 points that we averaged came from the starting unit. Most of that. The only other points we got came from, I'm going to call him Miles until he earns back Deuce. All right? That because the regression in all of it was really tough. But I think we also saw Jalen change his game started to change his game last year already because we brought in Cat.
Yes.
And he had to become more of a facilitator, more of a less of those 40-point games that he could do on any given night. But it also, and sometimes if you watch it during the year, because of him changing his game, sometimes we watch Jalen make some mistakes that we hadn't seen in the past because he was transforming his game, if that makes some sense. That he was transforming his game into that. Well, I think he went from like 5.5 or 6 to like 7.5 assists, and still getting his points, but becoming a point guard. Where I always said he's a combo guard. Now we got a Clarkson. I think that's a 6th man right there, and you add Hart back to the bench. I mean, I can't see it going wrong, and fine, and with those, and if you're not playing double big man, this Yabusele signing to me is one of the most underrated signing in all of basketball, and I'm super excited to see this dude get busy because he's the strong dude that Precious couldn't be. He's the dude that we were looking for that could be, the guy who comes in the backup 4 where maybe Bridges takes the break. Bridges not playing 40 minutes this year on a constant basis ever again. In my estimation, hopefully with Brown here, it's going to be more of a very 30-minute, 32-minute, 35-minute type of run for our starting unit, and 20
that'd be perfect
to 30 minutes for our higher echelon bench unit, and about 15 minutes for the other guys, around them. But I see them all changing. I can't lie to you. The two pickups really did a whole bunch for me. Big signings. I like both of the signings incredibly. And as far as the summer league goes, summer league is it's interesting, right? Everybody's trying to earn a spot. You see new guys. Another guy becomes, a possible end of the bench guy. I'm looking at, who could be a future guy, because I think that we already got our guys.
Yeah.
So the summer league is just, I think it's good for our young guys who got no burn last year.
So, gents,
Kolek is a severely great passer.
What's up, gents?
Wiz!
What's up? I had to have my salmon first. Eat some salmon, get some strength up. I just want to drop 2 little things in there because the reason why I jumped on was I want to go back to, I think Ron was making a point that I think you guys kind of like twisted a little bit that didn't quite answer his question. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ron. Wrong. Anyway, you actually asked about, you mentioned ball movement, and they talked about Brunson's assist. I said there are several ideas that can seem opposing or conflicting, and they go together, but then they don't necessarily create a potential Brunson increase in assist. So talking about ball movement can drop Brunson's assist down or keep it the same at 8 assists a game. And that will not affect us because our assist total is going to 30 a game for the team. So instead of having Brunson with 12, we have the whole team dropping 30, and he goes 8, and then now we see McCall, OG, etc. getting 4 or 5 assists a game, where right now it was predominantly a low assist total in the last part of the season and a low Brunson assist total from what he was doing in the first part of the year. Now, the ball movement could cause him to get higher assist total because it'll create openings or spacing where when he does pass the ball, the guy's open for a shot that he hits, rather than now, he passes the ball when he finally gets across half court and he finally breaks a double team, and he then gives the guy a last minute shot with 2 seconds left, and the guy misses the shot. So with ball movement, within 10, 15 seconds, getting across the court and getting the movement going, he could have the assist with someone's hand within 20 seconds and it's a wide open player, but the assists come from 4 different guys rather than from Brunson alone. So that's one thing I thought. I don't know if that's what you were mentioning, Ron, earlier, and somehow became a Brunson assist total thing rather than a movement, not needing a. You said you didn't need a. I was talking about having a lead.
Oh, a secondary ball handler.
Exactly. So without the secondary ball handler, ball movement eliminates the need for that, or even for a floor general.
No. But you got to remember, your offense don't always dictate your play. If you got a team like Detroit that's pressing you full court, you gonna tell me you don't need a secondary ball handler? Yeah,
okay, which goes faster, a person with the ball or the ball would have gone to the air?
The ball, no doubt. But if
why can't you set up a scheme where you say 3 guys back?
If they're pressing you from back, from baseline to baseline, Miz, that pass ain't gonna be there because they'll play
3 guys. You have 3 guys in the back.
They'll play a 1-2-2 on you, and you're gonna have to try to lob something in or whatever. But what I'm saying, if you watch the playoffs last season, Brunson was having a hard time. We was wearing his ass down trying to get the ball, getting the ball off.
No one should be.
But if Brunson don't handle the ball, who
pass
handles
the ball?
The ball?
Pass. Bring the ball up in passes.
I understand what Double A is saying in regards to when the pressure is coming from a team like Detroit, especially in playoffs. The pressure be coming from everywhere. It's going to be hard to orchestrate your offense and avoid turnovers because you don't have the ball handlers and stuff. But to what Wiz is saying and to what I was asking about, my point is if you're moving the ball, the same way that the Knicks bring up the ball won't be there. Like we won't be dribble. Like I got to get the ball into Brunson's hands. He's got to advance it. We will be moving it as a team.
Right.
So it doesn't matter. That's why I was asking. It's different because we won't be giving the team. So the point of the reason why the defenses are so effective with trapping the Knicks and blitzing them and full court pressing them is because they know the Knicks need to get the ball into Brunson's hands because they don't feel comfortable with other guys' ball handling.
Not only that, if you can't stop the other team from scoring, you put in that position too, Ron. Because if the other team scores, you got to take the ball out of bounds, and they can press you right there and take the ball out of your ball handler's hand easy.
But when you press, by the way, is it a one-on-one press or is it a 2-man press?
Well, it depends.
But how often is a 2-man press? What happens when you do a 2-man press? What happens with that scenario?
Normally, when you have a point of attack man, you're running a 1-2-2, right? You got a point of attack man, and then you got 2 guys on the side cutting off the pass. You got one guy that comes over and presses and forces that guy to lob it, and now the other back guys move up, and that's your defense.
Why is the lob the only option? Why inbounding is a weakness? Inbounding the ball is a fundamental basketball skill that should have been developed from grade school. Inbound plays, it's needed every time, no matter what, sideline, end line. If you can develop a scheme where you can get guys moving enough that, and obviously, cuts and picks can be done without moving picks, that you create an opening for the inbound pass, that should be a fundamental thing. Getting the ball in is the hardest thing from the baseline when that score just happens sometimes, right? But let's just say inbound the pass. Inbound is the hardest part. Once the ball's inbounded, the movement of your man and strategically crisscrossing, someone going deep or 2 guys going deep, pulling the guys away. It should be where these professional players can make that pass without even touching the floor. How many times you do drills with no dribble drills? That happens all the time when I was a kid.
But that's unrealistic. That's unrealistic.
It is that unrealistic. It happens all the time. I can tell
you. Not for 48 minutes in an NBA game, bro.
Not 48 minutes straight, though. We do it strategically.
You can't run your offense over that.
Not all the time. But
think about it.
All the time. It's not all the time. Everything is done strategically.
What dictates the type of offense you could run? What dictates? whether you can stop that other team from scoring. You may want to play fast, but you can't stop that other team from scoring.
Forget about speed. Forget about speed. I'm talking about just getting the movement, the ball movement.
You can't get into
speed
that.
And ball movement are the same thing, though. Speed and ball movement are the same thing. The double word speed or fast. Moving the ball, passing the ball to an open player. What dictates that? Yes, a great defense can suppress that, but also high IQ offensive players or high IQ players, period, and guys with some athleticism and maybe some length. Maybe taller guys or guys with visibility, like a Ben Simmons type player. But if you can inbound the ball, if Ben Simmons is there to inbound the ball all the time, or if you let McCall or someone with high IQ passing skills inbound the ball, there's no defense that can shut down completely unless you're like super, like all Kawhi Leonard type players on defense can shut down the opportunity to get the ball inbound.
Unless the inbound is throwing the ball over everybody down to the other side of the court, they can stop you.
It's possible. Again, I'm not saying do this 24/7, 48 minutes a game. I'm saying do this.
They don't even have to guard the inbounder, Wiz.
I understand. So in that case,
how can you run an offense based on that as being?
Okay, but the ball.
You need somebody that can penetrate. You still need a point guard, bro. That's what I'm saying.
So you say the ball, if they don't defend the inbounder, the other 4 or 5 guys try to stop the ball getting inbounded, but somehow the Knicks always get the ball inbounded, but they try to get to Brunson. So let's try to forget about Brunson for a second. Let's play a game where we just want to get the ball inbounded. Can that be done consistently by an NBA team? Or is it done consistently? Yes. The challenge has been Brunson from baseline to midcourt. That's been the challenge. Brunson fighting to get there. Let's eliminate his fight to get there, because we know we can get the ball inbound. Let's eliminate Brunson's fight every time to get to midcourt and move the ball diagonally. Try to avoid baseline because that's another defender, and then get the ball up without picking at midcourt. So there's not a defender at midcourt if you get across.
I'm going to end this argument with one question, Wiz.
Yes.
One question. With the roster we got, if Jalen Brunson goes down, are you happy with whoever we got to take his place?
Okay, but that wasn't the question. That's 2 different arguments. One, the question
that's my argument. That's my.
But that wasn't Ron's argument, though. My point was Ron's. So let's stay on Ron's argument. I'll just yours next. And the answer is no doubt what you're saying is going to make sense, and I agree with you. I'm saying Ron's argument was we do not need a floor general handling the ball and control the offense if you move the ball. And the movement is not necessarily based on inbounding. It's based on the mid-court game. Your half-court game is move the ball, move the ball, move the ball. You don't need a floor general to move the ball because everybody's going to come to floor general if you guys strategically and pass the ball every time.
Well, that was the point that I was trying to get to.
Right, that's it. I was waiting for that.
If we're all passing the ball, and I say we, like I'm on the team, but if they're all passing the ball,
you don't need an 11 assist, man.
Yeah, because it's also less
stress and
less opportunity for the defense to lock in and focus and blitz one particular ball handler if you're constantly getting the ball out of people's hands in order to find the best scenario to kick.
But that's the half court game. That's the half court game.
Yeah,
that's the argument. That's what I'm talking about. Was a half court game, or even the full court, but moving the ball rather than have one guy try to bring the ball up and then try to set the play up and sit there as a target and go, oh, we know who has the ball, what they're gonna try to do, and then have 2 guys sitting in the corner, OG and McCall, sit there waiting for the ball, and you're like, wait, what happened when Brunson was out? We actually had more assists per game than when Brunson was in, and the ball was moving. I'm not trying to diss Brunson, but our ball movement was necessary because we didn't have a floor general, because we didn't have a focused ball handler. We had the ball movement where everybody became the ball handler, and that's the point I thought Ron was trying to make, that I'm trying to reiterate. Now, to your point, no question, get me a backup to Brunson that right now, like you guys know, I'm President Deuce CEO of Deuce, Hive, he's not the man right now. Maybe this summer he spends the next 3 months. Deuce ends up, in the CP3 camp and the John Stockton camp and whatever, and all he does is hand little passes. He saw some magic in him and he saw through the double look, some all kind of whatever, maybe white chocolate type passes before he's doing elbow behind the back passes, lobs with his eyes closed, whatever.
Whoa. I don't know about that, Wiz.
I'm just saying, if that miraculously
you just
happens,
turned him into white chocolate all of a sudden, like he was.
I don't know about that.
If that happens
Yeah.
that happens this summer, then I'm all for it. But I know right now Deuce is not that man. So you
Is
are
it me?
right.
What if I told you I think the only true point guard on this team is Kolek?
I agree.
The only true point guard.
I believe
true point guard.
I
Not
agree with
combo guard, not mixture guard, not partially a point guard. The best facilitator we have on this team and true point guard is Tyler Kolek.
Facts.
The rest of the people who are point guards are combo guards.
I think we can agree.
Anybody
with
have
that.
anything to say about
No,
that?
I think we can agree.
No
with
doubt.
that. No one's going to argue that. I think we can agree with that.
Even when we had Payne as a backup, he was a combo.
So the point to both of your things, both of your points is, once we get over to the half court game, it doesn't matter how we get to half court, right? You throw it into one guy. Listen, I didn't know if McHale was going to stay here or not. That's one thing I do want to bring up. I do believe the fact that now that we have a far better bench and less minutes for him, I think he'll have a better year now. He doesn't have to be a fourth option, third option. All that option stuff has left because we have options on the bench now. We have options, Clarkson's an option. This is all different. This is all changed now. But once we get it over the half court line, it should be a consistent ball movement. It's not going to be dribbled. I got to look for a guy. Bridges got to have 22 tonight. OG has to score over. It's not that anymore. We have help. So we're gonna have different people facilitating. I can see Bridges averaging. I can see McHale averaging 5 assists this year. I could. I could see them all moving like that.
Even Cat.
Yeah, and Cat. Exactly.
Yep.
Why not? Especially when he brings it out. While he draws out the center, when he draws out that center and takes it to the top, that's an easy assist, if not a 3.
Correct. But before I forget, by the way, because I look younger than Ron, but I'm older than Ron. Okay, I just look younger than he does. And I dance better. But
you can't outdance him, though.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. Okay, we have a dance off.
Hit the music.
Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't know that. Wiz made jokes.
That was not a joke. That was facts. But the second point I want to give it because I want to go back to that
cricket.
That McCall presence here next year or not. Because not just McCall, but even Mitch. We got this. I think that's a big point to discuss this summer. Because both of them are right there at that point where the best move may be to move them, which I don't like either of those options.
Who are you going to replace him with, though?
No. That's what I'm saying. We're going to talk about that after this point. Because again, my scenario is coming in. I don't want to forget, because I even forget that guy, the dance machine name sometimes. So you guys were talking about actually the center and the way Mitch and I are going to play double bigs or potential like that. And I want to throw in Huck Porter's name in there. And there's no Huck because Huck Porter can actually hit free throws. Huck Porter has a little bit of offensive game and Mitch does not. So now our rotation expands to 10 or 11. And I'd love to see 11-man rotation if we're playing that speed. And again, playing fast, that's your speed. Fast. The speed is, yes, Fox. We don't have to ride Fox type speed. but we do have the ability to play fast, and that's where the ball movement comes in. Because ball movement can create a faster game, and that is going to create fatigue. If you're you're running down court, you're getting a shot off within 15 seconds, you're coming back, the other team may actually start playing the same style, and next thing you know, you guys are running back and forth. You got to rotate. So we got to bring in Huck Porty, I believe, or someone of that caliber. Yabusele got to play more minutes. I'm not opposed to the entire starting lineup averaging 32 minutes a game. The entire lineup, even Brunson, even OG, and definitely Cat to save his, because unless Cat loses the weight and his knees are responding, I want to preserve that man's longevity. Mikal, obviously, Iron Man, he can play 40 plus minutes a game, but even he talks about limitations, about fatigue level and all that speed, all that fast pace. Even he'll be affected. So I think we should look, do we have 11, maybe even 12 deep to play a kind of game where full court press, and 15-second shots on the offensive side. If the ball is moved, first open man, take the shot. As long as you have that skill set, as long as it's not Mitch. Take the shot, got an open shot, take it. Or with Mitch, we got to start Lob City, got to come in. Huck Porty and Mitch is Lob City all over the map. Because when you have players like McCall, OG, and Brunson giving free reign to take a shot when you open and the ball's moving right away, as soon as that ball movement happens, that center is spinning into that lane, and both of those guys have this athleticism to get that up there. Yes, I think Mitch guys put in his hand sometimes, but I think with Lob City, I think he will develop a point where that won't be a factor. I just want to throw that point out about you guys mentioning the rotations. Now I can go back to John. Sorry, John, because I know you guys are what 50 partners. You and Ron, 50 partners in the corporation, and I want to buy 10 shares. So let me know how much you can pay for that 10 shares. Okay.
Okay. Well, hey, listen. I think that everything is a question mark. We just don't know enough. This is all speculation. This is what we're talking about. We just don't know what they're going to do yet. We can assume, but we don't know. We got to see it play out.
But it's nice to have options.
It definitely is nice to have options, and
because
I think
we're not saying we're gonna start this guy at small forward and hope he does the job. We got our starting team. We're talking about filling in their supporting cast around them. You know what I mean? Before we're in position, do we have an NBA starting quality small forward? Do we have an NBA starting quality point guard? Those questions are answered. We have our team. Like I said, I think Mike Brown, the difference with Mike Brown is he has experience utilizing, different players, different situations. And I think that's what the bonus is going to be. Yeah. I think you're going to see more of a 1970, 73 Knicks style basketball. And it's no coincidence that those are the years that we won the championship, fellas, because we played share the ball. We had five guys that played like a hand on a glove. They shared the ball. All of them were decent shooters, right? All of them were decent defenders, whatever, and they shared the rock. They played hit the open man. Yeah. So our leading scorer scored 21 points a game. We're talking about Brunson taking a dip to 24.
And
Willis
Willis
Reed was our leading scorer.
Not to cut you off, Double. I'll let you finish up, but Brunson may not even take a big dip. He may be right, like someone said in the chat. He may stay right where he is just because of the type of scorer he is.
And they're more efficient shots. Yeah. Like I said, you get more high percentage shots. You don't need as many shots to score the same. The thing I was talking about, Josh Hart. Josh Hart could play 40 some minutes a game, but to me, he shouldn't, because guess what? He didn't play 48 minutes a game. It was a lot of times that he would take plays off and stuff like that just to try to make it, through it. But, you play less, you can be more efficient. You can put more energy in the time, in the minutes you play, and you can go all out knowing that, you don't have to have the reserve tank. You know, you got the next man up.
Yeah. No, I mean that.
I like our team, bro.
I do too, Double A. I think a lot of us do like the team. I think we're gonna be okay, man. And I think Mike Brown is Tibbs was very good at getting the best out of the can't miss people. Like the people should be able to get to play. He was very good at getting the best out of them. Mike Brown apparently is very good at getting more out of players that is not so clear cut. Like, don't necessarily know what is this person's highest level. He's very good at that. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do. I think that if the Knicks can play basketball that accentuates everybody's best abilities, I think we can see a big difference from this year to last year just by that. If people can start, quote unquote, if this was lies or just talk, just to get rid of the coach, if people can start playing the roles that they are best suited for, I think that's big towards getting the Knicks to be a better team this year as well.
And the underrated thing, fellas, that I think a lot of the media they missed in criticizing the Knicks for the way they handled, firing a coach that took us so far. And you don't understand the importance of communication, between a coach and the front office, man. It's big, and you saw that, and it was frustrating to me because Rose would bring in guys, and Tibbs wouldn't play them. And I'm like, so if you got coach fighting against general manager or president, man, how can you get anything done? So I think that was something that the media and the press they didn't look at. They clowned us about it. The Knicks, they was stupid move. They weren't thinking. But when you don't, you say you own a corporation or a business, man. If your top manager, wasn't talking to you or listening to you, what would you do? Regardless.
That's a fair point, and that's true. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because it's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
I'm sorry.
As much as I want to say that I agree with you on certain things, I also can say that Tibbs might have been right about other stuff. Like everybody's cooking the summer league team right now, but all you doing is making Tibbs look better. Oh, what you saying? I don't agree. I do think this is only one game. And I think tomorrow they could ball out and blow out the team that they're playing. And then everybody's like, oh, you see, these guys are good, man. Like, come on.
But Tibbs wasn't coaching the summer league.
No, but Tibbs wasn't playing these guys. So if you saying these guys ain't it, like Kolek ain't developed right, this guy ain't ready, this guy, then didn't Tibbs say that? Didn't Tibbs show you that by not playing them? Like, you know what I mean? Like that makes Tibbs look better. I'm not saying that's the case yet.
But what we were saying is maybe these guys, we weren't saying that Pacome was it or this guy was it. We were saying, let's give them a chance to prove us that they ain't it before we just bury them.
Right. But the problem
we've been burying people without even knowing
I
what
know.
they can do.
I hear what you're saying, Double A.
They're already saying Coach Kolek sucks. And he played one damn game.
Double A. Rod is saying that this last night or yesterday's game just showed that Tibbs was right. But in a certain way, but it's a one game sample.
It's
not enough. It's not enough right now to go off of that whiz. You know what I mean?
But if your reaction is they suck, they suck, then just justify Tibbs' philosophy because Tibbs was saying, I don't have anybody. They all suck. Because that game shows it, but it doesn't.
Right.
My point about with you guys is a little bit. Everybody know we acquired two new players or two new pieces. This so far. I disagree. I think we acquired 5 new pieces this past month. We acquired obviously, Jordan and my boy Yabusele. So we acquired those 2. That's 2. But in acquiring Mike Brown, we also reacquired Huck Porty and potential Dadiet and maybe even McCullar, guys who he was not giving opportunities to. Because right now, to us, those are brand new players. Those are brand new pieces. So although they didn't, I thought they did well. Dadiet showed sparks. But I think that with Mike Brown, by really utilizing what Double A is trying to say, these pieces, we're going to see that we acquired several pieces that never got a chance. We had the number one pick of the first round pick last year. Our first round pick played the fewest minutes of all first round picks in the NBA last year. Our first round pick, and he wasn't number 30. Okay, so every first round pick in the league played more than Dadiet did. Let's talk. Taking into account the injuries. But we had other guys who were injured, and they played more than Pacome Dadiet did, and that's the part I don't like.
Well, I mean that.
And
listen,
also,
that,
go ahead.
no, I was going to say that's fair, but the other thing that I wanted to bring up is that we can't say because Mike Brown is here now that now these guys are going to get a shot to play. Because we do know that even though Tibbs doesn't really play rookies in their first year, doesn't mean he won't play you in your second year. If you've made strides and improved and you've picked up his style of defense and how he wants you to be out there, he'll play you. It's not about it. I just think that he has this one unwritten rule that he doesn't like to play first year players, but he will play them if they are showing that they picked up what he wants them to do out the gate. Quickly played as a first year player. Obviously, you know, he's a little different, but you know,
I don't like to put down the departed, okay? But Tibbs' problem was basic, okay?
But
he went through hell getting a head coaching job. He was assistant coach forever. And I thought Tibbs should have got the head coaching job when Van Gundy quit. But him and Cheney were the assistant coaches, and the Knicks decided to go with Cheney. I thought they should have got Thibodeau because he went on to Boston and helped them win a championship. Then he became Detroit's Chicago's coach. But Tibbs had this thing that he felt that every individual had to hustle and work and bust their ass to make it, just like he did. That's the way he played it. And that's why he was hard on these young guys, and he just felt that you have to pay your dues, the old school way. He didn't understand that these players were coming in ready to play, basically on their skills. I mean, maybe some of them, they weren't, you know, what do you say, X's and O's savvy, but based on their pure athleticism and skill, they were ready to play.
Let's stop the rookie thing. Actually, Ron, forget the rookie thing.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me finish my points because then I'm gonna forget, and then we're gonna change subject again.
Yeah, please, Ron.
Let me finish what I'm trying to say because I still haven't got my point out. My point is that there's a couple different things, right? One is we know his unwritten rule about not playing the first year guys unless they come out the gate and they know what they're doing. RJ had to play. He was a third pick in the draft, but RJ also had some talent. And the first 2 years, he actually looked better as a Knick than he did later in life, right? So he was going to play. But the other thing I was saying, too, is two more things to think about here. One is, yes, we know Tibbs played guys, and he played them a lot of minutes. But he played them because they played the way he wanted them to play. And if you do that in Tibbs' eyes, he's loyal to you. You're going to play. One more thing. Another unwritten rule that teams don't talk about. But Tibbs knows in order to be a good coach in this league and have staying power, you got to make your players better. And Tibbs made his players better. He got them contracts. He got them to all-star games because he believed in them, but he played. So you got to think about that. It's a style of play that promotes winning, but it also promotes achievements, and it promotes his players get better. And the guys that do play for him that are solid, they love Tibbs because they got better under Tibbs. So it's all working to his style of play. It's not just he don't want to play certain guys. Playing Jalen Brunson 35 minutes got Jalen Brunson to the All-Star game. Playing, whoever, Julius Randle in a certain role and making him a point forward allowed him to have all-around numbers, made him better, got him to the All-Star game. Like, I just want to put that out there. It's not a Tibbs thing because the reason why I said it is because it's his style. But then you talk about Mike Brown, and people call Mike Brown another version of Tibbs, which he really isn't. They may be old school type coaches, but they don't coach the same. Mike Brown and Tom Thibodeau do not coach the same, guys. I don't know if y'all know this, but if you look at Mike Brown, especially his days in Sacramento, how he coaches his team, it's not the same way Tibbs does. So that's probably the only familiarity to these two guys. They're both coach of the year twice. They both haven't won an NBA championship as a head coach. But that's it. That's where it stops.
So, Robert, I want to push back to that. Is
I don't even think he was the head coach that they wanted, to be honest.
But Tibbs also did this, though. Tibbs did not play guys who deserved to play. If you look back at it, unless an injury occurred, Ihart is a perfect example. He had to fight to eventually get in there. I think Precious was underutilized. So forget about the rookies. I agree with you.
I hear what you're saying on that, but the flip side to that too is
he was great. He was great with established veterans. But the point is, the Knicks, in how many years the Knicks went without developing one player that contributed to the rotation? Tell me the last player the Knicks developed. Don't say Deuce McBride because he's already been here 5 years. Tell me somebody in the last 5 years the Knicks drafted, developed, and is now contributing to their rotation.
Well, he's not here anymore. He's
zero.
Emmanuel Quickly is not here
Quickly was, but he's no longer here. No doubt about it.
Right.
And the only reason Toppin didn't was because Randall was here, but Toppin still is in the same position he was when he was here. He's playing behind somebody else again.
You can include Quentin Grimes in there. You can include almost all the guys that left us. All those young guys that we developed, that everywhere they went right now has got either a big contract or on the merge of getting a big contract. Yeah, they all came from the Knicks camp. And I mean, there's undisputed. Knicks team have put out players that when they go to other teams, they suck again. When they come to the Knicks, they shine. A la No Hands, Noel. You know what I mean? Alec Burks still ringing bells over here about 4,000 years old and stuff like that. And I mean, when they leave the New York Knicks, they seem to keep a credibility and certain things happen. That's why a lot of teams are starting to sound like you heard all the trades that wanted to come to New York. You had KD one. You had you had a LeBron. You had all these other guys want to come over here and stuff like that. You want to know why? Because the Knicks sound like they really good. Last 4 out of the last 5 years, the Knicks been to the playoffs. Last 2 years, they've been to almost the second, damn near the Eastern Conference Final and the second round. Come on, it's a good team. They're developing here. They're doing things over here better. They're keeping things hush out of the media. You know, they're making moves that you don't even know that's coming, but good moves for the team.
Good point.
Don't say we developed this team.
We had to make moves. We had to make moves. We had to make moves. We had to. We couldn't. I wish we could have kept RJ. But look what we got for RJ. Look what we got for IQ.
That's fine.
Look what we got for.
Don't say that we are a team that develops our team. Don't say that we're doing stuff over here. We're developing players and we're putting.
Them guys were developed. We had them 2-3 years before we traded them or let them go. We developed them.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
We developed them.
Hold on. Listen, if we're talking about straight development of young players, it's hard to develop players in the Knicks team when the system is different. They don't play.
It's a win now. It's a win now situation.
Doesn't mean developing is not happening. These guys do go. They are playing with the G League team. They are working on things with the G League team. It's not like the plan is whatever they're doing in the G League is so that they can play on the big club. That's the plan. So there is development happening. You could say we don't develop young players as good as other teams do. That's fair. We didn't even have a development person in place. So
okay, you guys talking RJ quickly. You talking 5-6 years ago, man.
Well, you asked
the last 5 years, Double A. You asked the last 5 years.
Maybe one of them falls in that line, but that's sad.
That's what we developed. We developed them.
But
We develop.
hold
Okay,
on.
wait up,
4 years
people.
ago.
Yo,
We paying
4 years ago.
too much attention and too much
But
stuff.
like I said, if you should at least play your number one pick. Your number one pick at least should get run.
But why would okay?
Am I right?
I see what you're saying, Double A, but your number one pick, your only guys that usually get guaranteed playing time is top 10 picks. You ain't a top 10 pick. You don't necessarily get guaranteed playing time. You might play, but it's not guaranteed like those top 10 guys because they're making,
No,
NBA
those top
money.
10 guys, a lot of them are starters.
Right. But the flip side too, when you have a number one pick, when you got a number one draft pick on a team that's ready to win a championship, that don't mean you're going to play. If my team is ready supposedly to win a championship, that means I already got players in play.
But the way they got the system set up, the team that's ready to win a championship don't get a number one pick unless you're the Lakers and the team,
Well, I mean, you might get top 30, you might get 28, 20. You might still get a number one pick.
But it ain't going to be a starter ready.
Right, correct.
Quality.
Correct. And the Knicks, because they have been good and have been winning. Yes, we know we traded picks, but even if we didn't trade them, the Knicks finished third in the East. Like, what do you think their pick was going to be anyway? Maybe 27, 26? Like, it ain't going to be a top pick. And if you're a champion, we just talked about right now, the Knicks placed 7 guys on the Thibodeau, right? We added Jordan Clarkson and Yabusele. That took them to 9 automatically. 9. And then we're talking about Porty or possibly bringing in another veteran. There ain't no room for no other rookies. I don't care who they are. So it's like we trying to win a championship. If we were just a regular team playing games and trying to get better, that's different. We not a regular team, guys. We are a champion.
I know what team we are, bro. I'm just responding.
But I'm saying, like, that changes how we look at players.
We're like the Thunder. We developed this team. No, we did not.
No, we're not. We're not the Thunder. No,
we did not.
But the Thunder doesn't have Jalen Brunson. The Thunder doesn't have Karl Anthony Towns. The Thunder don't have OG Anunoby.
They got SGA. They got the championship.
But they were lucky enough to draft. How many teams are the OKC Thunder? How many teams are the OKC? How many teams have all those guys that they just decided to play two? They just decided to play 3 guys, $250 million. How many teams can do that? How many teams have those type of upper echelon players that have put in the work and developed? And they say these guys are worth that money. The Thunder are doing this now because 1, they won an NBA championship. Shout out to them. And 2, they're trying to make up for the mistake they made when they had Westbrook, Kevin Durant, and James Harden, and these dudes.
There you go.
So you're gonna tell me? So you're gonna tell me the 3 people that they gave those extensions didn't deserve it?
No, the first thing I said was they just won an NBA championship, and these young players, earned the money. Right, but they also earned the fact that OKC, the sins of the father. OKC's not trying to repeat what they did when they messed up and they let all them young players go. They're paying them now, but they also
to defend Double A for the first time in history. Double A defending. Only I made him because the biceps are not quite yours yet, but it's getting back. I'm coming back
soon, bro. Soon.
Whoa! Watch the gun show. Come on. Don't try to hurt me.
What I'm talking
about. Not bad for 66, right?
That's good stuff, bro.
I'm 4 years away from you, son. I got 4 years to be in the gym, get back to my 6-pack, back to my 4% body fat.
All right, get back to defending Double A. What you trying to say, man?
So, this point about development. I'm not even sure when you guys talk about IQ and RJ and Grimes being developed. I'm not sure it's just simply talent rising to the top rather than development. Yes, there was some development, but to a certain extent, these guys are gifted athletes and players who simply now have the opportunity to show it, and we didn't get that opportunity as much in the case of like Grimes because we suppressed a certain part of his game set. I think Grimes got some minutes. I think Grimes was suppressed. I think Obi got minutes. I think Obi had restrictions on what he could and couldn't do by Tim. So I'm going to say it's both. I'd say, yes, we developed players, but none enough that we're retaining them because we found opportunities. And it just could be an opportunistic scenario why we ended up obviously getting OG for 2 guys we developed. But it's also talented players right here who didn't get opportunity they needed. And the playing style, not even the minutes, the playing style they needed. because I don't know if you ever watched IQ when he was here. IQ, once in a while, would do a sham guard move or something, and it would look beautiful, and he gets pulled out of the game. Even IQ got pulled out of the game a couple times when he did something like that. Even Deuce has tried it a couple times, and you're like, why are these guys doing some of these moves sometimes? Because I think Tibbs is fundamental basketball. Dribble, point guard brings the ball up, dribble to the top, look for a player, find an open player, take a shot. And it's not, even the lack of movement makes me question his style, because even fundamental old school basketball, OG and McCall always would have been moving in old school basketball, but Tibbs had it. Here are the five guys. Okay, Brunson, we didn't react. Make it happen. And that's my problem with Tibbs. He didn't give guys the flexibility to be more creative. If White Chocolate played for the Knicks and Tibbs was the coach, he would play like Brunson. And that's what I thought. If White Chocolate played for the Knicks and Tibbs was the coach, he would do exactly what Bus was doing, and you'd never see those passes that he was doing.
I see what you're saying, Wiz, and I want to say one more thing real quick and get over to Jay, because I know Jay's been trying to say some stuff.
I'm entertained, brother. I'm entertained.
First off, when we brought up OKC, it's difference in the style of how you're going to put your team together. First off, no young player on this Knicks team is as good as Chet Holmgren. No young player on this Knicks team is as good as Shea. No young player on this team is as good as Jalen Williams. That's just, but that's because they chose to build from within. They've been bad enough every single year to stink and get top picks. That's why they have these players.
Can I say something? I can't.
Let me finish up. Hold on.
Hold on, Double A. Let a couple other people holler in.
Yeah, they built through the draft. We traded. We built through the draft. We traded.
The second part of what I was going to say is they built through the draft because they stunk every year. I think that's what people. I don't want y'all to get it twisted. OKC is a fantastic looking team, but they have sucked, been trash, garbage for many years to be able to get these picks. The New York Knicks have been somewhat more relevant. When Julius Randle came over here, we've been a pretty decent team. So we haven't
starting from that point.
We haven't been in position to get a lot of these guys. Now, fine. You make a decision. You go out and you trade for Jalen Brunson. Once that happened and the Knicks were starting to get some more success, light switch hits on in the organization. You know what? Maybe Jalen Brunson, who when we got here, no one really believed in, he's a stud. You know what? Now we could do something a little different. Maybe when we weren't planning, we had a development plan. Remember, we had a development plan. The Knicks changed from that. Once they saw how good Brunson was and how we're starting to win with him.
We never had a development plan with Tim.
We definitely did. We definitely did.
I'm talking about with when Steve Mills and Scott Perry came here. We had a development plan. But the pivot happened when Leon Rose came here. We brought in Jalen Brunson, and Jalen Brunson shut the whole NBA up and all the naysayers, and they started to realize, oh, wait, he's a lot better than we thought. And then the Knicks started to win games, and they could rely on him to carry them. That's when you start to say, okay, well, maybe we can build around Jalen Brunson. Maybe we're better suited to go and put the star players around him now. We don't have to wait for development. We got somebody who can carry the team. And that's why everything changed. And that's why I like to say this, because I think we take it for granted. This Knicks team right now, listen, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. This is for everybody who's watching, everybody in the chat. The team we got now is a team I used to mess around and put together when I played 2K. This is a 2K
That's
team.
Why I wanted to talk.
Cat, OG, McCall. I used to have to make these teams because we couldn't get these players. So I want to say that when we don't look like we're developing, I get it, but understand we chose a different route. We were paying the money, we traded, we getting the ball here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I wanted to put out there. I'm not saying Double A is wrong when he says that we don't develop young talent. We don't. But I think that's a choice. We decided to do it this way. Now this is where we're at. I think
and it was a
Double A's
pivot.
battery died. I got you, Double A. I appreciate you, bro.
Yo, listen, it was a pivot. It was a pivot. We were developing with Randall here. We were developing with RJ was drafted, quickly was drafted. Toppin was. We were developing them, but then Brunson got signed. It was the best signing of my lifetime, right? Brunson, right? And then they said, okay, they go out and get a couple more players. RJ is kind of not doing what he was doing the first couple of years. They see they go out and get a guy who could do two-way
They
play.
get Josh Hart, and then they get OG, and it's
right.
a
And then they go get OG, and then they say, this is what we got to do. We got to start making moves now, not just developing.
We can't wait to develop. These guys are taking too long to develop. We can't wait to
develop any longer. We ready. We tried that. We did that. We all that work. Randall. I believe Randall here a year prior to Tibbs or 2 years.
Yes.
Either way,
yes.
Right. He was here prior to Tibbs. Okay, so he was prior to Tibbs. So they started developing because we had nobody around Randall who was playing well. There was like a handful of guys where he said no hands, no well. People like that were around them. And then we had higher picks because we sucked. And we ended up getting people like RJ, right? People like Quick, people like Toppin. By the way, let's not overlook the fact that a handful of these guys were in the finals and the conference finals this past year. All right, developed them, man. Toppin put us away in the last game. Toppin had a big game in the last game. All right, so where did that come from? It wasn't just one year in Indiana that made him put us away. All right, Quick had a great year but got hurt. It wasn't because he had one good year in Toronto because of that. We just pivoted to making moves because once we got Brunson and we had a star in the Mecca. And then we started making moves for the players that were no longer useful to us. And then once we got the players that were useful to us, either if there was no room or no cap or no money, whatever, if they moved on, like let's say an iHeart, who had his luck was that
Mitch got hurt.
And he got elevated to a spot. But even before Mitch got hurt, iHeart was coming off the bench to play almost the same exact role Mitch was playing, except the offensive rebound was a little different. But he was playing hard enough to play and get a bag.
And his first year he was hurt with the groin. All year long he was hurt with the groin. The second year when he blew up.
That's right.
Yeah, second year when Mitch got hurt, that's when he blew up.
Right. And then he started. And what did iHeart end up doing this year? Anybody want to tell me?
We know
won a championship. Right. All right.
Yeah.
And who was there to play against him? I believe it was Toppin. So my point is that yes, we get players, and it's sports, it's a business. You either develop a business or you make asset moves to make a business. This particular team right now, I'm not a Tibb apologist. I don't right now. When you have a great team, yes, a great coach would be fantastic to have around them, but a great team works together well. They just need to be guided, right? Kids need to be developed. People who've been playing a long time, the OGs, the Bridges, the Brunsons, these guys played together now well. Tibbs didn't have the luxury of this bench.
At least he
Brown
won't.
is coming in right now. He didn't have nobody. He couldn't go to nobody. Remember what we said, Shaw? He would look all the way down and he was looking at Walt Frazier like, can you suit up? Like he got nobody. Right? So like you can't compare what even just the two guys that we got now, and now another year Huckaporty coming up in his game, getting some run, getting some burn. Hopefully that's called development. Hopefully, and then don't forget all the injuries that happen to these young men too. So you know what? I'm really happy with it, and I'm not even sure we're quite done with all this stuff.
By the way,
right?
I want to push back on the nobody.
But let me ask you a question really quick. With the starting lineup right now, I don't know if what are you doing with as far as the big man and the two guard? How are we? I mean, how are we looking? Where is the 4? Where is the 2? Are we playing the 2 big men, and we're having Yes, Belly coming off the bench, or what are we doing? I know he's coming off the bench, but like, what do you believe we're doing as far as that spot?
I don't know, man.
That spot Hart's no longer taking on the bench.
We started
on the bench.
We started.
I like that idea. See, I like that.
I see. The thing is, I think that,
but Clarkson is also a 6-man candidate.
Right.
So that's a tough call.
Remember one of the things I said, that Mike Brown figures out the best way to use talent and get the best out of them. I think that the same issues and stuff that the team brought up as far as their roles, I think that all that information is being relayed to Mike Brown, and I think that guys would like to play at their positions again. I think that I could see Mikal Bridges playing at the shooting guard because I think OG Anunoby needs to be at the small forward. I think he needs to stop playing power forward and go back to his traditional role. And I think that maybe you won't see in the beginning you will, but I think maybe you won't see OG and Mikal on the floor as much as they had to be under Tibbs, to give them opportunities to switch out and play a comfortable position a little bit more. I don't know enough to say what I think Mike Brown's going to do yet until I see him start doing stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what he's trying to do.
I agree with that.
But that's what I think he's going to start trying to do. I think, and plus, if you want to play faster, does it make sense to have lineups that have slower players in it? Do you want to have Mitchell Robinson and Cat out there if you're trying to play fast? I don't think so. But
I don't want.
We'll see. Wiz, you were going to say something real quick?
Oh, you heard me?
I did. Because, I'm
oh, man. You heard?
I heard you, brother.
I was going to push back a little bit on the look down the bench and there's nobody. I still think that there were players we just didn't want to take a chance with them because yes, they were inexperienced and they were young. Actually, but we had Dylan Wright on the bench before. When you look on the bench, we didn't play him until the postseason, basically. I mean, after the first half of the season, I think we had players. I'm going to push back a little bit because I think we underestimate our players sometimes too much, and sometimes we overestimate our rookies too much. So there's that little thin line where we either diminish our players' abilities or we overrate them. Other than that, my only thing again with Tibbs was, and I said it last year, I think he would have done better this year, was Tibbs should not have gotten the extension last summer. And I was screaming it. People were like, he deserved it. I said, he may have deserved the confidence, the show of confidence, but not the contract. I think he may have listened to the front office if he wasn't locked in to $40 million, win or lose. And I think that comfort zone of having a locked-in contract, and you sit there and be like, please, guys, I'm going to DCF. I'm doing well. So I got 4 more years left. Was a comfort zone that was too much for him not to go. Maybe I should probably show these guys that they ain't as smart as I am. And let me play a couple of these other guys and see what we got, because obviously my boss is telling me something. I don't agree with him. But right now, I'm going to be unemployed next year. He didn't have to worry about that. And that sometimes it's an incentive factor where, or maybe it's a disincentive factor to have the contract locked in, and therefore it can be like, my boy's Leon, man. He got my back. Plus, just give me $40 million and 4 years. I'm going to play my game and do what I do. Maybe it's the same thing otherwise, but my concern with him is let him be a lame duck. Let him earn his contract. And I know Leon looked out for him, but I would have let him earn it, not be that comfortable sitting there for this past season. Otherwise, he could have probably been back. Because if Tibbs played his bench, just what happened this last series, and if they didn't succeed, at least he wouldn't have been the guy they thought was too stubborn to change. And maybe he would still had his job. That's just a possibility. I'm just throwing that out there. And that's why we needed to change, to find someone who's like, you know what? Again, maybe Tibbs will have changed this season also with new personnel or with more experienced rookies. Because they still are rookies. Most of them haven't played more than 20 minutes for the year. Maybe he would have inserted them this year after he saw what happened this past playoff series. But it's tough for me to look at this and not see that it's been right on the wall for at least 2 years now that he should expand his roster a little bit more than he's been doing, and he just kept on not doing it. That's just a thought I want to throw in there.
No, and I agree, but it's gonna be tough, right? And that's why with this organization, Mike Brown is gonna have a long, interesting year, because he hasn't done anything wrong, but he's gonna get blamed for a lot because he's replacing somebody in Tibbs, right? And then everything that Tibbs has done wrong, if we see anything that looks similar to that from Brown, automatically that's it. Oh, he's another Tibbs. He's just like Tibbs. Or if he does anything his style and he's not producing in the same fashion that Tibbs is, oh man, Tibbs could have did better than this. Mike Brown.
It took some cojones to take this job after that. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, man. But I think that they're going to be okay. Another thing too is like, let's try not to focus so much on Tibbs, what he didn't do, or what he did do. We'll acknowledge him, we'll appreciate him, but it's Mike Brown's time, and we
right. I don't even talk about Tibbs that much no more.
We gotta let Mike Brown get reins and go we gotta go from here.
I'm saying Yabusele should start.
I mean, Yabusele, like I said, we have to see how it all plays out. There's some keys to having Yabusele start. He's strong. He's powerful. He can shoot the three. He can score a little bit here and there. But like I said before, another thing that you got to think about, that is something that's going to come up. I don't care how we want to look at it. Yabusele is not the greatest defender. You talk about him in.
Let's say yet, because anybody that comes to the New York Knicks somehow, some way, everyone talks about Jalen Brunson not being a great defender. He's not a top 10 defender, not at all. But he is a decent. He's short in stature, so that's why he contests everything. He just can't jump with a 6'7" guy at 6'1" and think that you're going to block his shot. You know what I mean? It's just not going to
happen. And not only that, but Cat also improved his defense this year, too, towards the
end.
When he stopped reaching.
You're both right, but you're both missing one thing. Tom Thibodeau is not here anymore.
Right. There's not. I don't think there's going to be so much defense this year. I mean, I think it's going to be
run a gun,
not as so much.
But Brown used to be known as a defensive coach like Thibodeau.
I know.
By the way, 6'1" guard can block 6'7" guys. His name is Deuce Miles McBride. He chased down blocks.
They're still going to play defense. The Knicks are still going to play defense. But Brown has also now understood that in today's NBA, you got to have offense. And he's become much better at coaching offense than was expected. That's the reason why, and I keep harping on the stats, but there's a reason why Sacramento was third in the West in offense at one point. And actually, a couple years before that, they were number one for a little while. But
didn't they win like 62 games or something like that? They were doing something.
Yes, they did.
Coach of the year and all that stuff.
I hope that's the guy we get, man. I mean, but
we'll see. I mean, I hope the personnel works for what he's trying to do.
Well, that's true too. It has to fit. It has to fit.
And one more thing with regards to, I really want to move on now, but one more thing with regards to development of young players. Let me tell you something right now. You put a team together with Obi, Emmanuel Quickly, RJ Barrett, Quentin Grimes, and make not iHeart. And then make those guys, those four, make them the focal point of the team and surround those guys with other players, other young players or whatever. You think that team's going to the playoffs? I'll tell you right now. They're not because they're not. It's one thing to say it's something about developing players. It's another thing about developing the players that are next level players. Those guys that are over there in OKC are next level players. That's why I kept highlighting. I kept putting up things like Randu's points, like Apollo's points, because that all had to do with the way you draft your talent. If the Knicks did better at drafting talent, then we can talk. Because there's a lot of players that the Knicks passed up on because at the time of those people who were drafting, they didn't see how to evaluate the talent the right way, and we wound up with other picks. So I just want to throw
that chart up. Please do not put that chart up.
I don't want to.
I will picks that we missed.
It's horrible. Bad for my soul.
God.
Bad for my soul.
Yeah. So I'm moving away from everybody.
I'm moving away from it. Let's stay away.
Yeah, stay away. Really.
So let me do this. I know it's been like 3 weeks, guys. I know it has been like 3 weeks, and some of y'all probably don't even want to show love right now. It's okay, because I know I've neglected y'all, and you deserve better. But for some of you out there, you know what? You might be looking forward to this. So if you want to, if there's anybody out there that has the moments or has the time, now's the time. If you want to call in, now's the time, folks. SKF hotline number is 347-305-7280. Once again, it's 347-305-7280. If you want to call in, now's the time. I apologize. I'm sorry. I know the past 3 weeks I have not been able to open up the phone lines, and last week I had to leave early because I went to Knicks Twitter Day. It is what it is.
Thanks a lot.
It is what it is.
JJ, you're right, JJ. It does.
By the way, Ron, can you what is the I'm trying to find the like button. What does it look like?
Oh, if you don't know what the like button looks like, I'll show you. It looks a little something like this. Thank you.
Oh, that's it. Okay, thank you. I think I just found it. I think I'm gonna.
Please smash that like button if you haven't. Shout out to Andios. Listen to him and appreciate you, Andios. Thank you for coming in. He said, "Call up now, vamos, coño."
Coño, vamos.
I'm not even Spanish, but I know those words.
Yeah, I've heard them a long time growing up. Man. Shout out to my guy Anthony D in the building. Appreciate you, Anthony. What's going on, brother? Shout out to 5 Adam in the building. OKC knows how to draft. That's not a lie. Someone else joined. Where's my guy at? Well, let me find them here. That wasn't here earlier. There he is. Crim's dad. He said Jay Chosen needs to change out his green screen because the kitchen scene is always used.
Stay in the kitchen. I can't lie.
Yeah, brother. Hey, we got a call. Let's go. Caller, you are on live with SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you're calling from?
Hey, Ron, what's up? It's Randu.
What up, Randu? I knew it was you, but I just do that for protocol purposes. What's going on, brother? How's everything?
Everything's okay.
What's on your mind, bro? And please let's try not to talk about Tibbs. Let's move on.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, okay.
Did I mess you up? Was that what you was gonna talk about? My bad.
Well, okay. The whole thing about player development. Now, I believe under Mike Brown that player development will be better because he run practices more.
Okay.
And see, there are two ways to develop players. One is through practice. The other is through in-game play. Now, the thing was, before Mike Brown got here, the Knicks rarely practiced. So that means before Mike Brown got here, the only way you can develop young players is through in-game play. But the thing is with that, he rarely played.
Mm-hmm.
And I do mean rarely.
Right.
So that's why I believe under Mike Brown, player development will definitely improve. Because he practices a lot. So
he also has very seasoned players.
What'd you say, Jay?
Now what
there's more seasoned players right now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think now McCullar has some potential. You got to remember, he didn't play none last year neither. You got to throw that into the fact also. So, yeah, I definitely see some potential in McCullar.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think that McCullar definitely has some potential. He did not get a lot of opportunities to play, so we gotta kind of see how it all shapes out with him. Continue. My bad.
And what's the other dude? Mohamed Diawara. I see a little something to him too, but we just gotta just let the rest of Summer League just play out and see how they do.
He could hit that long shot.
I want to see more. What's that other guy? What is his name? Skuka?
Oh, Lucas.
That's what I want to talk to you about today, Ron.
I want to see more of him.
Yeah. I
definitely want to see more of him also.
Yeah, I think it's just tough for Luka. Luka's gotta. We're gonna have to wait and see how the summer league progresses to see when he gets his moment to get more time. Because right now they're trying to, show you Hukporti. They're trying to show you not Nanji. They're trying to show you Diawara. These guys of height. They're trying to show you these guys. So Luka is kind of like a little behind them. But once the summer league continues to go, I think they're gonna give Luka more minutes. And he's going to get showcased too. Luka's he got some game.
Let me tell you something really quick, Ron and Randu. Let me tell you something. That Monday night Luka mixtape that you had up there.
Yeah.
Highlight. Let me tell you, he is a 6'10". He's kind of everything we're looking for in one player. A stretch 5, a power 4, a shooter, not afraid of can play defense, will get back on it, get in front of you. I think Luka, and I don't know if everybody from over there is named Luka, but it seems like every Luka could shoot and play and pass and do every damn thing. This kid, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch Monday night with John and with Ron and John, and check out the tape that they put Ron put up on this kid Luka Skuka. Luka Skuka is even a dope name. It sounds like he can rap too. It's like the beginning of a joke too. Like everything about it is good.
Yeah, no.
The kid is dope. The kid is dope, and I believe one day he's going to be. God forbid we don't lose him, right? I think that he is highly. That's a good word, Anthony. I think he's highly impressive, and I do think that they really, really need to concentrate. Talk about development. They really need to concentrate on Luka Skooka. No doubt about it in my mind. He's the future, part of the future of this team, big time.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the Knicks had a Luka before, and it's funny. Oh, that's interesting. That dude was named Luka too, I think, right?
Which one are we talking about?
Another 6'9", 6'10" guy who was in our G League. Wasn't he a Luka? Maybe I'm tripping. He may not have been a Luka, but
there's a Luka Garza. You talking about Garza?
No, not Luka Garza. No, he was 6'9" or 6'10". Luka, it was Luka. God, man, Ron, you on it, baby. Luka Samanic.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
right.
Yes.
Luka Samanic. And he was like 6'9", 10, had a little bounce in his game, could shoot a little bit. But he is not as polished as this Luka. This Luka looks like he got a little bit more game to his game. You know what I mean? So, listen, who knows? I mean, I would love to have Lucas be on at least on the bench, but it probably won't happen. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how he plays.
Who would you remove?
See, that's well, the Knicks got some dead weight, so right. I can make room for Luka Skooka. I can get one spot available. I mean,
no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Not for nothing, but I just gotta say, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it yet. Sorry, I gotta let the summer league play out first before I get rid of a kid. I'm gonna let the summer league play out first before I'm ready to say peace out. Not yet.
Yeah, gotta
damn it, say it, damn it, say it.
Not yet. That's irresponsible of me to start getting rid of players before I've seen how the summer league is gonna play out. I'm gonna let it play out first before I say somebody's got to go. I'm gonna wait, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want to get too hyped up. First off, I need Luka to ball out first before I could even really say, okay, yeah, I'll take him over who I'm talking about.
I can name three. I can name three, but I'll stay where you are and let it play out.
I gotta wait. Because you know what? We got some young guys on this team that I really do like, and I need to let it play out first before I say it's time. But I will tell you this: I don't throw away none of these young guys that we got. If anything, if I say they got to go, they need to get traded. We're not going to just let these guys go for nothing. They got something, you know.
Yep, I agree.
But we'll wait and see. Oh, and let me get to these before I get back to Randall. I'm sorry. Let me get to these super chats real quick. I apologize. I know it's a little late. Shout out to Paris Duggar, who said before, Orlando, Utah, Toronto, Charlotte pass a lot well, but they're, I guess he was trying to say they're trash. I will say I'll give you that the passing style for Utah, Toronto, and Charlotte may not have come to fruition the way you'd like to, but Orlando was a real deal. And Orlando was one of the most hurt teams in the NBA last year. So when Orlando was healthy, they got busy. That passing, that style of play worked for them. But yeah. Also, Craig had said, do you think Josh will remain a starter under Brown? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. I don't see it. I don't think so. He likes to play a certain way, and I think he wants to have somebody who can shoot the ball at that shooting guard spot. So, yeah.
And plus, in the past, Josh Hart has even went on to say that he don't mind coming off the bench.
Yeah, we'll take you up on that, Josh.
He said that this past season.
Yeah, I agree. I like the flexibility. That's what the Knicks need to be. They need to be flexible. Shout out to Silk Sutton in the building. Say, hey, Ron, Steve Kerr considered a great coach. Can't make Kuminga work with the Warriors' pressure to win versus developmental. Yeah, I think, well, and that's the big conversation we were talking about before. I just think that the Knicks have decided that we are going on the winning route. Development is really out the window for the most part. We knew that. That's all the reason why there's a lot of times that the Knicks have passed up on draft picks. They've traded out of spots, one, to save money, and two, because those guys are most likely not going to play. We talking about right now seeing how good a kid like Diawara can be, knowing that he might not ever play for the Knicks next season.
Good fact.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see. Randu, I didn't want to, not allow you to finish up whatever you were thinking. Go ahead, my brother. If there's anything else you wanted to say.
Yeah, one more thing. About the final roster spot. I'm hoping the Knicks can get Marcus Smart. Bring him in.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I thought Marcus Smart was washed. I said that before, Randu, but I might have been wrong. I might have been a little bit premature with it because I think I didn't account for the fact that he's really been battling with injuries for a little longer than I thought. Because I'll be honest, sometimes I follow what some other players are doing in the league, but I'm caught up in the Knicks, man. So I didn't realize that. I knew Marcus Smart got hurt. I didn't realize he was this hurt. You know what I mean? Like he missed a lot of games this year and the previous year. So he's only
didn't Smart turn it up on us one game?
He did with the Wizards. He put on us or something.
They had to sit him down. So I mean, tell you people get up for the Knicks.
That they do.
They do. All we need him to do is come in 20 minutes a game.
Ooh, that's a lot of minutes.
It's just tough, man, because the alternatives, these are all really these are question marks, man. We're talking about Ben Simmons or Marcus Smart, and these are all iffy. Like there's no this is a no-brainer. We got to go get this guy. And
we haven't even mentioned McCall and Mitch movement possibility that it could get us at least a possible potential all-star level player. Because there are players out there that some teams want to get off their hands. I mean, I know he got dumped, but Anthony Simons, I always thought it has potential. And I don't think he's wanted where he is right now. I forgot he did just drop him too. But movement of either Mitch or McCall could bring us that's maybe a starter that has ball handling skills, that is also a backup point guard type, where we play double point guard, like Atlanta tried to do with Trey and my boy DeJounte. That kind of combo where they both are point guards and can play point, but when one's out, one stays in, and that's your backup, so to speak. So those are potentials that are there as well. So there's so many possible moving things.
Yeah. I mean, and I know Cole Anthony's name has been popping up a lot more lately. So I don't know, man. I my whole thing is, I guess the player that I might think could fit in right away is Coffee. But I just feel bad because when I think of Coffee, I feel like Coffee is McCullar or Dadiet. But he is more polished, so he's ready right now. I just feel bad. I'm like, that could be one of these guys, and he's definitely going to take their spot. You know what I mean?
Right.
It is what it is, man. It is. They got to make the right decision for the team.
Why is everyone saying no Ben Simmons bad? Besides Ben's psychological, besides the mental.
No, you know what?
If Ben.
I was in on. I'll tell you right now, Wiz. I was in on Ben. I was out on Ben for years, but I was in on Ben the last year and a half or so. I was like, hey, maybe this guy, maybe we could use him because we could do this. But the only thing, John, when me and John were talking about him the other day, John put something else in my head that I kind of overlooked for a little bit, and now I'm like, I don't know, bro. Ben's it's just not just psychological. It's psychological. He can't shoot, and then he's got a bad back. That bad back, man. That bad back. That's what ruined it for me. When John was harping on that bad back, I was like, "Damn it, you right." That
the
back.
Trifecta. He had the trifecta.
Man.
Oh man. Okay. Hey, you know who would look good next to Stephon Castle? I think Mikal Bridges and Stephon Castle would be a good combo because I want Darren Fox.
Fox. So you want to have a team with Jalen Brunson and De'Aaron Fox?
Absolutely.
I would put Brunson at the 2 on that one.
Exactly.
And now we're playing 2K really quick. If I did do that,
we are.
Runs and slides to the 2.
It's not really, guys. Tell the truth. If you look at watch the lineup that Stefan, what's the name has, De'Aaron actually could be the odd man out. He really could be, and we do have the money with Mitch and Mikal to get him, and they could use a Mikal type player. And I mean, I've been looking at this. This is not 2K. This is actually looking at the dynamics, and then also the Mike Brown Fox reunited. Crazy as it sounds, right? I know that sounds 2K as well, but I'm just saying, man. I see, guys. I see the possibilities, man. I'm telling you, don't rule it out.
Listen. First off, I think everybody should stop talking about San Antonio players. San Antonio is the new OKC. I'm not saying they're going to be as good as OKC, but they are now. They are trying to build that team. They got players over there, so nobody ain't trying to get up out of San Antonio. They're trying to win over there now. So I would. There's a couple teams that the trade machine got to go away from. San Antonio and Houston, it's over. Them teams are ready to win now. So we love their players, but they ain't going nowhere. So the only thing, though, I might say, when I was talking about before, if there was somebody we could grab that maybe is a little bit under the radar from Houston in particular, because they got so much going on over there and so many good players. Maybe now we could take their 6'7" small forward away from them if we offered them the right deal. Is he 6'7" or 6'8"? Maybe 6'8". The defender guy. Hold on.
Yeah. Tari Eason.
Tari Eason, yeah.
You're talking about Eason?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good. He plays defense.
I know.
Yeah.
But Houston got a freaking multitude of weapons over there. Maybe we could take one. Maybe we could take a one who's not as big on the totem pole as the others. Maybe a Tari Eason, but I don't know. You have to come up with something.
Did they keep Smith still over there?
He's still on the team. They didn't trade anybody but Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks, right?
Yeah, Jabari Smith, he's still with the Rockets.
Yeah, Jabari's still there. Jabari won defensive.
What's up, Sam?
What's good? I'm sorry, guys. I got my
heard your
camera off. Look in here.
Sam, I didn't see you down there. What's up, bro?
I heard your voice.
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me just let Randu go. Randu, hey man, I appreciate the call, my brother. Thank you, as always, for the support and let's go Knicks, man. Hopefully you're gonna be tuned in for tomorrow's summer league game.
Yeah. One more thing. Salute to Jay, Shy, Wiz,
yes, sir.
Sam.
Yes.
All right. Good talking to y'all.
Good talk,
all right, my brother. Appreciate you,
man. Have a great day, man. God bless, brother.
Yeah. Sam, what's going on, my guy? What's happening?
Hey man, I've been trying to rest up. I have my as you know, graduation and stuff, so I've just been trying to relax.
That's what I'm talking about.
Work starting up in August, so just trying to relax before those 50+ hour work weeks hit my
you're gonna be locked in. We ain't never gonna hear from Sam again.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, man. I'm gonna still come around, but y'all know how it is. It's life.
Yeah,
I got my retainer for you, Sam. I got my retainer.
That's
Let
okay.
me know how much.
The good thing, Sam gonna be eating good. He gonna get car service, going making that.
I hope so, man. In this economy, everything's double what it used to be.
That's true.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You gotta pay off them student loans, man. So
sometimes triple.
Yeah,
we good on that. It's more so just just trying to establish that footing. Because I was talking to my folks, I'm like, man, the house y'all got now, they want at least 800,000 now for the houses that our parents got in like the 90s. They not going for the same price no more.
I mean, and that's saying something. You in a good area. I'm in New York, so what? 800,000.
The house I sold for 600 in Brooklyn, Clinton Hills, is now going for 1.5 mil.
Exactly, man.
Yep.
And
I bought it for 200.
House was because I almost picked up a house in Bushwick in the 90s for 190 grand. And it was horrible in the 90s where in that neighborhood where we were, and now I went back and checked on it. It's gorgeous. I'm driving by. I'm going, that's not the same house. Wait a second.
Gentrification, man.
And I asked the owner how much it is. $1.8 million.
Yep.
So,
damn.
That's
I
crazy.
do not want to talk about no damn properties. My heart is done, man. Oh.
I feel you, man. The real estate is crazy, but I mean that just means we're due for a crash if it's inflated like this. So it's gonna crash eventually.
Yeah, that is a fact. Everybody, Roths, their IRAs, everything. Got to pay attention to all your money that you invest. If you're an investor, to everything you can to pay attention to your money nowadays, man.
Did y'all quickly too? Because I just joined in. Did y'all talk about the options? I know a lot of people I haven't heard the name, but at least Delano Benton or Trey Lyles as a potential pickup. Those are more wings as well, and not guards.
No, we didn't talk about them. Them two. They were talking about Simmons and
everybody,
Smart
Coffee
stuff.
and Span. Yeah.
I like the Banton one though. I can't lie to you. I do like that one, but Trey Lyles ain't bad either.
Trey Lyles has always been a solid player, and he could do a little bit of everything. So he's and I think Mike Brown probably loves him.
That's why I was hoping that potential connection, because he had a pretty solid year last year. The only thing I worry about with Banton is he just can't shoot. That's why I prefer Trey Lyles. I think Banton was shooting at like 30% from three, which is not going to cut it.
Delano, right?
Yeah, it's not going to cut it. His shooting is what's bad, but he's a 6'9" wing. I mean,
here we go.
Okay, got another call, but that's why I kind of like Coffee.
Coffee's not a bad option either.
Yeah. You love Coffee.
I do love Coffee.
You love?
Shout out to you, calling. You are live. SKF. Know the ledge. Your name? Where you calling from?
Luke Skywalker Visions calling from.
Hey, what's up, my brother? What's happening?
Peace, Kings. Peace, King.
Peace.
What's on your mind, brother? How you feeling?
Oh man, y'all been saying a lot, man. Y'all been.
Dude,
where do I start?
I'm lucky we get through everybody been super passionate today, man. I can't even get my words out. Everybody, and another thing.
I don't feel like I spoke either earlier. Go ahead.
What's on your mind though, bro?
Salute to Wiz, but no on the Fox and Jalen Brunson together. It's almost as bad as Jalen Brunson and Clarkson on the court together.
Oof.
What? Oh, that's sacrilegious.
Well, I mean, the defense is going to be suspect.
That's
Fox.
That's
no. He led the league in steals.
Passing lane steals. He's a solid player, but he will not be. De'Aaron Fox will not be guarding the point of attack. It will.
No.
That's true.
Okay.
Brunson needs a point of attack defender beside him. I love McBride, but McBride can't start. He's too small. We need a bigger point of attack defender that can get around screens. I love Mikal Bridges, but he ain't it either. I'm hoping that there's a better defensive scheme that comes up. Like I'm waiting to see a defensive guru on the bench beside our coach Mike Brown. I'm definitely hoping that there's a defensive guru that come in to work the defense, because he's an offensive mind. All his teams, he's had 2 good years with LeBron, where I think they were top 10 or 9. So 2 of his teams have made top 10. But if we want to be championships team, we got to get a top 10 defense, and we got to have Jalen Brunson playing at an MVP, All-NBA first team level. That 22 points, that ain't gonna cut it. You're not winning with Jalen Brunson scoring 22 points.
Yeah. And I just want to say, thinking about it, I don't think he's going to score 22. I think he's going to probably stay still around 25, 26.
I agree with you, Ron.
Yeah. Continue, my brother.
Another thing is the point guard conversation. The evolution of the game has kind of had these names masquerade. The point guard position existed before there was even dribbling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The point guard is a defender, first and foremost, in the inception of basketball. Now, the game has evolved. So a lot of my OGs refer to point guards as playmakers. But not all playmakers are point guards. I seen Steve Kerr, who's not a playmaker, win a championship. I seen all those bull point guards. They never handled the ball. Their job was just to space and shoot. The playmaker on the team was Scottie Pippen. He was your he was my first point forward that I seen in my time. I didn't get to see the OG on the Milwaukee Bucks, who averaged
Oscar Robertson.
I didn't get to see him in my time.
Yeah.
But the playmaking and the point guard are two different things, and it's even more evolving today. There is no more pure point guards. They all combo guards or scoring guards. And I was making a point to say that Deuce McBride is your quintessential point guard. He guards the point. He guards the point of attack. And those were my points mainly that I wanted to cover.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds valid to me. I like that.
I love the show, Ron. I've been in the chats for a long time, not all the time, but I'm in every show. I listen. I don't miss a show. I'm in there listening for hours. A lot of time I'm driving, but today, I was cool and sitting back, and I said, let me call in and address some of the points that I want to address, because a lot of people think point guards are playmakers, but I want to say that they're two definitely distinct roles.
Right.
Valid.
Can I ask him a quick question? Hey, Luke, Luke, let me ask you this. Do you believe then that you would put Deuce at 1 and JB at 2?
I wouldn't start Deuce, but Deuce is perfect to play beside Brunson, but I wouldn't play Deuce more than 25 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Deuce is great on the perimeter, but if you're big enough, you can get by him, and once you get him in the mid-range, you can get up over him. You know what I'm saying? What's my man McDonald for? I forgot the kid from the Pacers that always kills him, because you can get over him once you get him in the paint. McConnell.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get him in the paint, that's where it's a little bit tough, and he needs the help. That's why he's perfect with Mitch. I do want Mitch to start. I do prefer Mitch starting. I do think Mitch needs to start, and you bring Deuce. I think Clarkson can only play the minutes that Brunson is sitting on the bench. If you play them together, I guess you can have McHale, OG, and Mitch on the floor. You can have the three defensive horses on the floor, and I guess you could do that for a minute or two in a game somewhere if you want to try to run them together. But I dread the idea of having Clarkson and Brunson on the court together. I dread that idea.
How many minutes does Mitch play as a starter?
Mitch should only play 28 minutes.
Who's his backup?
There you go, baby. 28 minutes.
And who's the backup?
Well, he's been playing. We want to keep Mitch healthy. We want to make sure that Mitch is there for the beginning of the first, the end of the second, and the beginning of the third. He don't need to play the fourth.
So Huck Porty's back up?
Fourth,
yep.
And he's all right. Mitch just needs to be there in the key points where we still need that space offense. I think Cat is still going to be playing a lot of 5 with Vaselli. I think that's definitely going to be implemented a lot. Him and Vaselli that space offense is still going to be implemented. I just think we still need to have some kind of focus on that defense.
If they're going to play any sort of fast sort of game, they can't have Mitch.
Mike Brown is going to take the offense. We're going to be scoring 118, 20 points a game.
Who is this guy here, man? I love this guy here, man.
Yeah.
But one second.
Mike Brown is an offensive mind.
We're going offense this year, baby.
In that team, he's raised. We're going to win 60 games this year. I
don't disagree, but I'm trying to get the Mitch
regular season.
Well,
but roll out Mitch for me though.
So he's asking.
Is what I'm worried about.
So Wiz is asking, do you like as far as the backup? So who do you think is going to be back if Mitch is started? Who's going to be backing up?
I think Huck could play 10 minutes. Huck could play 10 minutes.
Okay, so the other 10 minutes is where?
I think Huck is ready for 10 minutes at least.
So where's the other 10 minutes?
The center is going to be split up between Mitch, Cat, and Huck.
How much does Cat play?
The minutes.
How much does Cat play though? One second. Let's spec it out. Mitch 28, Cat. Mitch 28, Cat. How many?
Cat got to at least get 30.
I think Brunson, Cat, McHale, and OG don't play no more than 32 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so where's the other 8? The other
exactly
16
my
minutes?
number.
So now we got 36 minutes to go for the center, so to speak, because you got 20 minutes. You said Huck 10, Mitch 28. So now we got 10 minutes of center unaccounted for.
I think the answer to that is Yabusele.
That's 10 minutes for.
It is Yabusele, Ron.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is Yabusele.
But Cat's 16. Where's Cat 16 going?
The lineup. It can always be different at any given time. It might be Haka Party gets 18 minutes one night, and then also you get Yabo that gets 12 minutes that night, or vice versa. Right. One gets 17 and the other one gets 17. Or you play a third man that Yakaseli can play, or you play a small man lineup where Yakaseli can be the center. And you put the 5-7 guys around him with the starter. Or
one second. No, I don't mind the breakout, guys.
So many centers. There's so many centers on the Knicks right now.
1 second,
so many centers.
Guys, we know all the different players, but I'm trying to get the minutes. The minutes is a very, very logical conclusion. All the specs about who plays when, how many. But let's go for the logical minutes. Let's start with the minutes.
Wiz, how can we really say what the minutes usage is going to be?
No.
Yeah.
If we're saying 28 for Mitch and 32 for Cat, then now we're looking at 36 minutes unaccounted for center and power forward, right? So that's
I just think it'll be
minutes.
Interchangeable each game, so it won't be set.
You're saying 22 minutes for Haka Purdy, and maybe 18 to 20 minutes from Yaka.
Okay.
I mean,
but that's only one scenario. What if the Knicks decide to go small?
Yeah, we got to remember, guys. OG played the 10 points last year.
Oh, right.
What about Luka Skuka? How many minutes is Luka Skuka getting? I need to know.
I wanted to say this real quick. I'm sorry. I apologize, and I hate to do this, but this is a bubble burster.
Yeah.
Sorry, but it's true. Jalen Brunson, right? Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby.
Yep.
Don't think about starters. I'm just naming players. Josh Hart, Karl Anthony Towns, Mitchell Robinson, Ariel Huck-Porty, Jordan Clarkson, Yabusele, and Deuce McBride. That's Deuce. 10 right there. 10 right there. Right?
Yep.
Then Tyler Kolek, Pacome Dadiet. That's 12. Right? I'm assuming that Kevin McCullar just got signed recently. They gave him a little contract, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
No, I think you're right. I think it was like $2 million. Or more,
Yeah, I thought it was like
$2 million.
No, but this year they had signed. They had the day that they made the signings official. They did something with McCullar too. It was so that's 13 right there, right? That's 13 guys.
They have the second round exception for, I think, Najee that they haven't. I don't know if they picked that up yet, and then that's why we're saying the vet is left because they haven't signed for the vet minimum yet.
Right, and so the vet minimum person, whoever that is, whoever they decide to give that's 14. That could be any of the guys we've been talking about, or it could be, if they want it, it could be Shamit if he wants to take it, or it could be DeLon Wright, or whatever.
Yeah, Miguel's on it. It was a qualifying offer.
Right. So after that. That's 15. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever the decision is there, if Najee got it, and if you give the vet minimum to somebody, that's 15 guys. That's it, guys. That's our team. There ain't no room for no Diawara, no Dink. That's it.
We can't.
Out there, that there ain't no more spots. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, we've got to remember too. These guys, they didn't sign here to not play. Clarkson and Yabusele are going to play pretty good minutes. So.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I bring another veteran over here to suck up minutes that they don't have to give out already. Those two guys are going to easily get 22, 24 minutes in that second quarter. I mean, in that second unit, easily. I'm saying sometimes that Clarkson might even be in the game, especially if he's hot. You know, he's a fire starter.
If he gets hot on a run or something like that, he can actually come in and play alongside Jalen Brunson. Yes, we will see that. Maybe not a lot, but you may see that at the end of games. Those two prolific guys, really, you want to talk about a 5-out offense. You want to talk about everybody being on the court that can shoot over 36%. You put him out there. That's what we missed this year. We missed DiVincenzo this year. We missed him so bad because of that same reason why we had someone that was a threat shooting. If we would have fared maybe a little bit better in certain games this year, if we would have had someone like DiVincenzo, we didn't. Landry Shamet was hurt at the beginning of the year, and everybody else was trying to figure it out. Towns dropped down from shooting 8, 10 3-pointers a game down to 5. So a lot of things changed because everybody was trying to get to know each other. This year, I think it's going to be a different thing. You're going to see this team shoot they're going to be one of the top 3-point shooting teams in the league this year, in my opinion. I think they're going to turn it up with certain units that they put out there. You're going to see a young running two, Deuce McBride, Clarkson. You're going to see Josh Hard. You're going to see Yabusele and Mikal Bridges out there at times like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're going to see OG Anunoby, Yakasele, Clarkson. You're going to see running gun type games with running gun type teams this year. And when they want to slow it down and take it to a half-court game and bring it to the bigger bodies, they got it too. It's going to be a very interesting year for this team, man. Very, very interesting.
And, you know, the other thing I wanted to say to
Dork, I agree, Rex. Go ahead.
The other thing I wanted to say to Luke Skywalker is, what was it? Shoot, it's right there. Damn it. Oh, Jordan Clarkson and Brunson playing together. So that's why Mike Brown has to really pay attention to in-game situations and the rotation, because depending on how it looks, if it's working, then you don't have a problem. But if it's not working, you got to make a decision. When I say if it's working, that means if Jordan Clarkson is out there, he's scoring buckets. Yes, he may not play the best defense out there, but if he's scoring, then we are getting what we want out of him. Because you don't want to go tit for tat and you know, going back and forth with a team, but it's just sometimes there's a situation where you can't deny that Jordan Clarkson can catch fire. He's a good scorer when he has his moments. So if he's scoring the right way, then it works. But if he's not scoring and he's missing shots, then you got to make it a little bit of an adjustment. You know what I mean? Put somebody in there that can play a little defense to stop the opposing team here and there. The Knicks are going to be a very iffy, weird type team this year, guys. This is going to be a departure from what we're used to. We just have to embrace it and accept it, that what we're used to seeing as a defensive identity, it's not going to be that. We're going to be more offensive, and we're going to have to get used to that.
$120 a night.
Well, hey, Luke, appreciate you, my guy. Thank you for the call, man.
I'll definitely be calling in, man. You know, I love this show, and I love all the personalities that come on here. Everybody on the shot. I'm on your show, too. Y'all already know, man. Jay Chosen, Wiz, everybody that came up, man. I love y'all, man.
Appreciate you, bro. And thank you
Love back, brother. Love back, man.
Forever, bro. Appreciate you.
Take it easy.
Peace, Luke.
Peace, Luke, man. Have a good one.
Dang, I ain't been watching Summer League. My guy Kolek been playing trash.
Yeah, he didn't have a, it's listen, Sam.
There's only one game though. Fairness.
It's only one game, and if this is what trash looks like, I'm not gonna say that he hasn't improved or he's regressed yet. I need to see more of it. But in a game where he shot badly, he had like 5 turnovers, but he did finish with 10 points. He finished with 6 rebounds.
Was that me?
No, I think Tyler Kolek found out Ron was talking about him. He had to let him go, man.
Yeah, Tyler Kolek did this for us.
He had to let him go, man. That Marquette Mafia.
Tyler Kolek passed Ron right out the damn thing.
Yeah, that Marquette Mafia, man. It's crazy.
I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Go look some footage up at this Skooka kid, man. Ooh, I like this Skooka kid.
Man, I'm not against it because I didn't
That's
see
who I
it,
was
yeah.
texting you about, the Skooka kid. You seen him play?
There he goes.
Sorry, my internet was acting wonky, guys. I apologize.
Kolek found out about you, Ron. That's what
he may be.
Yeah. Sam was crazy.
What I was saying is, for a guy to have a really bad game for Kolek, what we expect to have 10 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. I'll take it because it's a bad game, but it's only one game. You know what I mean? It's not like he had a poor shooting game and did nothing else. Like he didn't even pass the ball. He didn't even rebound. He didn't even try to do anything. He tried to do what he could to help the team in the best he could. He had a bad game. He had 5 turnovers, and he made some passes that normally would find their mark. They didn't, and he made some poor decisions. So, you got to take it for what it is.
When's the next Summer League game they have?
Tomorrow at 4:30 or at 5 o'clock, I think.
5:30.
5:30. Oh, damn it. Split the difference.
I think it's 5:30.
I thought it was 5 o'clock, but all right, 5.
Actually, you know what? Why do I always do
5
that when
maybe I'm bugging.
I got the schedule.
5:30.
I'll tell you right now.
I think it's 5, but it could be 5:30.
5:30. Tomorrow at 5:30.
Oh, the last game was 5, no?
The last game was at 6.
Damn, man. I don't know where I'm at.
It's okay. You here on Know the Ledge with Sha, Sam Grandison, Wiz, Ron. We in the building, baby.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, you're okay. and shout out to D-Rex. 5 turnovers is absolutely not normal for Kolek. He usually is much better at his assist to turnover ratio. So like I said, it's a one-off, guys, until we know otherwise. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see.
Pew pew, L's in the building. Pew pew.
I was talking with JJ in the chat about Kevin Knox. So I'm not really following for the Summer League propaganda anyway, because we've seen guys play like Kevin Durant, and then we saw what Kevin Knox did for us.
Yeah. No, I listen, that Summer League can't, it's not always all it's cracked up to be. Kevin Knox looked like he was all world in the Summer League, and we know it didn't turn out the way we would have liked. It is what it is, man.
I mean, yeah, $6 million for sure. Nostalgic. Kolek, that's the thing about Kolek, and that's my guy. But if he doesn't pan out, I mean, that's a trade piece.
Well, you know
sure.
what? I was a little thrown off by this $6 million
that, man.
I was tripping. The $6 million ain't really what it is, man.
No, it's not.
He got $6 million for 3 years, but it's $2 million per year.
Right.
I was thinking it was $6 million. I was like, damn, they gave this man some money.
We did that a season. That's terrible.
No, it's just $2 million per year, guys. It's all right.
Yeah, that's the most that's the most on the offering thing or something like that.
Yeah. It's just
But it wasn't that.
He got money like he was in the first top 30 or something like that. They were saying.
Yeah. But it really, let me tell you something. It is very different when you think somebody's making $6 million per year as opposed to $2 million.
That's a fact.
Yeah, so I was thrown off a little bit myself when I first heard that news, but I got
it's really not that bad when you look at it and you see these top guys that's getting drafted now, like Cooper Flagg and them getting paid $40 million they first deal. So I mean they're getting paid $40-50 million just contract money. We're not even talking about brand money. So I think $2 million a year is reasonable.
Yeah, and then if I'm not mistaken, if there is for his contract, I'm not sure, so don't quote me, but I don't know if it's a guaranteed. But if it's not, he can also be relinquished to move someone into the roster. Like if they wanted to bring a additional person in from this G League team that looks like they're going to be. I don't think we're going to see none of that now anyway. But if it was something like that, I think it's either him or Hagapurdy or one of them, something like that. That if they wanted to move one of the guys that's on the roster, would have to be one of the lower level guys like Hagapurdy or Tyler to move off the contract or something like that. I forgot what
Tyler's got he essentially signed for the 4-9. It's really a 4-year $9 million deal, but it's $6 million guaranteed, which is why we keep talking about that.
That's what it is. It's just guaranteed money.
Yeah, because they can essentially get up off of them after the 27-28 season with the club option. So it's
right, but
it's really just 3 years.
His cap hit is $2 million per year. Like this year, he's supposed to make $2,100,000, 900 something, whatever, 90. Yeah, whatever. You get the point. But it's just that he also got guaranteed money. Like no matter what happens, if they decided to cut him or whatever, he was going to get at least the $6 million. So yeah, I mean, you don't usually see that too often with second round picks, and that's it is what it is.
It's crazy too. With what D Grant's talking about in the chat, he just talked about OKC signing their core because like those guys on their bench, and I hate to pivot, but those guys on their bench, like you said, they're all can go because they have all those picks. They can literally just draft replacements. Like they don't need to pay anybody on the bench.
Yeah,
they got the core locked up for like 4 years, 5 years now.
And they're such a good team, so young that they're already in the second apron, everybody, but they don't care. I mean, they got the team. What else do they want?
Yeah, why would you care now?
Yeah, you won a championship. You got young studs.
Yeah, you got the championship. You're gonna still make the money from off of whatchamacallit. You end up paying the luxury and all the other tax that you have to from the concession stands and then all the seats. Your seats may take up an extra $4 to $7 per seat or something like that, but it's not gonna hurt you or your bottom line, nothing like that. Everybody's still gonna get paid. So what you gonna do? Yeah, go ahead, go into that. I mean, if there was a move out there that you could have said, we could have picked up DeJounte Murray and brung him over here for $2 million to go over the salary cap, years before, we'd have did it. You know what I mean? It's not the same. This not the same cap replications from before. It's not like you get the you go over the cap, you pay the luxury tax, you pay the luxury. Nah, this thing slow down. This new this new bargaining chip is totally different from years before. When we when we go into the second apron, go to the second apron. Oh, Lakers go to the second apron. Golden State go to separate. Why the New York Knicks don't go to separate apron? It's different now, baby.
Look at how many people got bought out. Look
at how Boston is
lost half their team. Look how Boston is lost half their team.
Teams are going to want to get off of the money immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that you have to figure out a way to kind of maneuver around this whole new CBA, and they're going to continue to see until it gets renegotiated. They'll see if this works or if they have to tweak it and come up with another different type of version of the CBA going forward. But for right now, this is what it is, and Nick's going to have to figure out how to navigate the way they've been navigating and continue to put out a good product. But I think that we're in good shape right now, guys. It's a long off season, and we got to see what they do. We still don't even have a full coaching staff yet.
That's what I was just about to say.
Yeah, we don't even know who Mike Brown's top assistant is going to be. So we just got to see, because I'll tell you one thing: that top assistant is a very important hire, guys.
Right.
So is going to help dictate our style of play as well. Mac Brown already has it in play, but he leans on his assistants. So
yeah, nostalgic's right. Yabu did take the pay cut, so we're temporarily under, but I mean,
yeah. No, we're still under for now.
Yeah, we're good right now.
Yeah. Who said that? D Grant says, Ron, why do you want Marcus Smart? He does not make sense to me. So let me say this. It's not that I want Marcus Smart. I just think he's the smart choice. No. I just think that he's probably the guy that they might wind up going with, because Ben Simmons, the question marks with the mental health, but also the back, and his ability to be somebody that does enough to help a team the way he used to do before. His numbers have progressively declined. Obviously, we know that. He's been trying to get healthy. He might be healthy for the first time now. We don't know, but that's the whole thing. You're still taking a chance with a guy who has chronic back problems. So that's an issue. So you move away from Ben Simmons. Then you say, well, who else is out there? Coffee, maybe he's someone that Amir Coffee they took a look at. But outside of that, I don't know. I just think Marcus Smart, like Bradley Beal, most likely is going to go to the Clippers. It's not like he may not be the best fit, but he can definitely do something and help the Knicks with his 17 points per game. But he may not even be an option. So how many other people do you have out there that could work? So that
should have cut your camera off, shot.
I don't know, right? I didn't kill myself.
Ron, you missed that?
On live, almost killed myself.
That's okay. Replay gang. My bad. But listen, yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't know what makes the most sense for them. Personally, I wanted Seth Curry. I want the Knicks to have another guy who can light it up from outside.
Shoot, they're talking about him teaming up with his brother now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. That's another guy that just is not going to work out. Or maybe even bringing Shamet back. But
I mean, regardless, whoever it is, they ain't gonna be like like we were talking about, 20 minutes a night. Like this is somebody who's a filler for the roster,
right? And the only reason why I even thought about Marcus Smart is because of the fact I looked at his numbers when he was with the Grizzlies, and he was averaging 2.1 steals per game. I'm like, that's crazy. So if he can give us something similar to that
might go
ball pressure that he puts on players, I don't know. I like that.
He might go to another team where he can play like a more of an impact role, though. Unfortunately, I could see that for him, and like you were saying about Bill too, like Bill Clippers or like Bucks or the Heat or something like that. Like they're gonna want to play where it can be a little bit more impactful, I think. But I mean, we could still get somebody solid. I think we're in a good spot right now.
Okay, so Ben Simmons scored was that 17 or 18 points in the playoffs or whatever. Well, I mean, I'm just looking at, he played, he was averaging 16 minutes with the Clippers. He averaged 2.9 points, 3.8 assists and 3.1 assists and 3.8 rebounds. Now playoff time, let me see here. Stats. Let's go postseason. Postseason, he did average 8.4 minutes in 5 games, and he averaged 0.8 points. 0.8, not even a point. So I don't know. I mean, maybe I missed it, but I know it doesn't look like he did much when he played. I don't know.
I agree. I think if you're deciding between the two, I mean, like if it's a vet minimum, it's not that bad. But if I have a choice of him or Coffee, I'm taking Coffee just because he can score a little bit more than Ben Simmons as far as his shot. Like Simmons still doesn't want to shoot the ball, but at the same point, he does affect different areas of the game. I guess if you look at it in totality for like what it would be, which is a vet minimum, him probably not playing every game, like it's not that bad of a deal.
Yeah, and you know what? The other way to look at it too, D Grant, is we're talking about giving him a veteran minimum contract, which he may not really want, but he would take if there's not many options to be able to play for a New York Knicks team that is in contention for a championship. But why aren't the Clippers bringing him back?
Yeah, I was about to say, if we keep it a buck, he's really, I hate to say this about guys, but he's really on his way out. Like, I think this would be more of him trying to impact ways of winning on a winning team, because like that's what he essentially tried to do with the Clippers, was like just try to give them some good minutes here and there, but like he's already made his money, so he doesn't care about that anymore. He's really just trying to be on I would believe a winning team and try to give them some minutes here and there and show that he's still got something.
Wait, I think you might be confusing him, D Grant. I'm looking at
Coffee definitely had a couple of good games, though. I can tell you that.
Playoffs right now. Ben Simmons, game, what is this? Game 1, 0 points. Game 2, I'm looking at versus Denver. Game 2, 2 points. Game 3, 0 points. Game 4, 2 points. So maybe you're confusing him with someone else, because he ain't scoring no 18 points for the Clippers.
I don't even know if he put up double digits for him, if I'm being honest.
No, he didn't.
That's not even me hating.
I don't think he put up double digits at all. He definitely didn't do it in the playoffs. And then let me just see. Okay, well, hold on. February 13th, he had 12 points. January 29th, he had 10 points. And January 12th and the 10th, he had 14 and 10. And then he had 3 games in December where he put up 15, 12, and 10. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah, so during the season, for sure, here and there. I mean, I don't know. It's the, like I said, it's the vet minimum. You're just trying to maximize who you can get with that small amount of money. So if the conversations between him and Marcus Smart, I think a lot of people are leaning towards Smart. I don't think it's up for discussion.
Right. Well, yeah, I just wanted to say I think Ben Simmons, I don't think he put up those numbers that you thought he did, and I don't know if I had to take a look at him versus Marcus Smart, if I think Marcus Smart is that much of a downgrade from Ben Simmons, potential wise, as to what these guys can do at this point in their careers. I think their bottom line is just about health, and Marcus Smart. I got to check and see how healthy he is too. So I don't know, bro. But I do know he plays defense. He may not be the defender he used to be, but he was a defensive player of the year as a guard. That is very hard to do, and he did it, and we saw him. Check against OKC.
Hasn't Sims done that also? Didn't he make a defensive team?
Simmons, I think he made all defense.
Yeah, he was all NBA a couple of
player of the year, though.
Yeah, a couple of times, right?
Yeah, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
But that was
14 years ago, right?
That
was like 14, 15 years ago.
That was a while. That was a while ago. Let me see here.
Oh, nice stop. Oh, you're out. Okay.
I just think that the person that they bring in here is going to be a player that they're not going to plan on using as much. That's why I keep swinging back to that DeLon Wright thing. They need a player to sit on the bench that really going to sit towards the 13, 14, 15 man on the bench and let the rest of the 12, 13 man roster really rock out. No, that's what I think. If they bring in Marcus Smart, you bring in Sims, if you bring in Bill, where the minutes gonna come from now? And I mean, where the minutes gonna come from? Of course, if you bring those guys in, you gotta put somebody on the bench. But who you gonna sit on the bench? Especially if you're talking about in the bench. Who you gonna sit in on the bench? You gonna sit Deuce, Clarkson, or Josh Hart? I've been saying that all day.
You don't even gotta worry about it, Shaw, because it's not happening.
Right. That's what that's exactly what I'm saying. Is like, who gonna get benched? Because Yabusele and the only, I mean, you can say those two guys, but they're starting fresh. They're going to be the new nucleus of our second unit right there. Those two guys are going to play. One is more athletic that can jump, and the other one is a more grinded out, rough body and stuff like that. That is going to be with Josh Hart and Deuce McBride in the second unit. Man,
Mitch, if he's there.
Come on, you're gonna see Clarkson. You're gonna see Clarkson playing better defense, just playing with a better defensive team.
That's it.
He's gonna play better defense because the team is better. Only thing he got to do is show. And when he show, he go like, "Oh snap! I got that this time. I got that much defense. I can stick my hand in there and get that one. I got that. Come on, see, he can do that." So I can't wait to see what this team's gonna look like, man. I don't think it's gonna be nobody. I would love to see Ben Simmons. I would love if LeBron would have taken the buyout, the vet minimum. Any one of these guys we talk about, if they come over here and they want to take the vet minimum, we'll make space for you to come in here. Sure will. Come on over here with that vet minimum. $2 million. You come up, yeah. Come on, you can get a ring.
I don't think Bron care no more, because if he did, he would have just declined the player option and then went somewhere else. Right? Like he took the money, so he's not. He knows the Lakers not going to do that, because that's going to be a bad deal on them to just cut him for nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying it just that's how I feel. But I just think it's going to be somebody that we can stash, sit on the bench. Nobody that's going to try to suck up many minutes, because where's the minutes going to come from? You know what I mean? Where's it going to come from? We already, right now, last year we was like, oh, we got plenty of minutes on the court. We got 7 players. We got about 3-4 positions that we can fill easy. Come on, we got minutes. We ain't got that this time. Those 2 guys that we picked up made us a 9-man rotation from the 7-man that we had last year. That's going to really make us stretch the team out now. It's already stretched out. Yabusele and Clarkson already has stretched us out. And if they come to play basketball every night, they're going to increase our winning streak in the second unit. Biggest thing we were talking about, all the acclimates we made, 51 games, second 2 games to the whatchamacallit. We had no dang gone bench. But look what we did. Now we got 2 players over here. You know what I mean? With the and if you want to add a third player, say Josh Hart going back to the bench. And I'm just talking about 2 players. I'm just talking about 1, Clarkson, 11 points. That's better than us all last year. You're talking about 4 or 5 points from Deuce, 6, 7 points from Josh Hart. Yabusele get 4, 5, 6 points. Purdy gets 6, 5, 6 points right there. Talking about 35-point team. Last year we scored about 100 points in the starting unit last year.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, if we drop it down to 89, if we drop it down to 80% because Mitch is in there, because of Josh Hart, which I don't know where that not gonna. I don't think the ratio of points is gonna be that much difference. But you want to say 80 points plus a 30 points from your bench. We talk about 125 points, easily 118 points a night. That's what I'm going with it this year. Offensive team, man. Let's get it.
They're gonna score. They're gonna score some.
Yeah.
We got better we got definitely different and better problems this year. It's a different thing. Finding minutes for people is a different thing.
Minutes, right?
And you best believe that the 2 people that we just signed are not people that are going to stash at the end of the bench. These are people that are going to be the core, like Shah just said, of the second unit. They might even mix them up with the first unit sometimes. These are guys that we signed that we lacked all of last year. So those minutes are already being divvied up as we speak. And another thing that, like, I'm piggyback off of Sean of what you said, Ron, too, is like, as far as defense goes, if these guys on the second unit, right, are bumping, like Yabusele is bumping underneath the thing, maybe Mitch is down there going for the rebounds, then you got Josh is a rebounder, you know what I'm saying? He's a running gunner, can't even stand still, whatever. It becomes contagious. You know what I'm saying? So something like Clark, he, like JC, he's gonna come in and whether he lacked some of that in the past, it becomes contagious. While other people are doing it, he's gonna learn how to do it. You know, put his hand in there, stand in front of somebody, take a charge, whatever it might be. And then while these other guys are getting the rebounds, he can take off and head down to, just take off. And he'll get touchdown passes. He'll get passes right there at the beginning, right from them. He's going to be a prime scorer. I could really see Quacker scoring like 15 off the bench, no problem, every night.
Well, he's done it before, so it's not.
Yeah, and he has a resume. He has a resume of doing so. So and more some nights. This guy is going to have 20-point games.
I wonder what you guys think about too. Like for me personally, I know like we had high expectations. This season the Knicks unfortunately didn't make it as far as we would have liked. But to be honest with you, I think this upcoming season the expectations are even higher. Granted, what the Knicks have done, granted what the team's injuries in the Eastern Conference are currently at, and with the moves that they made. I think this year, to be honest with you, more than the recent years, is finals or bust because of who you've got to go against. I mean, it's probably just going to be us. You could still,
Cleveland.
because the Bucks have Giannis, you have to consider them, Philly, and Cavs. So out of those four teams, I mean, the Hawks definitely made some very big upgrades. They're going to be a sneaky team to watch. But I think outside of those, I think those are the top five teams. But the Knicks, I think, they should be in finals mode for me. I think that should be the attitude that the team needs to take going into this season.
Sam, not only do I agree with you 100%, but that every article that I read, every little soundbite that I hear, literally right now, everybody is saying Knicks, Cavs, those that the East has, whatever. I know that the Magic has made a good move, that if they stay healthy, that they're a tough team, but I don't think that they're on our level team. They are a good, fast team, but we have improved our second unit now. Now we don't have to worry about the minutes and getting tired out and playing all these guys. It's not like that any longer. We have a second unit with a guy, like I said, who could drop 20 in Clarkson, another guy who could get 12 and 8 and 15 and 8 in Yabusele. We got a glass cleaner in Mitch if he's playing with them. We got Deuce who's going to fit in there, and Josh, who's going to get maybe a triple-double playing on both sides, the first team and the second team. I think really and because each year, no matter what, damn, we just missed the home run. No matter what, we went up, even Tibbs ain't here or not, we went up a year on the ladder the past few years. There's no way in hell that we can stay either on the same step or regress for New York Knicks fans or for the players. There's no way that we can say, well, it's ECF or bust anymore. We hit the ECF now. We hit that level. So it definitely, in my mind, in my heart, it's title, or at least get to the title platform, get to the finals or bust. Period. And we have a team for it.
Especially this year. This year is too wide open to not think that.
And that's why, I mean, it could be like really a gauntlet. Like I said, I named those top teams, but like they're saying in the chat too, that's why I'm not dismissing, especially the Hawks, because they made, I think, some really sneaky good pickups. And we already know about the Magic, who like give people problems because of the defenders that they have on their team. Their issue has been shooting. So Bane coming in, and then if they add any more shooters, I think they'd be a problem. And then the Pistons, we've already known how they went pretty much back and forth with us. So they're not to be dismissed. I just think that the Knicks, if they just execute the game plan in the postseason, like guys really lock in, I don't think it'll be too much of a problem for them. Obviously, they're going to face some trials regardless, but I think this is the year out of the recent years that we've seen where they have a likelihood of making it.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be the Knicks and the Cavaliers for that 1 and 2 spot in the East, and I think between 3 and 6, it's going to be a battle between Atlanta, Orlando, Boston, and Detroit. Somehow in that mix, and I wouldn't be surprised if Atlanta's the third best team. Atlanta's going to be a problem.
Atlanta's
and
like you got to
three
think.
Is going to be Milwaukee.
Yes, Atlanta's jumping Milwaukee depending on. For me, they're jumping Milwaukee depending on the health, because the Hawks were on a pretty good trajectory last year before Jalen Johnson got out for the season. That guy's coming back. That's somebody who averaged almost 20 and 10 for him last year. They also picked up Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and we saw what he did towards the end of the season. They pretty much got him for absolutely nothing. And then on top of that, Kristaps, we already know who he can be, barring health. So, like, I think the Hawks are a team to be reckoned with for sure, and just the interchangeability. Obviously, we know Trae Young's ability to make his teammates better as well. So they're going to be a threat. The same, I would say, for the Pistons as well. But they're just a young team, so they've got less experience.
No, I don't think that I think that Atlanta, Orlando, and Detroit are better than Milwaukee.
Because I'll never dismiss Milwaukee just because of
I think they'll be right. They could be right there though, Sam. Don't get me wrong. Mm-hmm. I just think you lose Dame Dollar. They lost Brook Lopez. They replaced him with Miles Turner, which
I think it's an upgrade.
That's fine. But I just don't know if they got enough other weapons to go along with Giannis. I don't know what else they got.
They don't have shooters no more. They don't have the people. Pat Connaughton doesn't move the needle.
He's gone now.
And he's gone, right. So
what they've done is essentially in Milwaukee is they're just trying to go with these younger guys on the team. So like they re-signed who was it, Ryan Rollins. They've got a couple of draft picks that they've got trying to build, like Tyler Smith's a 6'10". Like I don't say he's Chris Bosh, but that's the type of player that build wise you could compare him to, not skill level. So they've got a couple of guys, but like at the end of the day, you've got Giannis, Bobby Portis, and then Miles Turner. I don't really know outside of that, like Unk's saying, who's really pushing the needle there. But we can't dismiss Giannis because he could carry a team to the finals.
And, in fairness, somebody said they think Orlando could be number 2. Listen, if Orlando's healthy, like all season healthy, I can see them passing Cleveland. I ain't putting nobody up. This year, I'm going to tell you, I'm not putting nobody above the Knicks.
That's
not
right,
this year, folks. Not this one. There's no reason the Knicks should not be the number 1 team in the.
I mean, we've seen, if anything, Cleveland's got more to prove than we do because they can be had in the postseason. That's already been shown. So I mean, like, they've got to hope that their team stays up to play because the regular season, as we've seen, they can show out there, but that doesn't really matter in the postseason when you're just not hitting shots.
And Sam, another thing is that no one counted on them being the number 1 East team last year. It was supposed to be Boston, and we made our team to fight Boston and all that. What they did to themselves by putting themselves in the number 1 spot is that now they have to go out there and reproduce what they did last year. And I don't see this team. I didn't see that team being the team that they were anyway. They just somehow were that team. I don't believe it still is. It is to me Knicks number 1 no matter what. I think Orlando might be as good as the Cavs are. It depends on health and what they do. There are teams, and now Detroit's getting Ivy back. They're getting a lot of things back. There's tough teams out there. But the other ones that are not going to be so tough are like Indiana's gone. All these other people are gone right now. All I'm really concerned about is getting to the final, and I really don't see many East teams in our way to do so.
I agree with that.
I don't see that many West teams in our way to do so either, but I'm a Knicks fan.
Yeah,
I mean the West is a gauntlet. Whoever makes it out of there, whoever makes it out the West is definitely to be reckoned with because that's going to be a whole gauntlet to make it to the finals that row.
Yeah, no. And OKC looks like they're well positioned to. Well, OKC could get dynasty action, y'all. Okay.
I mean, they are essentially now. If you think about it, they've already got a ring. Guys are all less than what.
And I hear you. And that's the thing, Sam. Like the only reason why I don't want to give them that is because I'm telling you something. You got to watch Houston and they.
Oh no, I agree. I'm saying just off a team makeup, but if they go back to back, you have to say it. Then if
OKC somehow can win it again this year, they are a problem for the league. They are a problem. But I do like what San Antonio did. I think San Antonio made some sneaky moves over there to make that team interesting. With another year of Wembanyama drama, I think they could be a problem. And so my dark horse out the West is Houston, though. Houston's the team that people better.
Houston is a scary good team. A scary good team. Especially with their big men. They have good guards. Now they got their super, their Durant, and they got good big men. They're
And a very good coach.
well-rounded,
Very good
defended
coach.
offensive team. And they kept they gave Adams a boatload of money to stay behind too. So I mean,
well,
That
was what I was questioned by too. Jay, was like the three centers, because we talk about our like log jam at that position, but they're paying Adams and Capella was really what shocked me. I don't know why they gave him anything,
I don't
because
know
he
about
hasn't
that
been
either.
good the past couple seasons. So like, I'm assuming that they're gonna try to play some double big with Şengün and
Right.
Adams to justify the contract, and then
Right.
Capella's off the bench.
Plus, the whole thing is they did get rid of Dylan Brooks, and
Right.
so I guess they may be trying to come at it from a little different standpoint with the double bigs, possibly. That I was thinking the same thing. So we'll see. But I tell you, the one key ingredient from all these teams that you think might have a chance to win a championship is they have some type of dynamic, athletic type forward.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like for OKC, it's Jalen Williams. I think he's the difference maker for that team. Like without, like, say as good as SGA was, and he was fantastic, you know. But Jalen Williams, that what he brings to the team with his defense, his intensity, his energy, gets them going, and he's a bucket.
Right.
Those are the type of guys. The Jalen Johnson of the Atlanta Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
For Houston, the one of the twins, like that kid.
And I'm gonna be honest with you,
next level.
It's gonna be. We're talking about Houston now, but let's imagine
Orlando has it too,
because he's been working all off season. If only thing he needs is a jumper, he gains a jump shot, then they're a very scary team because he's already, like you said, 6'7", 6'8", playing point for them. Really, it's Fred VanVleet, but I guess you could say guard for them or wherever. He's interchangeable. But if he gains a jump shot, then you literally have to contest everybody. Only person, like you said, you wouldn't have to guard is Steven Adams if he starts. But, I mean, Şengün can shoot a little bit to where you're going to have to respect him as well. They could essentially do 5 out, depending on what type of lineups they want to run if Thompson gains a jump shot.
Thompson is so good
Except they better get underneath him because he's going to get that rebound for them. So,
oh, yeah. Thompson's so good that he allowed them to get rid of Jalen Green. Jalen Green, I mean, it's not.
It's
not like he don't have the ability to be really good. He's not consistent. His jump shot is not consistent, but he has the ability to be with a consistent jump shot a freaking problem, averaging easy 20+ points a game.
Yeah. His problem,
offensive player.
His problem, like you said, was lack of consistency, and because they already paid Jalen Green, it's like, okay, let's go ahead and move off of that because he's not showing us enough consistency, and just go ahead and try to, find their window now with KD.
Yeah. No.
And think about this too. The last time that they were really good like that, and then when we paid them was mid 90s, they had the big three big men just like they have now. Remember back then it was Olajuwon, Oristhorpe, and my man what's his face with the 7 rings? Robert Horry.
Yeah.
Robert Horry. So they had the big 3 guys, and then they had the two guards, Kenny Smith, Sam Cassell, and 3 big guys. I see themselves running that type of game with fast guys, big guys, and they're gonna be a problem. That's a problem team for sure, no doubt about it.
So, Uncle, we think how many assistant coaches? So you said we need the lead assistant, and I guess they're saying Brunson's still staying on the staff, right?
Yeah, apparently.
Hachimura's still here too, I hear.
Apparently, the Knicks are keeping a lot of these.
Oh, Dicey?
Yeah. Yakamoto, whatever.
Mike Brown is okay with keeping a lot of these guys for now, so he does have the autonomy to bring in a whole new coaching staff, but he's keeping Brunson. Apparently, he's keeping the big man coach,
Bryant.
Didn't he drop Brunson though? Didn't Brunson?
Brunson is
not the head no more.
Lead assistant anymore. He's just one of the coaches. I don't know what's happening with most teams, but yeah, the bottom line is I don't care about nobody else as long as he gets a good lead assistant.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. Yeah. But the bad thing about it is obviously for whatever reason I don't get it, but for whatever reason, no, I do get it. I shouldn't say that because it's not because it's a lateral move, not a lateral move, because it's what is that?
Parallel.
Thank you. Yeah, I was like going back to school, Ron.
You were doing so.
I was like, what's this? Because it's a parallel move. New Orleans has the right to veto Borrega.
Yeah, Borrega.
Interviewing and taking that assistant job, and so that sucks, right? Because he would have been nice. Because I'm sure. I mean, I don't think he's like the type that makes a big deal. But I mean, if you're going to be an assistant coach with the Pelicans or an assistant coach with the New York Knicks, I mean, come on.
Really.
But that sucks. And then the other guy that apparently was a good choice for assistant for the Knicks has decided to take the assistant coach job with the Dallas Mavericks. So he's going to be under Jason Kidd's staff.
I wonder why.
Yeah, that stinks too. So I hope whoever left, they find somebody good.
Right.
It could be Darvin Ham still. He's still up in the air. Whatever. We'll see. Anyway, let me get to you guys. Wiz, you with us?
He might have dipped. I haven't heard from Wiz.
Wiz picking up fares?
I'm eating.
Oh, salmon? Anyway, all right. I was gonna all right.
Oh, he's in the Matrix.
Yeah, you in the Matrix, but I'll come back to you with your final words. I'm gonna get everybody's final words. I'll come back to you, okay?
What do you mean? We got 2 more hours, bro. 2 more hours.
Maybe you do.
Okay. I know.
I had to leave 2 hours ago, but I didn't want to leave.
No, I hear you. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for watching and supporting the show as always. I appreciate you. I also appreciate you guys helping with the growth. The growth of the channel has been fantastic, and I just want to reiterate that I thank you guys for the love you guys have showed, especially this last 2 months. Going into the off season, it's been fantastic. So I thank you guys for everything y'all been doing, and I hope there's more people that continue to find us. Hey, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another. You know how I do.
Hey, you better start planning for that 10K special.
I'm trying to get that 10K going, man. I still got Luke Skywalker visions up here. Calm down, Ron. Let's move on.
Yo, we're doing it. You're doing it this year, brother. It's happening this year.
You know how the numbers go, Unc. It could happen.
I don't know about 25. I mean the NBA year. The NBA year.
I will tell you this. I will tell you that I always, as a content creator, I have noticed that I feel like the numbers of the shows start the subscribers and stuff starts to go up in the off season. For some people, it may be different. For still Knicks fans, I notice in the off season we get more people subscribing. Right now, we've hit a nice spot, and the algorithm is happy about us. So whoever's seeing us, appreciate it. Thank you, and keep us going. Keep pushing out still Knicks fans because we enjoy it. So thank you. So final words, Sam.
Hey, I just I'm glad to be back on. I hopped on for a little bit, saw you guys are still alive. As always, peace and blessings to the panel and the chat. Try to come in when I can, guys, but as you know, this is about to get hectic. We're trying to. I just want to make sure I do what I need to do as far as the ramp up process with what I got going on. So I will definitely be around, though. You'll see me hop into at least the chats. I'll be in the chats on the regular. But outside of that, promising off season already. We finally got a coach, so that's a good thing. We got something to look forward to, and just try not to be too hard on these guys in the summer league. I mean, obviously we want to see them drop 30 a night, but slow progression is better than no progression, and we'll see what they do with these final couple roster moves. And with that, y'all have a blessed day.
Appreciate you, Sam. Thank you, my guy. And I hope everything goes well for you. I hope it doesn't get too hectic, but I know in any transition, it's always going to be pretty tough in the beginning. Especially once you get past that comfort phase. You know what I mean? Once you get past he's new, he's learning, he's getting it, and then now, okay, we expect him to do the damn thing. Once you get past that part, then you're gonna be good. You're gonna be solid, bro. Once again, much success to you, Sam. We're really proud of you. Very happy to see the growth and see that you're finally getting to the point where all the hard work is going to pay off. So once again, appreciate you, brother. No doubt. Sha, final words, my brother.
I want to thank you guys for coming on today. As always, Know the Ledge, Ron's show on Saturdays. For a lot of us Knicks fans, we need to tune into the show every week because majority of us usually either standing at the window, looking out the window, on the ledge, or got one foot getting ready to tilt off it. So this is the show that you need to come to stay off of that ledge. Salute to all the great panel members that was on today. Double A, Jay Chosen, Sam the Grandy Man, Wiz down low in the bottom over there. Who else am I missing? That was it, right?
I think that's it.
No,
and then we had the voice calls and stuff like that. All right,
we had
with that being said, man, thank you for coming on. Just to talk about our next thing. It's beautiful to talk about our next thing. Me and Devon was on yesterday, and we'll probably be on tomorrow before the game. I think we still try to do the post game, so I'm pretty sure we're probably going to try to come on tomorrow. Knicks Real Talk. Check us out, and thank you guys. Salute. And good night. What's that? Good evening. What time is Jesus? Got 5.5 hours.
I know.
5.5 hours.
It's dinner time. It's dinner time.
This is
I had to pull my power cord out. I had to disconnect my camera to my with the circle light on it, with everything going dead. I'm like, Jesus.
I lost internet. This is only because last week I had to leave early for Knicks Twitter Day. That's it. That's the only reason. No.
Nice.
Well, also I want to shout out Wiz. Wiz was trying to give his final words, but he's caught up in the matrix. And I already cut the phone lines off, Wiz. So I apologize. I could tell everybody that because I know what you would say. Hold on. Ron is a great dancer. I love his show. He is fantastic at everything he does. I can't sing, even though I try to. I do make salmon on Saturdays. Thanks for having me, Ron. How's that, Wiz? There you go. I did it. You are welcome.
Let me bounce out and stuff while you come in the door. Peace, y'all.
Appreciate
you.
And
then you're gonna do what you're gonna do, and then Ron, you're doing great. I love what you do. It's wonderful stuff. I love it.
Damn, this new YouTube thing. How you log out now?
Yeah, just hit the red button, buddy. Anyway, Jay, your final words, my guy?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, man, I wish Sam much luck and much blessings upon your next level of life. It's wonderful to see people rise. I'm all about that, man. We should all want to see people rise and do better and just be good people all around, and then step your game up and take care of yourself and your families. Ron, I really believe in giving flowers to people while they could accept their flowers, while they're around in life. Too many people don't get them while they're around. So, Ron, I like what, I always want to say that I appreciate you, not only as a content creator and for your shows, and we see all that you're doing. I don't know if you guys have caught it, but he had an excellent interview the other day with my man from the Giants. I caught that on the playoff. On the replay gang. I caught that on replay gang. I'm gonna have to get used to that. But I don't know. There's something about a go-getter that I relate to. And listen, man, blessings to you, the wife, the family, and blessings to the whole chat. It's gonna be a great year. I love to get on here. Today I sat back and kind of was listening to the melee of things that were happening. But you know what? I'm looking at that thing right now, and it's good Knicks therapy. It's good to be able to express yourself, get off your chest the things that you think. Luka Skooka, for everybody, make it a household name. One day is going to be a big time Nick. I learned it from seeing that tape. Go back and watch that Monday night show. So peace out to you, and have a wonderful day. God bless you. And I'll hit you up on the sideline.
All right. I appreciate you, Jay. Thanks for the kind words, man. And once again, I want to thank everybody for all the support you guys give Still Knick Fans as a channel, whether it be Saturday's show at 11:30 for Know the Ledge, or Monday night show at 9 p.m. for SKF Weekly with myself, my brother John, and my brother Jose holding it down on the ones and twos. Or if you guys are checking out the newest show, State of the Game, where, you might see me talking about the Knicks. I might be talking about the Mets. I might be talking about the Giants. And yeah, like this past show was really good. We had Anthony Rivardo on from Fireside Giants, who knows his stuff, man. I had a really good conversation with him. So check that out if you haven't checked it out already. And then I think this week coming up, I think I might do a Mets show, a one-off of the Mets. And then after that, we'll kind of get into what the show would probably be, where I talk a little bit about the Giants, the Knicks, and the Mets in the same show. But we'll see, because I'm trying to get a guest for that as well. But we'll see what happens if I can do it this week. But anyway, once again, thank you guys as always. And tomorrow, listen, it's Summer League game number 2. Yesterday's game was don't let this make or break your thoughts about the New York Knicks and these young players. That's one game, you know, it's something to just put aside. They got their feet wet. Now they know what it's like to get into this summer league for this season. Tomorrow they're going to play a lot better, and I think you'll see better movement. I'm not saying that they're going to win, because it depends on, you know, how the team they're playing plays, but they're going to play a lot better, and I think you're going to see a better product, and we'll start to really take a look at these guys and not judge them so quickly off of one game. But anyway, once again, tomorrow's game is at 5:30 against the Boston Celtics, Knicks Summer League, and I think it's on, let me see, put that up again. It's on NBA TV. Okay, so it's on NBA TV tomorrow at 5:30, New York Knicks Summer League versus Boston. Everybody check it out. And once again, thank you guys, as always, for being here. Remember, no matter what happens, the good, the bad, the ups, the downs, we are still Knicks fans. And as I always say, be good. But if you can't be good, hey, be good at it. You know what I mean? Make the best of everything, man. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'll holla at y'all.